This stuff will make you a goddamn sexual tyrannosaurus. Just like me.
Oh, yeah. But ease up. Jeez. Yeah. Well, we'll talk about that. Thank you. Yeah. Of course. Everybody's used to that. Come on now. I will say, though, for one failure, you get one victory, right? What do they say? One oh shit. Your race is 10 attaboys. It's more like 100 on mine. Live from Reno, Nevada. This is the Rational Mill. Yeah. We're going to talk about that. Everything's coming in today. We're coming in hot. Yes. Oh, yeah. You guys this is the part you wait for, isn't it? This is like why you watch this show. You're like, okay, we're done after the first 20 minutes because all we want to see is the build-up. We just want to see the videos roll, so play away.
No.
But she feels like she's a 10. Whoa, don't back down now.
Yeah, I didn't say no.
Okay, so Lizzo's a 10?
Into the mic, please.
If she feels she's a 10, that's how she
feels.
feels.
She's a 10. Nice. Lizzo's a 10. You know what's great? You know what's so crazy? We can't do that. Like, I can't just go to the fucking Staples Center and be like, hey, I'm starting at small forward for the Lakers today. I can't just say that because I feel like that. As men, we are totally, every single moment of every day, we are judged on our performance. The world is constantly telling us no, who we can't date, what we can't lift, what athletic ability we don't have. We're constantly, this idea that I could just make up my own value is absurd. I have X number of dollars in my bank account, X number of fucking subs on my YouTube channel. These are defined. My abilities are defined. How much I can bench press is defined. All the stuff we do, there is no way for us to just make up some fucking number in our head and say, I'm a 10 because
real men pay the bills. Real men put the clothes on your back. Real men take care of you. Sister, don't marry no breath and britches. Get you a real man. Take your time. Get you a real man. Anybody can get some breath and britches. Driving your car. Cashing your check. Wearing the suits you bought. Eating the food you pay for. Come on, get you a real man. If you can't find a real one, stay single till God send you one.
26 and I've never been married, so I've never met the one or whatever, you know. But even though I've never met this guy, I think about him. I wonder about him, you know, like, what is he like? Where does he live? What does he do? You know, I'm thinking he's got to be pretty special, right? But I don't think we should hype up our soulmates this much because I've been waiting my entire life to meet this one man. And I'm not trying to sound mean, but I know he's not going to be worth the wait. You know? I'm sure he's a nice guy, you know what I mean? But it's like, it's just gonna be some guy named Greg in a graphic tee. If someone pointed at Greg and said, Leslie, you get to marry this man, but you have to wait 36 years, I wouldn't even get in line. Okay? Do you understand? I'd wait half an hour tops for someone like Greg. Okay?
For these websites and they are for their potential partners.
Because that's what guys want. That's why they dress that way.
We're all saying we don't want them to do that.
Firstly, we all see the types of women that all of you guys go after, and it's these types of women. Number one. Number two,
how do you not know how to differentiate sex from a relationship?
I'm sorry, but
there's a difference between men wanting a relationship and men just being attracted to a woman. There's very different things. We're not going to choose that. We're all saying we don't want to marry that girl.
Sneeko, could you look around the panel and tell us like which girl you think is probably the most provocatively dressed right now?
Just the one with the most skin.
Okay,
What's the
so
point?
your ex. What are you high?
What's your point?
What do you mean? What's the one? The girl that you chose. If all of the girls are the ones that are most provocatively dressed.
When I chose her, she was covered.
Yeah, if I could speak, I have never dressed this way in my entire life.
There you go.
Zena dressed me.
Oh wait, who's Zena? Who's Zena? Who is Zena? Your girlfriend. Yes.
We're at the end of the show, Myron. We're at the end. Read the donos.
Oh my God.
Read the super chat.
It's just not.
Flawless victory.
Talking about the red pill dogma of like these women should not be posting all these pictures online or whatever, or she's posting pictures like she's single.
Not necessarily. It was just because like from my experience, when I post stuff like that, or I have OnlyFans, or I was a stripper before. Yeah. When I was stripping, I had my partners being like, I don't want you sharing your body with nobody. But I'm just saying, you personally, you're okay with that.
So this is going to seem a little weird, but it might make sense to some guys. Because we're with women together, I actually like that she's that attractive and other women find her attractive on social media, because it just sort of makes the polygyny work easier, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. With a toxic relationship is they give you love in doses. So they'll give you a bit of love, then followed by a lot of trauma, then love, then trauma. And what happens is we get addicted to that love. We see potential. We're like, oh, but it used to be so good. Or do you remember when he used to do that to me? How can I let him go? So they hold on to the good and forget the trauma in between, and they end up staying with that person. But the reality is, if you have to think about when it was good, it's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, because a true healthy relationship, there is no, oh, but I know what he used to be. I know what we could be. It is just, we're cool, we're calm. It's not just like fireworks all day, every day. But there's that steady peace, rather than, I remember when we used to have it good, or I remember when he was so kind. There's no holding on to memories.
You're always going to have more sex being in a relationship. This is something I've learned. Unless you're Dan Bilzerian, you're always going to have more sex being in a relationship than trying to go hunt for different women every week.
Oh, that in a man's standpoint.
Correct.
Okay.
Because
so I'm like, for women, I'm like, no, I have a lot more sex when I'm single.
Right. That's sad.
I do, obviously, I have sex when I'm in a relationship, and I have, and I f a lot.
Yeah.
But it's still one of those, like, I just want to cuddle sometimes. So when I'm single, I go to your house with purpose.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say at least 200.
200 grand?
You can be 30 years old.
Oh my goodness! Take a guess at what percentage of men fit this criteria? 2%? Much lower. It's 0.049%.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, they've done polls with women, and they'll say, I only want a man over 6 foot. The percentage of American males over 6 foot is very, very low. The average height of the American male is, wait for it, 5'9". So stop looking for all the things, ladies. When you check those boxes on the dating app, try to pick ones that are at least somewhere within the standard of deviation.
It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Oh.
So nice that Ben Shapiro's finally caught up to, let's see, the Manosphere 2016.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, hi.
How you doing?
I'm good. Hi. It's so nice to meet you. Oh my god. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. Whoa. Hello.
How you doing?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm good, I'm good. Hello.
Wow. I'm sorry. Oh, you're the just like.
You gotta take out the Nope. How you doing?
Andy, what are you doing? There she goes. There she goes. Wow. Hey, Andy. Andy.
Okay, that's enough of that for now. We'll come back to that one. I promise you, we'll come back to that one because I think that's well worth the entire watch. It's pretty good. How are we doing, guys? How are we doing? Oh man, Okay, what should I get? Yeah, well, I tell you, it's funny is I use this. Where'd it go? This is the thumbnail today. I've used this. I don't think I've ever used this as a thumb, but I like collecting, let's say, pictures of like alpha. Like I think I've used this for alpha tells. I think is what I use this for. And again, it's not him, it's her in that situation. Some people have sent me let's see, videos of was it Henry Cavill, and I forget the name of the little girl who's in The Witcher. She's probably not a little girl anymore, but like just watching her kind of bite her lip kind of thing, and just sort of like there's these sort of unconscious, uncontrollable, subconscious behaviors that you'll see. I mean, we always like to talk about I mean, in the days of the pickup artists, right? I mean, still, I guess today too. We used to talk about IOIs, right, which is indicators of interest. Those are really strong indicators of interest, and I wanted to start with that today because we're going to get into some topics today. I'm going to dig into infidelity for a little bit, but the reason why I am getting into infidelity today is because on Access Vegas, I brought this up. I've actually brought this up twice on the last two episodes, and I think I started asking this question after Adam 22 had sort of, initiated or launched his campaign, the Cuck Me campaign. And I asked this question, it's like, what is marriage today? And I got some really interesting answers. One of the reasons I used Mike Sartain's clips today was because it sort of speaks to what I've been asking and talking about. It's like, what do we do about marriage in the 21st century? And part of that conversation, I was getting into it with some of the ladies, and some of them are in thruples. Yeah, that one girl, Kat, she's part of the thruple. Do I have to remind you guys again? Hey man, you guys really ambushed Zerka. No, I didn't ambush Zerka. Nobody did. Okay, you can't ambush Zerka. He's like Drax, from Guardians of the Galaxy, right? What Batista, it's like nothing goes over my head. I'm too fast. I would catch it. It's like that literal autism stuff, but it's like funny autism. Like that's Zerka. Zerka is not ever ambushed. Just so you guys know. No one ambushes Zerka. Even if you try to ambush Zerka, you don't ambush Zerka. But you do ambush me, however, simply because I was unaware of the thruple situation. But as part of that conversation, I was asking some of the ladies who are in sort of open relationships, or even Mike for that matter, is in I guess technically you would call it an open relationship, open on his end anyways. But there's like stipulations, there's rules that are applied to that whole situation. It's really kind of customizing your own relationship or customizing your own marriage. And so I wanted to know that if we are in Berserka, yeah, you're right. If we're in an age that is a post-marriage, 21st century, what is marriage? What does that look like? Because a lot of people will look at something like what's going on with Adam 22. And again, I see it as a hustle. That's basically what it is. And I try to give you sort of the see the forest for the trees and all of that. But again, it asks the same question. What is marriage? And if there is a set rules, if there's ground rules, let's just say, what constitutes cheating? Because I asked that as well. And it speaks to a bigger conversation that I've been talking about recently when it comes to like innate versus sort of learned mating strategies, and what serves those strategies and what doesn't, what arrangement serves those strategies and what doesn't. So when I ask, okay, so what is cheating? So if they're in an open relationship, if you have a completely open on your end, open on her end, like what's the point of the relationship in the first place? Why not? Why would it not be more pragmatic to just simply spin plates, date not exclusively? Why would you have a main in the first place? Why, and ladies too, like why would you have a main guy? Why would you pretend to have some sort of semblance of a conventionally monogamous relationship versus I want to go out and, and tap strange on the weekends? And I've been talking about this for a long time. I got into the open cuckoldry talk when I was doing my coverage of Lena the Plug and all that stuff from 2 weeks ago. And again, the same questions keep coming up over and over. Now, recently, we're gonna riff on another video here too, but I wanted to point out a few things here because I think a lot of the our concepts of what is cheating and what is not cheating today are all based on one commonality, which is this 20th century understanding of traditional, conventional, closed on his end, closed on her end marriage. So what is cheating? If you're in a monogamous, committed relationship where that commitment entails, I'm not going to fuck anybody else and you're not going to fuck anybody else either. And that's how it's going to work out. Is that's the boundaries, right? We talked about that. If that's the boundaries, then what are the boundaries when it's open on his end and closed on her end? What are the boundaries when it is open on both of their ends? What are the boundaries when it's, closed on his end and technically open on her end because she's advertising herself, or perhaps she's works in the porn industry, or she's got an OnlyFans page? And these are like the questions that we've been talking about for quite some time now. And again, this is analysis. So let me start by saying that this is analysis. Yes, I'm going to talk about Brittany Venti today. Yes, I am going to also get into a couple other things today too. But those are the main things I'll get into. But I want to give you guys some nuts and bolts, topics here first before we get into the red meat, because I know everybody's just like salivating right now. But I'm sick to fucking death of people mischaracterizing the red pill as some sort of like bonehead, all these guys do is think with their dicks, and they're incels and they're misogynists, and they always say this. So here's the opening salvo here is a lot of the stuff that I'm going to get into today is going to be like really nuts and bolts. I got statistics, I got research, I got all kinds of stuff to back this shit up, and always have, by the way. But today's going to be a little bit more data heavy because I'm going to get into some stuff with, we're going to talk a little bit about Dr. David Buss. I just picked up a clip. Actually, it's an old clip, but it was just maybe it's the clip itself is new, but it's from an older interview between Mike Sartain and Dr. David Buss himself. So for anybody saying, well, those guys don't know what they're talking about, dude, those are the people that we interview. Richard Reeves. We interviewed Richard Reeves. If I can get Gad Saad to come to Vegas, he's got a new book out. I'm really going to see if I can catch him on his book tour, because I know he's making the rounds right now. So I'm going to reach out to his people and see if I can get him on Access Vegas sometime in August. But he's got a new book on happiness, and you know how I am about happiness. I'm just a bundle of fucking joy, little Mr. Sunshine. So we'll be getting into that today too. Bodybuilders ain't attractive. Are you sure? You sure about that? Because I'll tell you right now, this broad, she seems to think so. It's that damn, it's that bite, it's that underbite. It's that fuck me underbite. It's funny to me because I think I have some other, I could drag them out if you really want to, but I have some other shots kind of very similar to this, some GIFs and some videos and stuff like that as well, where you can see that in action. But here's the funny thing is whenever anyone, not just me, anyone draws attention to that, they think you're reading into something. That's not really what she's about. And I think it's almost more fascinating to me to see the rationalizations for why I would even use this as a thumbnail, much less, draw attention to it. You can't know what she's thinking. Come on. Really? Yeah. Okay. What about when Lena the Plug was sitting there just getting railed, and she's got that, her eyes roll back in her head. You don't know what she's thinking. She could be thinking about Bible study. You don't know that. You can't read her mind, mister. You leave her alone. It's funny to me that's it's more entertaining to me to see the defense than anything else. Oh, there you are. Hey, there you are, P. Thank you, PP. Thank you for supporting the show. Ned's college fund is he's almost got full tuition for this semester. So thank you. Okay. Yeah. So just bringing up the fact, whenever I post any pictures online, particularly if I'm with if I'm at Babes in Toyland, or if I'm with some of the girls from Access Vegas, the first thing anybody wants to do is, of course, they want to throw the green lines, the green line mafia comes out, right? Everybody, Rolo's leaning in. He's at He's at a 7% incline towards the girl who's like 4'11", right? Trying to get into the frame. It's funny to me, like whenever I am leaning in, or it seems it's always. By the way, thank you very much. That's all I think about. By the way, when we do the gang photos after an Access Vegas, we do shots with all the girls after every show. And so if I've got like, say, Maya, by the way, who's absolutely stunningly gorgeous, but like she's only like maybe 5 foot tall, maybe 5'3" or something like that. So here I am just kind of like trying to, fit in the frame, and people go, "Oh, you're leaning in, man." Just you think so? In the back of my head, that's the first thing I'm thinking of. Thanks a lot, Green Line Mafia guys. If you don't know what I mean by Green Line, the Green Line bros, it's whenever you lean in, they're gonna like angle you. They'll put a little green line on you and make it look like you're leaning in in some way. So therefore, you can't possibly be alpha. Begone, Nana. Begone, beta. What do you got here? Not sure if you mentioned this, but I've noticed that women can be jealous of a man's success. Don't underestimate women. I have done an entire show on that, my friend. In fact, I called attention to that right after the Dr. Phil show, and I was rudely introduced to Robin McGraw, who also, by the way, believes that women are these unknowable, mysterious forces of nature, and that how dare you? Guilty! Sorry, Robin.
How dare you?
How dare you try to figure out what women are thinking? How you don't know what they're thinking? If you've seen the, I really I want so badly to riff on my show that I did with Dr. Phil, but I can't do it until the show is officially canceled. So because they're still finishing out this year's season, and I don't know when they're officially off the air. But once they're done, then I can start talking about it in a little bit more detail. I've already kind of talked about it, I guess, a little bit, but. Yeah, Mr. Superfluous. I'll tell you, it's funny is they're using the term superfluous in the Barbie movie, and I'm just like, once again, God makes a joke, and I'm the only one that gets it. And yes, would we like to go around the horn really good? The red meat horn here. I need a sound drop for the red meat horn here. So yeah, I'm well aware of Pearl's kind of stepping in, and I'll tell you the whole thing that went down with her and Pierce Morgan basically brought her on under false pretenses. You want to talk about ambush? There's your ambush. And I'll tell you this, if you go on those shows, be prepared for it, especially if it's mainstream media. I knew damn well I was going to be ambushed when I went on Dr. Phil. Just figure that they're going to do background checks. I remember when she was doing she did the interview with Ethan Klein, H3H3. And she was just shocked that anybody would do any background check on her and find out what her dad did and what, she played volleyball. How did you know that? You're not shocked. You're not stupid. You don't get the stupid pass anymore. You don't get the dumb girl pass anymore. I don't know. You don't get that pass anymore. So if you're doing playing guitar and singing songs about, I don't know, that Austrian painter back in the day. Yeah, you're probably going to get called to the carpet, especially when it's a guy who's in the past has brought you on the show just to have you and run you up the flagpole. You're red meat. That's what you are. It's their game. I told Roosh this. I have told Hotep Jesus. We've had this conversation before. You go into mainstream media, expect them to fuck with you. Expect them. That's what everybody told me about Dr. Phil. They were like, Rollo, don't you know that he's going to try to ambush you? I'm like, yeah, I do. Thank you. I've been doing this quite some time. I'm ready for it. Let's go. Oh, it's going to be, you're going to stake your career on this. Is going to be the hill you die on. I'm still doing this. And Dr. Phil is gone. Again, God makes a joke, and I'm the one that gets it, right? Same thing with Pearl, especially after all the bullshit that went down. Pearl's a shit person, simple as that. And if you choose to associate with you're abandon ship, please. The ship is sinking. The rats are leaving. It's time to leave. It's time to get off. It's time to abandon ship. If you're on the Pearl, the SS Pearl, time to get out. Do it now. Yeah. So yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm also aware of Brittany Venti's thing, and I do have her on tap and on deck here. Yeah, I'm also well aware that she took it upon herself to
to dox my daughter. Thank you. Thank you, Brittany. I guess now that we're family, you don't mind me bringing up Mason and some other people that I'm well aware of. See, the thing is, I think people are really kind of like shocked that I have information that I do. And it's not like I go looking for it. I have people who like, man, I heard you talk about Brittany Venti. Here's some pictures from back in the day. Like, people will come to me. I don't have to go to them. They come looking. They come for me. All that shit about Lauren Southern, yeah, I'll talk about that too if you'd like. But I have technically their medical records. I do have medical records that she was, in fact, pregnant about this time last year, August 8th of 2022. I have them. I have them right in my possession. And people go, well, you need to show them. Stop talking about it and make them public. If I do that, then I will most definitely get banned on this channel. And I will most definitely lose my Twitter account if I do that. So once again, my offer still on the freaking table. I will give you physical printouts of those documents if you decide that you want to come to Las Vegas and sit across the table from me, and I will show you in black and white that I do actually, in fact, possess these documents. So until you're ready to put your money where your mouth is, shut the fuck up. Simple as that. Hey, Rolo, did you see the debate about women only have the right because men enforce them? Yeah, men enforce those rights. Yeah, it was. That's the guy, Andrew Wilson. I mentioned him on last week's show, as a matter of fact. And yeah, he took her down. It's not too hard to do with Farrah. In fact, it's almost like an unfair fight. I hate to say it, but I'm almost kind of like feel somewhat sympathetic for Farrah. Because of the people she's been associating with. And I think she has, like, her intentions were like, she's actually genuinely curious, I think, in some ways. And so she goes on these shows and she just gets her ass handed to her because most likely it's Destiny or someone else. I don't know who. It could be anybody, but I do know for a fact that Destiny was feeding her lines on the show that I happen to be on with her and Mike Sartain and Justin Waller on whatever podcast. He's admitted as much. And I think she's just, getting bad information from people. And so, but anyways, yeah, I did see that. So, go on this show, say these things. And she's not the only one, by the way. You've got Angela Knight. You've got Natalia, by the way, from Saucecast, unfortunately. It's fallen into all this bullshit. You had, I don't want to say Amy Dangerfield because I don't know what her relationship is with Destiny, but that might be another one of his, like, Destiny's Angels, right? Like Charlie's Angels, Destiny's Angels. Trying to think who else. Well, certainly Erudite, whatever her name. I don't even remember her name. More than likely. I'm not saying there's like these deliberate collabs, but it's funny how like Lauren Southern has a relationship with Destiny. Probably Brittany Venti. I know that she's very tight with Lauren Southern. Got it. Everything's connected, man. It's all inbred on that side of the whole, whatever the fuck we were even calling that. And so when I see this, it's almost like, the degrees of separation from Kevin Bacon. It's like the degrees of separation from Destiny. But it is what it is. I'm trying to get back to nuts and bolts these days, but I did see that. And I mentioned what's his name? Wilson. Where'd you go? Well, Andrew Wilson. Yeah. I did watch that. And I watched, I thought it was interesting because she's got nothing. Like, women's rights are enforced by men. And I think I brought this up on last week's show. It's like the idea that, violence is the ultimate decider. Like, you have rights insofar as those rights can be enforced or protected or, delivered to you at the risk or the threat of violence. And that's really what it boils down to. It's men who are going to go and fight other men so that you can have your right to vote, ladies. It's men who are going to go and fight with other men so that you can, let's you and him fight, right? So that you have a right to a safe and legal abortion. I mean, when it comes down to it, if it were to come down to it, that's what it would entail. So, ladies, you need men. You absolutely need men for one way or another. Where'd you go? Here you are. Hey, Rolo, might be a stupid question. There are no stupid questions. This is the pod class. You come to the professor. You may ask whatever you'd like. But how can you be 100% sure a man's girlfriend/wife has, there's a big difference between those two statements, has true, genuine, burning desire, even if she says, I want your babies, even if she says it. Well, I would say time on the clock. First of all, it's experience, understanding, like, well, first, I think one of the reasons why most guys can't, like, this is a hard question for most guys, is because they never experienced it, or they're unsure of the signs. Like, I can tell you from lived experience, when a girl's looking at you and her eyes are dilated and she's just like, tear my clothes off. I think it was, Eddie Murphy, like back in the 80s, Eddie Murphy Raw. And he was like, he's like, what would you rather have? Would you rather have a woman say, make love to me, Eddie, or fuck the shit out of me, Eddie? And it's like, those are two different sayings. We're going to have sex one way or another, like make love to me, or I don't like it when you say fuck. I like it when you should call it making love, right? Or it's whatever it is. And there's a qualifiable difference between those two statements. I was also, by the way, I should say this. I'll probably go dig this up. Sam, if you will, I know Sam's in the chat right now. Sam, if you do me a favor, I've been watching these articles. I've been reading some of these articles about how women and men, of course, too, but like women are saying that they more and more that they enjoy rough sex, like rough sex, right? And how like they're more like, I think right now more women are open to revealing stuff like that, whether it's through open hypergamy or it's a result of, I guess, the ultimate result being open cuckoldry. But there's comfort, I guess, or the women are more comfortable these days with revealing things like that. Whereas before that might be something that we just sort of keep under the covers, or you might read about it in Penthouse or Playboy as if you're going to read the articles, right? But the idea that is a woman into having rough sex with you? Is she the kind of girl who, like, I put it this way? I think it was Rich Cooper asked me this one time, and he's like, well, how do you know like a woman has genuine desire for you? And the best I could say, like outside of like a sexual context, was she trusts you with her life. So my hypothetical was this: is if you went to your wife or your girlfriend and said, hey, honey, check it out, we're going to go skydiving. I've got our parachutes. I packed yours. Don't worry. Everything's 100% ready to go. I packed your parachute, and we're going to go, we're going to get up to 10,000 feet, however high you go. And we're going to go skydiving. It's going to be a thrill. Come on, baby, let's go. Like, would your woman do that? Would you say, I packed this, I packed your parachute, and we're going to go skydiving for the first time. Don't worry. Trust me with your life. And that's just like, it's haha. It's meant to be over the top, but it illustrates a point, which is, does that woman trust you literally with her life? Will she get on the back of a motorcycle with you? Then there's like, so that was like the most stupid, over the top thing I could think of at the time. There's probably something else probably a better metaphor, but then like by order of degree on down, does she like, grab the side of the oh shit handle when you're in the car, and she's does she trust you to even fucking drive on the freeway? Because I know a lot of guys will say, my wife is like, she's so nervous when I'm driving in a car, and I'm like, yeah, because she doesn't trust you with her life. That's why. And whatever, maybe she's like completely unfounded in that. But if a woman is comfortable with you and you're driving 120 miles an hour in a convertible Camaro, does she trust you with her life? Will she get into, let's say life endangering, but like, let's just say, I don't know, life's roller coasters, right? Is she along for the ride, or is she like, does she not trust you? Or is she overly concerned with her own security around you? So when I see situations like that, and like I said, it doesn't have to be something as stupid and extreme as that, but they're like, ask yourself those questions. That's how you know about desire. So it's not just necessarily in the bedroom. Is she reserved with you in the bedroom? Are there things she doesn't want to do with you in the bedroom that she's done in the past? You're probably not on the desire list. You're probably on the negotiation list. Is she averse to doing certain things, or will she just do anything for you? And is sex something she looks forward to and plans for and initiates as much as you, or maybe even more than you? Then you probably have a girl that really wants you. That's necessarily a given. There it is. 60. Thank you for that, Sammy. Ask and ye shall receive. 62% of women like rough sex, and these are their favorite kinks. Oh boy. Shall we dig into this? Oh, it's not red meat time just yet, but why not? Here we go. Here's your excuse to try something kinky tonight. After polling more than 400,000, that's a pretty good number there. OkCupid members, the dating website found that 62% of women enjoy rough sex. 62, that's a majority, over a majority. Why? Being bitten, scratched, or spanked increases your blood pressure and heart rate in response to the pain. Explains sex researcher Nicole. I know her. I know Nicole Prouse, PhD. When that happens during sex, some people interpret it as sexual excitement. Plus, there are areas of your brain where pain response and sexual arousal overlap, she says. Okay, so here's how kinky sex might actually be good for your mental health. So what actually turns women on when they are feeling a little adventurous? 62% of them said having their hair pulled gets them going. Will your woman let you pull her hair? Is she all about it? Does she dig it when you pull her hair? If she doesn't, she might not have burning desire for something as simple as that, right? Does she trust you? That's actually a pretty good observation. Does she trust you to like put her in handcuffs or like even soft, like tie her up? Is she about that or is she not about that? Because that might be, does she trust you with her life? Is it personal security? Yeah. Well, remember 62% of women dig on it. So at least from the OkCupid poll, which is 400,000 members. Okay. Let's see. 62% of them said having their hair pulled gets them going, while about 60% liked it when their partner took control, the poll said. They like it when you initiate and you are the dominant guy. You're the initiator. You're the attacker and she's the defender. How's that? Other things that topped their and that was not in Jesus Christ. Don't take that the wrong way. Other things that topped the list of kinky behaviors: being bitten, hearing derogatory terms. I would say that's probably like dirty talk, but probably more than that, and being tied up. In fact, the survey found that OkCupid members are 23% more likely to say they're into BDSM than they were in 2013. Wow. Vince, are you listening? Coincidentally, a big spike occurred around Valentine's Day when 50 Shades Darker made its debut in theaters. 50 Shades Darker. Just keep in mind, in the theater, I think you're probably talking about 50 Shades of Grey, right? No. Made its debut in the theaters. Just keep in mind that this isn't something you, that is actually a movie. Just keep in mind that this isn't something you surprise your partner with during sex. I don't know. I think Sterling Cooper might disagree with that. If you both want to get a little adventurous, talk about things beforehand to make sure that you both feel, find a safe word, right? If she gives you the green light for some hair pulling, biting, and taking control, here are 4 ways to try rough sex tonight. Okay, we don't need to get into the details there. 62%. How is that relevant, Rollo? It's very relevant to the infidelity thing we're going to talk about today. So you want to know how you know? That's how you know. Rollo, have you read The Folly of Fools by Robert Trivers? I have read a lot of Trivers stuff, but I don't know that I've read that one. He examines the deception through the sense of the evolutionary biology. Deception through the sense of evolutionary biology. I was reading not too long ago. Actually, it was Dr. David Buss of all people, but it was a study that he did, and another woman that's probably one of his colleagues, about sexual revulsion and why women are more prone to sexual revulsion than men are. And I thought it was a fascinating read, but they never really, I like David Buss, but he just never pushes it over the edge, right? He like toes the line to just like right. It's like a curb this high, right? He toes the line right up until the point where it's like he's going to make a conclusion, or he's going, not conclusion, but a correlation, let's say. And like that I would make, or anybody in the red pill would make, and have been making for like, 10, over a decade. And then suddenly when somebody comes to that conclusion later on that the red pill has been making for the guys in the red, not just me, but guys in the red pill in general, then suddenly it's this novel new thing. And it's like, well, yeah, because you were too much of a pussy to go and actually come to that conclusion or make that correlation 10 years ago. And here you were, and here I am. But when I looked at that study, it was it's a research paper too. It wasn't even a book, I don't think. And it was about sexual revulsion and why women are more prone to sexual revulsion. Of course, it's because they are the vulnerable sex. It's also like one of the things that they made, which I've heard, what's her name? Marty Hazelton say is like the reason why like men and women like French kiss and they swap spit is there's a biological reason for that. You got to figure out like how much biological material is passed between mouths when you kiss, bacteria, whatever else it is, right? Bad breath, bad personal hygiene. I'm trying to think of the other things that like make for sexual revulsion. There's other. I should probably go dig it up. It might be a good read. But there are certain things that we have like revulsion to, and men too. Don't get me wrong, but women tend to be far more sexually averse because they're the ones who bear the higher reproductive costs. No, I haven't read this one though, but I will get into. I have read Trivers before. Matter of fact, I think Trivers is almost a better read than Bus in some ways, depending on the topic. I would like to see Andrew Wilson on Access Vegas. Would you with you? But I don't know if you want him because he does a lot of stuff with Playing with Fire. That doesn't necessarily mean I will exclude him. Playing with Fire can go pound salt, but I would certainly have Andrew on. Hey, Rolo, these TradCon women coming after you would fold like Jedi Bila in face-to-face debate. I'm here. You know where to find me. If you want to make, little quick hit videos and put me in my worst light and go find me. Tell you it's funny is like everybody wants to use the Crypt Keeper photo of me when I did, what was his name? Was it Andrew Hales? Guy's last name was Hale. I did this actually in Vegas at one point, way long ago. And I was in between. I was in the awkward in between phases of like my hair being long and being kind of like it was in mullet mode, and I was not feeling good that day. And I went and did this. I knew against my better judgment, and of course that's the one interview that everybody wants to go back to. See, this is what he really looks like. This is what he's all about. And I'm like, then I go and I show a picture of me like at rehearsal yesterday. That's not Rolo. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I've been a lot of different people through the ages. Do you think Erudite has histrionic personality disorder? No, I think she has borderline personality disorder. Maybe histrionic, but certainly narcissistic NPD. She shows all the signs. I'm not a psychologist, nor do I play one on the internet. But from what I know of NPD, BPD, and HPD, I would lean more towards NPD, and which, by the way, is very common for people with, females with autism. So, which I think Brittany Venti definitely has. Let's see. Okay, so she was on a panel with Andrew Wilson, and the chat picked up on her mimicking Destiny's speaking style and hand gestures. It was creepy. Yeah, I'm sure, because you got to remember that Destiny is like all over the place. He's got 1 million proxy accounts on Twitter. He's got. Do you know that for sure? Yeah, I'm fairly certain. Like I have so many guys that like try to get around a block on Twitter that I've learned who the Destiny bots are. And then you've got Farah, and then you've got Erudite, and then you've got really Angela, a Knight, whatever her fucking name is. And then who was a no-show with Troy, by the way. Way to go, Sauce. Maybe he didn't have anything to do with it. I can't really say, but like the fact that they're like doing this double billing of Troy Francis and Angela Knight on his show, and a big, there's this big, glamour shot of her face shot of her. And I think everybody has seen like actual physical pictures of her. She does not look like those shots. Baby, lay off the face app, or at least start using like the Hollywood 2 filter instead of a Hollywood 4 filter. It's too apparent. When people see you live, they kind of get the idea that you kind of are rejiggering your picture there. But to put Troy on, and by the way, we'll have Troy on Access Vegas on August 10th. So he'll be on the next Access Vegas. And if I can get him in a one-on-one with me and Mike, we'll definitely talk to him. But Troy's making the rounds right now. He was in Florida. He did Fresh and Fit. He did Saucecast. I think he's done a couple other ones out there too. I believe he's going on whatever podcasts. Maybe I'm wrong, but I know he's coming to the West Coast, and so we're going to host him in August. So, but way to go! Yeah, let's go and throw Angela Knight on the thumbnail with Troy, and hope that people will think it's a rematch between let's see, MLD and Angela. Not this time. I don't know. Maybe she had an arraignment or something to go to. Let's see. James. Is James Tusk going to come too? From Starship Troopers, when you vote, you are exercising political authority. You are using force, and force, my friends, is violence. The supreme authority from which all other authorities are derived. Thank you, Robert Heinlein. Yes, I know that quote. Rolo, women would date older men. Yeah. What's the best way for her to know? To know you're older? Verbally tell her, or is it the best to see a man's age number on the dating app? I don't know. Because here's why I would say don't put it on the dating app, is because I do know that, depending on the app, right? But I do know that the dating app algorithms, the age is definitely a factor in ranking you. You have to remember that most like Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, the major dating platforms, apps, the algorithm takes into account height, which we just saw a little while ago. Bravo, Ben Shapiro, you're finally catching up. Nice, good for you. Good on you, bro. I didn't use it. I have an intro video. I had an intro video that I was going to use with between Brett Cooper and Ben Shapiro talking about passport bros. Maybe I'll throw that on later. I would be. I don't think that's something that you necessarily have to advertise, and not because you try to be deceptive. I think it's more about ranking on the tournament style ranking system of like Tinder or Bumble or Hinge or whatever else. So it might be a setting on the particular app that you're on, and then you might get filtered out just simply because you said 36 instead of 35. So I would, or older, whatever. I think that more than anything, your visual appearance on dating apps is key. It's the number one thing. It's your pics. Why do I say that? Well, because we've gone from gone are the days where we were on OkCupid or Match.com or plenty of whales or plenty of fish, where people would write out these really, heartfelt bios. I like long walks on the beach and coffee in the morning and rainbows and Disneyland and dogs, all that shit. And I'm looking for a guy who's this way, this way, and this way. I wrote if you've read my first book, there's a chapter in there called Qualities of the Prince, I think. And basically all I did was I took one of those dating profiles, like these over the top, like very entitled, demanding, profiles that women were writing like regularly at that time. Now you got to remember, this is back in the early 20 teens, I guess. And I basically took it and I just gender swapped it, and people lost their shit. Like we went and it was myself and some people on SoSuave on the forums then, and we went and we actually took that profile and we made it live on like Plenty of Fish or something like that, and we just watched the responses, and people just lost their shit. Women lost their shit. How dare you? Okay. They just wanted to have that conversation, right? Which I thought was great because it was a good opener if you thought about it. But now those days are gone. It's all about pictures. It's all about are you cool enough to hang out with? Do you look like you have a 12% body fat? And yes, appearance matters. Yes, looks matter. In some cases, it's the only thing that matters. Depending on the demographic of girl that we're talking about. Yeah, I mean, do we need to go and do a review of the timeline like this? The alpha short term, you see at the top there from like left to right there, alpha short term from 15 to 32, 33, somewhere. Like, physicality is very important from the get-go. And nothing is more important to younger women than physicality, than the appearance of, the standard of male beauty. That gets you in the door. Women only care about status once they have seen, are you cool enough to hang out with? Are you hot enough to hang out with? Would I be embarrassed to be with this guy? Is he hot? H-A-W-T. Is he hot? And then you got your foot in the door, and then your personality matters. Your status might matter after that. Everything else might matter after that. But to get your foot in the door, that's the first thing. I had this conversation with Mike Sartain, and I'm not sure I agree with this. I would definitely put, if this comes up as a topic again on the show, I would definitely give a little bit of pushback. But Mike was talking about how he had some discussions with women who would say that they would actually get physically aroused if a guy was worth, $500,000, or he was worth $1 million, or if he was a guy like Robert Kiyosaki who has $100 million or more, right? And they would there would be a physical reaction to knowing that the guy that's chatting her up is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm a little skeptical of that. And the reason why is because that is a status-based, culture-based, social construction-based argument. And I'm always got it might be true. I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying I'm a little more, anything can become normal. You can eroticize something that would not necessarily be something that you would find erotic because because the necessity is there. You can condition yourself. Anything can become normal, right? But I would say from an organic, natural, evolved, instinctual arousal response, I don't think money per se is something that is going to trigger that response unless it's been conditioned. So this is fortunately my psychological background is in behaviorism, and you can condition animals, you can condition humans to, that could be a trigger. I get really hot for a guy who's got a lot of money. And you can make the case that, that the reason why they do that is because the guy represents, power, represents a guy who has access to resources, territory, and probably other women want to bang him too. So there's also the harem effect. Maybe it's a soft harem in this respect. I'm a little skeptical as that being I think it's a conditioned response rather than an organic response. If it is, in fact, I would like to ask some questions a little bit more about that. One of my caveats when I was on the show is I asked the older women if they felt that way because they're like 30, 34, 38, whatever. Did they feel that way when they were 23? Most of them said no, because that wasn't an imperative to them. So could a woman condition herself to sort of get wet at the idea of a guy who's got a lot of money, irrespective of what the dude looks like, or if he passes a certain tolerance level, let's just say of physical good looks? That could be. I'm not saying it isn't, but I would like to explore that line of reasoning in the future. So let's see. So as far as your question is concerned, would they date older men? Yeah, often do. Between the statistically speaking, 3 to 7 years older than the guy is, and that's across the board for at least the data sets I have seen for the last 20 years. It's about 3 to 7 years older, and that's for long term. You have to clarify this because I know people are going to just take this shit out of context. That's for long term. That's not for the hot guy in the foam cannon party in Cancun on spring break. You're 23 and you were drunk. He was hot, and one thing led to another. To that, so there's a much different context, a much different. Let's see, what is it? There's the proximate goal and the ultimate goal. That's a very proximate goal encounter, let's just say. So the proximate goal is, he was hot and it was fun and I wanted to get with him. And then there's the ultimate goal. And I'm reminding you of that dynamic right now because that's going to play into what I'm going to talk about later on when we get into infidelity, because I think there is a big gulf, let's just say, between dualistic mating strategy versus the mate shifting hypotheses. And it really, the conflict between those two come down to the hot guy in the foam cannon party. It comes down to the pool boy that the rich wife fucks. Her husband is on Wall Street, right? It's the approximate goal proximate sexual strategy versus an ultimate sexual strategy. And I think, I'm not going to say it's intentional, but I'm going to say it's intentional. I think there's an intentional avoidance of making that distinction because it serves people's purpose when it comes to pop psychology, when it comes to the quote unquote psychology influencers. I think there are a lot of things that sort of get left by the wayside or are deliberately danced around because it serves a narrative. It serves a function. And I don't think we do people, I think we do people a disservice when we don't tell the whole truth. You probably see, if you've ever seen me like respond to say somebody like Chris Williamson or something, it's usually half truths. It's half truths. They'll quote a study that maybe even I have quoted, and they'll only tell you the first part of the study rather than like the conclusion of it, or like how they came to that conclusion, or the correlations that were made as a result of that study. Because the part that they don't tell you doesn't align with a better, like, oh, it's positive, we want girls to feel good too. It doesn't feel good if you just like take the whole thing in total, the sum of it, right? And so I've always said this is like, tell them the whole truth or don't tell it at all, because you're doing people a disservice if you're not giving them the whole story. Let's see. I explained to my mom, who doesn't follow any news, geopolitics, because it scares and stresses her. I can imagine why women shouldn't vote. And she started to cry. Point proven. Tyranny of the majority. Yep. Oh, here we go. Thank you, man. Much appreciated. You want that one? Okay, here you go.
You're goddamn right.
That's what I should have gave you in the beginning. Sorry. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Who was that? That was Rational Agent 47. We need to like get. I have a half a mind to do this. I really do. I'm working on merch right now and t-shirts, the standard bullshit. But I want to make dog tags, like a roughneck, like Rolla's Roughnecks, like roughneck dog tags. I think people will buy those. I gotta find a source for dog tags. Read your book. Everything is true and correct. Unfortunately, too late for me, but I've given it to my 19-year-old son. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you very much. Now, Stefan, before you think it's too late for you, and if you're going to give your 19-year-old son my book, thank you. Consider giving him the second book as well, which is Preventive Medicine, which I just pulled that graph from. It's sort of like what to expect at different phases of maturity for women, and he's 19, so he can also correlate that with women as well. I wrote that for guys like you, actually, in particular. Why do these 304s? You can't just call them hoes, right? Like to be degraded in bed. Is it degrading? Why do they like that? Because it's a show of, well, it's dominance, right? It's what is it? I think every damn girl that's been on our show, that's been on Access Vegas, and I think I could probably speak for the girls on Whatever and Fresh and Fit as well. I don't see, that's the thing. Is it degrading? I don't think it's necessarily degrading. I think that's in the context of, well, if you're spitting in her face and she likes it, right? Or she's giving you like sloppy toppy, right? Or she's whatever. Oh, it's degrading. Well, it's only degrading if you're not getting it and she's into it, right? And some other guy's getting it. Like, what is degrading and what isn't? Like I said before, anything can become normal. So is rough sex normal or is it aberrant? Because that's the behavior. Is it aberrant behavior or is it normative behavior? Is it socially acceptable? Is it like pro-social behavior or is it aberrant antisocial behavior? And of course, everybody will go and of course take this clip and they'll go, Rollo's immoral. He's telling us not to. No, I'm not. I'm just saying I'm making the distinction right there. So in what context is it? Degrading? Degrading what? Maybe they're into it. Maybe actually it's reinforcing. Maybe it's empowering. I have heard women who are into BD and personally I've heard from women who are into BDSM and all kinds of kink stuff. And they find it very empowering, especially when they're the ones that are doing it. I can't get behind that. I know, like my good friend Domo, who is a dominatrix, I guess. Is that what you would call her? Good. She's my eyes and ears into the industry, the sex work industry, and she was telling me that a lot of guys, like high powered guys, come to her and they love to be like berated and degraded and debased, whatever you want to call it. Like if you choose your adjective, right? in, you know, it's like the sex dungeon or something, and they pay top dollar for that. And like that, I kind of can understand, at least from like, it's because it's a role reversal, because usually these guys are, you know, if they can pay that kind of money, they probably can make that kind of money. And yeah, is it to me anyways, I would be repulsed by something like that, because like, I think from a conventional evolved situation, man should be the one who's the dominant one in the bedroom. Right. But you reverse that and you make it normal. Like I said, anything can become normal. There's your $5 answer. There's your $100 answer to a $5 super chat. Did you see FNF Friday? There was some part-time lawyer chick, OnlyFans chick, came on with stats and studies. You need to do another daytime show with Myron. It's funny you should say that. I got a call from, or I got a text from Myron. I think it was like that day. It might have been Friday after that, but he actually said, hey, you know, when can you come out to Miami again? So I might actually make another trip out there end of this month. I am in Tahoe this month. I will probably not be flying anywhere or making any like major trips other than like say down to Vegas to do the shows or anything that's sort of in the state of Nevada. I will probably not leave the state of Nevada for the month of August. So just if you want me on your show, please wait till September or the end of the month. I will be in Lake Tahoe starting August 1st. And yes, my daughter is getting married. And yes, I am well aware of, where'd you put that? Wait. Somebody threw this on there. Here we go. Facts. I saw Studio 21. You mean 21 Studios interview when Rolo had short hair. Weird. Why is it weird? I thought that was actually a really good. I did a state of you're referring to my State of the Manosphere address in 2018 when actually I was doing things for the 21 convention, which I should say the now defunct 21 convention. Yes, people, I have seen the rumors are true. I saw the copy and pastes and the announcement that the 21 convention is officially canceled for 2023. I don't know if there's some sort of want to bring it back, but apparently it is not going to happen this year. Probably because nobody wants to work with a psychotic pathological personality. And that's that. So wash my hands of it. I have nothing further to say, except I told you so. Let's see. Who else has got my... if this seems like a... oh, hey, Trader. What's up, man? How are you? Thank you very much. Trader SZ. Trader SZ and Miguel Munoz are my financial advisors, and Trader SZ has always been rock solid. If you are looking for advice on crypto, he's the one to go to. He's one of my go-to guys. Man, Miguel, those two guys. Thank you, Trader SZ, and we talk some good shit because it's funny. I don't think a lot of people really realize the crossover there is between the crypto community and the Red Pill community. Similarly, with like say the entrepreneur / real estate community as well. I don't think people really fully appreciate the fact that there's a lot. Like I remember when I went to Rebel Capitalist, which is George Gammon's event, and I didn't go this year, but I've been gone for the last 2 years, and I was actually surprised how many people were like that I knew from like Red Pill stuff that were already there. So there's a lot of crossover, also in the fitness side of things as well, as you might guess. I think you came pretty close getting the dirty laundry out on the air with Lauren and Destiny. That's why Destiny and his tribe are coming after you and doxing your daughter. Oh, yeah, of course. Well, they're not the first ones to do it, but, they're the most recent ones to do it. And they always, when they decide that they want to dox my daughter, they always go look for old pictures because they won't find anything. God forbid they'd actually use something that's recent. They would much rather use pictures of me when my daughter was 7 fucking years old. Okay. My daughter's now 25 years old. So guys, up your fucking game. If you're going to go and dig shit up and you're going to dox my daughter, and let's see, my wife, my dogs, my mother-in-law, all of which have been doxed. Yes, even my dog. Well, not Ned, but like my other dogs have been doxed, literally. Because they were in the pictures. If you're going to do that, at least try to do something recent. If you're going to fuck me, all right? So when I do a copyright strike on you, or I do a privacy strike on you, or I do, let's see, a defamation lawsuit on you, at least make me look a little bit better. Yeah, and I don't mind, quite honestly, I don't mind if people go and they want to make me look like they want to get like middle schoolish and like, put a little mustache on me and he's got a dick. Yeah, you can go do that with my image all you want. But when you're like doing it with my daughter, who is not a public figure, thank you very much. As much as Brittany Venti would like to. So I love how she she put that little disclaimer right beforehand. Like she knew, okay, his daughter's really a public figure. No, she's not actually. And she did pageants. Yeah, that doesn't mean shit. There are plenty of other girls and women who've done pageants over the years who are in no way public figures. She's not a winner of like Miss Nevada or anything like that. So she is effectively not a public figure. And yes, you could be held liable for defamation and slander. I could throw that out there as well. Lord knows it's been used against me several times, but and I know the protocol. Yeah. Do I want to? Brittany Venti is kind of I have my own spies that tell me stuff too, and I know quite a bit about Brittany as well. Brittany is, if she's not autistic, she's certainly on the spectrum. Let's just put it that way. She's kind of got that like cow-eyed look, and it's everything is monotone, and she's like that. And it's like, where did this come from? She used to be a Twitch streamer, I think. Yeah, there's some real interesting video of her, and there are actually nudes of her out there too. Trust me on that one. My spies have been very productive. You think you have spies? I got spies too. If you'd like to be one, please hit me up. You want to tell me something? Hey, Rilla, my first super chat. Read all five books. You know what? Bravo. You get one of those. And let's see, what else should I give you? Here. Someone who has actually read the books. Thank you. Ed Lamas. Thank you for connecting the dots. That's all I do, man. Thank you for reading the dots that were connected. Off topic. Are FNF racists or trolls? They are neither, my friend. And I know that from personal experience. But there's that attention you were looking for. I recently saw the Access Vegas clip of the girl deflecting all the blame to men for pure girls doing OnlyFans. Pure girls. I would ask, do meth addicts force people to become dealers? No, probably not. You would buy the dog tags? I think it might be time to put some dog tags out. All right. All right. This was too good. Is geopolitics something that you might consider talking about in regards to dropping birth rates and women's education level? It's not just affecting the first world, but also the third world. I have actually had that conversation, and I have done a full episode on George Gammon's channel about Malthusian economics, geopolitics, Malthusian plans for birth control or world population control, and how although I disagree that hormonal birth control was initially created to be some sort of mass population control, it probably has turned into that. It's certainly a useful invention. I'm not saying that was its initial purpose in the 60s. I don't think people had that kind of foresight. I think what's interesting to me, like whenever people like throw out like conspiracy theories about like way back in the day, like it's the moon landing or God knows what else, right? Hormonal birth control. It's the Rockefellers and it's the shadow government of the elves, right? Or dem boys, whatever stupid euphemism you're using right now. No, it wasn't. Because you got to remember, like you're looking at things in like a historical context, like a historical perspective of like 1965, right? We didn't have internet, we didn't have a cell phone, we didn't have this and so we look at it through the lens of everything we know up to 2023. And so you go, that was the plan all along. You're just basically reverse engineering, your own like suspicions and conspiracies, right? No, you think that they knew that back? Of course they didn't. They didn't know what they're doing, but I mean, maybe they saw the utility of it. There's a lot that went on, between 1965 and 1975, as I've said before, and I've done shows on that. But you're looking at that, but beware. I don't care if you're like the dyed in the wool conspiracy guy. We never landed on the moon. Then why would they go? Why would they do that? Why would that even be a thing? Why would they even go to the extent of trying to fake everything? in 1966, whatever, 68, 67. Why would they go to all that problem? Why would they Sputnik? We're going to send a monkey into space. We're going to send a dog in space, whatever, you know. Why go through all that? Why years of that? Why? It was a Cold War. But there's a lot of other ways you could have gone about it, right? But beware of reverse engineering your suspicions and your conspiracies. That's all I'm asking. You might be 100% right, but at the very least, in your being right, like consider the fact that you're looking through history through the lens of what you know now and what they knew then. Nobody does it. Absolutely no one does that. And like what it could have been. Hey, here's an idea. It could have been we created hormonal birth control because guys wanted to get laid, because we wanted to fuck. It could have been just as simple as that. There needs to be a book on the red pill about guys, because if manipulation is a woman's game, deceitfulness certainly is in most men's art. Are you sure? I would argue against that. Not necessarily deceit, but certainly, let's just say persuasion. Go read The Art of Seduction by Robert Greene. Basically speaks to what you're talking about. I don't see what we call deceit. See, when you use terms like deceitfulness and what was that other guy? Degradation, right? When you use terms like that, those terms have connotations. I'm not saying that they're necessarily wrong, but understand that you're using a term that has connotations attached to it. Deceitfulness, degradation. Okay, well, according to what? And people say, well, Rolla, you're just amoral or you're immoral. That's why you use that language. No, that's not. I'm using that because it will at least put things in a better perspective for you so you can see the function behind it. So if you can see the function behind a psychological or a human dynamic or behavioral dynamic like that and see why it would exist in the first place, it's going to help you have a much better understanding. And even if you say, well, it's good or it's bad. Okay, fine. Good and bad are just best practices. How do we deal with this technology? How do we deal with this information? How do we deal with this data? How do we deal with women's nature and men's nature? Well, first of all, we have to have at least enough of an understanding of those natures to create what's called a predictive framework. And I'm not saying it's even accurate, 100% accurate, but it's enough that we can make predictions using that framework. We might update it, we might change it along the way, but at least we can make some predictions with that. And from that, we can decide whether, something's a good practice and something's a bad practice. Problem is technology and shit changes so fast that by the time we figure out what's good or bad, or a good practice or bad practice, what's beneficial behavior to sort of address this, we get to the point where it's like it's now obsolete. It's null and void because we got this new invention. And while we were fucking dicking around trying to figure out like, that's good, it's bad, we used to do it this way and we do it now. And by the time you figured that out for yourself, there's like 3 or 4 other inventions or new data that comes by that just completely obliterates all the things that you thought you were going to be able to, use that information to say it's good or it's bad. So it helps when you don't use words that are, you want to know why I always talk about like the definition between like say empirical language versus emotional language. Emotional language is meant to persuade. It's meant to make you feel something. So if we're going to say, well, it's deceitful. Okay. It might be duplicitous. It might be a lie. It's a behavior, right? But, the problem is when you get into shit like this, then people say, well, all those red pill guys are preaching that, women ought to have deceitfulness and if women do it, then men must do it too. I'm the first one to tell you that that's not, I've said that, literally said that that's not the case and so many different times. How do you overlook a woman's past? You don't. How did you do it? That's where I struggle. No, I realize, you know how you overlook a woman's past? You have a past of your own. That's probably the best way. I think one of the reasons why guys can't get over, like, I'm presuming you mean like a woman's past in the terms of like her sexual past, her notch count, her sexual experience. Guys who don't fuck like are preoccupied with a woman's past. Guys who do fuck and have had partners a lot more or less, they're not the ones that are really like sort of agonizing over a woman's, unless it's like really super high, right? And in that case, what are you doing? How do you overlook a woman's past? Well, you simply, you can either just say, hey, fuck it, I don't care. I just want to, think in terms of like the proximate goal, which is I just want to tap that ass. I just want to get laid. Okay. Or you can look at it in terms of like relationships and the long-term security and long-term relationships and marriage, whatever else it is. And in that case, you might say, well, this is not something that's for me. And you vet that woman and you move on. Recreational use only. You know why women get so upset about that is because eventually women want to go from recreational use to I'm having his babies. I want him to, he's going to settle on me. He's going to wife me up. Because when you say recreational use only, it sort of, it typecasts a certain type of woman. And those women might fill that archetype pretty well at that moment. And then like later on, they realize, I think most women realize that at some point they're going to have to get out of the club before the lights come on, so to speak, at 29, 30, 31 years old. And no, I'm not saying they hit the wall. No, I'm just saying up here they do. They don't know that. At some point they want to get into a long-term relationship. A mental point of origin show would be amazing. I have done those. Mental point of origin. It's not what you think it is. It's not put yourself first, brah. No, that's not what it is. It's your thought process. I think when people talk about, like, when they ask me about like mental point of origin, because that's like one of like the major premises in my first book. I think they want to simplify it because it's kind of the way I describe it. Sorry. It's a pretty complex concept. I link it to enlightened self-interest, of course, as you guys have heard before, but it's a mental model rather than like sort of something you tell yourself. You don't need to be reminded of it all the time. Once you have mental point of origin, you have it. You don't have to go, oh man, I got to really start thinking about that. You once it becomes second nature, then you don't even think about it. You don't even talk about it. Guys who are naturals, Corey Worthington, the alpha Buddhas, the guys who don't think about being alpha, like that's just what they do. They don't have those conversations with themselves. They don't say, oh, did I do that right? Did I put myself first? It just happens. That's why I said it's alpha. That's why I said Corey Worthington of all people. And not anymore, but back when in the day, Corey Worthington was what I called the alpha Buddha, meaning like he was in a Zen state of alphaness. He was alpha. Meaning that like his natural innate second nature was to sort of behave in an alpha manner without any self-conscious or morals or self-consciousness, whatever, self-awareness. He just was. And I don't think enough people realize that that's something that you can actually aspire to and you can actually develop in yourself. But because a lot of people think it's like something you just sort of, you're born with, it's in your DNA. In a world majoritarily, that a word? Autistic, persuasion is usually perceived as deceitfulness. Okay, of course it is. So also guys being guys and just like ribbing each other and fucking with each other, that's also interpreted as bullying or hazing, or somebody wants to fuck with you too. Well, that's not what it is. But in the case of my previous chat, I was talking about most clout chasers in the manosphere. Yeah. God damn it. You're going to make me go back and grab your thing again here, aren't you? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I don't know. That you saw the manipulation thing. I wouldn't term it like that. I wouldn't put it in terms of like deceitfulness or manipulation. I mean, hell, if you want that book, I already wrote it. It's the Player's Handbook. People, if you want to say, well, Rollo's teaching, guy, he's preaching and teaching and and it could be deceitful and manipulative, and guys could use this for their own selfish, immoral ends. Well, you could. Absolutely, you could. You could also use the 48 laws of power to educate yourself on how to use those laws of power for deceitful and manipulative, things as well. That's an evil book. We can't let the prisoners in the prison system get a hold of the 48 laws of power. My God, what would the world become? It's information, but the manipulation side, the deceitful side, that using that information for your own selfish gains rather than being pro-social and using them, I should say, for women's, ultimate pleasure and ultimate goals is wrong. Very, very wrong. Or is it? Oh, yeah. And Devil Mountain Coffee. Wait. Oh, do I have that? Where did I go? I have to. What time is it? Oh, I got to do the drop. Here we go. Here's a drop. Devil Mountain Coffee, sponsored by Devil Mountain Coffee, which I happen to be drinking right now. This is the Nitro Brew, which is, if I'm a little amped, that's why. Rollo's doing crank. He's doing meth on the shit. No. Devil Mountain. Although I don't have the cup. I should have brought the cup on. My bad. Sorry, guys. Okay, let's keep going. So today, let's when is Rolla gonna get to the topic? I've been trying. Those are all your clippable moments right there. Now, what I wanted to talk about today was the difference between dualistic mating strategy and the long-term mate shifting hypothesis. And I have talked about this in the past, but I have a little bit of a clip here that I want to dig into. But before we do, we have to watch a little bit more of this because this is so good. It was so clever. I loved how they did this.
Do you have a six-pack?
Yes.
Can I see your six-pack? Ooh.
You guys want some soup?
So, can you bench press me?
How much you weigh?
I weigh 40 kilograms.
I can bench press 3 or 4 of you.
Where are you from?
From England.
England.
Yeah, originally from Nigeria. Are you from here?
No, I'm from Mongolia.
Oh, right. Oh, nice.
I have to say that you are the biggest human I've ever seen. You're like the real life Incredible Hulk.
Oh, thanks. I mean, well, we've been doing this for a long time, so, you know, it just kind of comes to the territory after a while. You always stick out. So when you go to the place like airport, supermarket, and you kind of walk by, yeah, I know, thank you, yeah, thank you very much, yeah, I know.
First time reading someone of your size, so wow, you're incredibly impressive, sir.
Oh, thank you very much, thank you.
Do you eat diet?
You're incredibly impressive, sir.
Yes, I eat quite regularly. I mean, for me, I kind of eat, I get about 6 meals a day.
So I know, like, you're very important and very busy, so I'm only going to ask super serious questions, okay?
Sure.
Okay, scale of 1 to 10, how strong are you?
I would say I'm probably about an 8.
If you're an 8, who's a 10?
You get strong man. You get guys that are really, guys that actually dedicate themselves purely on lifting really heavy.
Right, the power lifters.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Because I was a flight attendant for 2.
Now, why am I putting this out there? Now, let me come back in for you. Why am I using this to kick things off here? I want you guys to pay attention to the body language here, the vocal intonations, that the sub communications that are going on between the women and this large bodybuilding black fellow. Okay, have pay attention. I could turn the volume off to force you to listen to this, but the conversation is actually kind of important too.
2.5 years. Whoa. I never saw anybody as big as you as a passenger.
Last year when I was traveling, I was flying to Texas, and I got on a plane and I couldn't fit in the seat.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you always had to fly business class. I didn't even know business or first was big enough for you.
Business class is not so bad. I think business class is still fits. I think most of the time it's my wife that gets the brunt of it because she got to sit next to me. And this half takes up half her shoulder, that half takes off half the aisle. So it's constantly okay, I'm playing dodgeball with people going past.
What about drinking, drinking alcohol? Do you drink?
Not often. I mean, for me, it's only in occasions if we are going out for celebrating something, and we don't really get much of that often, sort of time in it, so.
So how do you release your stress, if you don't drink?
I go out, I do everything else. I can still have fun, still travel.
Have sex a lot.
And I do a lot of walking. So for me, that is my stress relief. That is what I love to do.
Can you show me a push-up?
Yeah, sure. Push-up like that.
Can I sit on top?
Oh, yeah, sure.
That's it?
Yep.
If you think you're
okay, well, before we get to the next one, remember that laugh, that sort of giddy kind of it's at that schoolgirl laugh. Because I was asked earlier in the show today, it's what about dominance? What about was it rough sex and stuff like that? What is it? How do you know that a woman has genuine desire for you? She is comfortable in doing that. I don't mean the little girl, but I mean just acting like the little girl. Right. Suddenly she goes from being this boss bitch or alpha female to demurring to a guy who is clearly not like other guys. you'll see this a lot. And I hate to even use the comparison, but if you look at like Henry Cavill and you look at the interviews of him with his co-stars from The Witcher or like whatever else, and you will see there was it Gal Gadot who was like really attracted to Cavill as well, because I think they were doing like Justice League or something like that. And you look at the body language and just the interaction between the two of them. I could probably do a whole show on just the body language and the subcommunications between the two of them. But for purposes of this show, you have to remember what the sort of the deference is to this guy who's clearly like, definitely let's just say conventionally masculine. I think we can agree about that.
You're an 8. Do you think you can beat me in arm wrestling? Can we test you guys? Is it possible? Of course. Yeah. Okay, arm wrestling. How? Do we have a table? Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
1, 2, 3.
Go.
No, you have to do it for real.
I am doing it for real.
No.
I'm not saying, look, my muscles flexing.
Okay.
I'm doing it for real.
Okay, so can we say that I won?
I think if you get another inch lower, then we can officially call you a winner. One more, almost there. Oh no, what happened?
Oh, darn it.
You do.
Okay. Flirting. Now, granted, I understand it's under a controlled environment. They're in a white room. They got video on. It's observing the process will change the process. I get it. But the subcommunications are still there. Even when Henry Cavill is doing his interviews with his co-stars, it's still under a controlled setting, right? They know the cameras are on. They know they're going to be asked these awkward questions, but women can't help but display those subconscious behaviors. So again, there is a point to this. So let's continue.
Of course not. I can only do a girl. I can only do a girl push-up, not a boy push-up.
Yeah, that's a good one. Let me see.
No, I can't do it. I'll probably just fall.
I just did like 5. You got to do 1. Ready? 1.
I can't.
2. 1 more. 3. Yes. See, that's cool. Oh, you see now you're going to rope now. Nice.
So do you get tired of people like asking you to flex for them?
It's funny how like the girl, like, okay, so you have like remember the reason why I pulled this out was because you're looking at, first of all, the young girl, you're looking at the blonde who is probably the most, of the sort of attractive age, right? And then you've got the older girl this gal right here, who looks like she's like a clinician, right? She looks like she's gonna like take your temperature or like, draw blood or something like that. And she tends to ask the more kind of like sciencey based shit.
I mean, after a while, you're kind of like, yeah, I've heard that a lot of mine. But at the same time, you always got to look back deep on that you're not something everybody sees.
Yeah.
So for you, it's just another one. For most people, it's the first time. So you have to always be open-minded in that, and they're going to be that way about it. So yeah.
You're like a bodybuilder, right?
Yeah.
You work out a lot. What type?
All right, so I would classify this girl in the same category as like the blonde girl here too. Although she's flirty, but she's not quite as overt about it.
Like body type is your
preference.
Yeah, preference.
I don't think I have like a preference anymore because when I was young, young guys, we always like slim girls, big ass tits. Like we always that used to be our thing, I started realizing you can't be like this anymore. Everybody has something interesting to offer. Mm-hmm. So I like very interesting people. I like people that have a story,
So you don't see body.
You still see body because I'm a man. You still see body, but if you can't speak and have a conversation, that doesn't work, So yeah.
How much do you work out?
6 days a week, an hour a day. Do you work out?
Yes, I do.
Oh, nice. What do you do?
I will right after this.
I do cheerleading.
Oh, nice. Wow. You show me any of your cheerleading skills?
I can do tumbling.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Oh, wow. Actually,
this guy is a good balance between the guy. Now, remember what we were saying before when it comes to, let me pull this out real quick. When it comes to dual mating strategy, you're looking at a guy who has to embody, let's just say. Now, granted, he's a bodybuilder. He's very over the top. I'm not saying like every chick would be like all about this, but a lot of girls are. I think a lot of people who say that, like when you listen to women saying, oh, I don't want a guy who looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't want a guy who looks like this, right? I don't want a guy that looks like he's a walking house or some shit like that. Maybe when we were talking about when that girl Kat on Access Vegas was talking about how she felt like insecure, or she didn't feel secure, or she felt threatened. Remember, that was actually directed at Adam because she was in the throuple with Adam at that time. But let's also take into account the Zerka's a pretty big motherfucker. He's like 6'5". I mean, he is tall. He is taller than Justin Waller. I mean, that dude is like freaking tall and wide and built and everything else, right? So I don't know if he's on trend. Don't ask me that. I don't know. I don't know what he's on. But besides Adderall, I do know he's on Adderall. I mean, maybe there's some sort of like there's sort of that physically imposing side of things. I know I've heard a lot of people make an issue about how Jordan Peterson will talk about how like, you have to be capable of violence. You have to be a man who's capable of violence, but you have to keep it under control. That's what makes a real man. No, it doesn't. It's actually exercising that capacity for violence. That's actually what it's really about, or making it so obvious that you have the capacity for violence that no one would question it. Like, you're that fucking big. Like, you're this big, right? You're that, like, you look like you could probably take a punch. You could probably take one of the chin and again come back and like beat the living tar out of somebody else. You probably could. But even still, what is it? I hate to use metaphor. Sorry, I'm going to use a metaphor. Sorry. But a sword in a sheath is just a sheath until you take it out of the sheath. So and use it. And I am sick to death of listening to this bullshit about like, oh, you got to be a man who's capable. You got to be a dangerous man. Yeah, well, you have to actually exercise that capacity, or people think you're a coward. Seriously, there's no difference between a guy who has a capacity for violence and who does not have a capacity for violence if they're never display that, if they never exercise that, if it's never made clear, if it's never demonstrated for people. That's why people want to say, yeah, well, I'm an alpha male because I'm a sword in a sheath. And boy, if you just rattle my sword, rattle my sheath or whatever, scabbard, I'm going to take it out and use it one of these days. Unless you actually are displaying that in some way, shape, or form, it's indistinguishable from cowardice. Because if you've got a black belt in God knows what else, Kali, right? Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Name your martial art. If you have a black belt on, or if you have you're a black belt in whatever, and you never display that, people never know. Like I use this analogy all the time. Like you have like John Fitch, for example, MMA champion fighter for MMA. Hasn't done it in a while, but like I have seen the tapes. I know he has. I definitely know that John Fitch has a capacity for violence. Seen it on display. In competitive sense, right? I know he could probably kick ass. He could probably beat my ass. I am not ashamed to say that. I have a capacity for violence as well, but I will just defer to the professionals in this situation. But if you never saw him using it, he looks like a guy. He looks like the dude from Easy Rider. And I love John. John, love you. But he looks, you would not. He looks like the guy that you would, the good old boy drinking beer in the trailer park. And there's a lot of trailer parks in Reno, just saying. If you're gonna like spam, at least like make it interesting, bro. Like, I like spam if it's like something that's like clever. But if you were to look at John just walking down the street, you wouldn't know he was, he's got several titles, right? So, but that's the thing, is it does. And if here's the thing, if John were to get into a fight with somebody, or like to post up on some guy at like a bar or something like that, and then back down off of it because the dude was drunk, he was like, I don't want to kill you, man. Sorry. I'll vaya con Dios. See you later. It seems like he backed down. He pushed out. Unless you see it demonstrated, it looks exactly like cowardice. And it just if you talk about it, it sounds like it's bravado. So it has to be something that has to be there. What is that? Is that John LaVille? I don't know. Why does that name sound familiar to me? I do like MMA fighting, by the way. Just saying. I have practiced Taekwondo and Kali. I still practice Kali right now. So just so you know. Okay, so let's continue just a little bit more. But the reason I'm drawing attention to this is because you're looking at a guy who, in a certain sense, is the kind of guy who is like definitely he's attractive enough that women like want to flirt with him, and they get all coy and demure, and even the little girl giggles, and the older, the mid, let's say the 20-something, maybe late 20-something blonde wants to have arm wrestling, wants to touch him, basically. Wants to have Kino. That's Kino, by the way. kinesthetics, and she initiates it, not him. She initiates it. And so in a sense, he's kind of like, and then also, by the way, so you could also see him demonstrating the fact that he's talking to the little girl, and the little girl is, asking him, can you bench press me? Can I get on your back? And, he's giggling. And so he's like showing these almost like these fatherly qualities. So not only is he in great shape, he's someone that is attractive enough that women want to get with him, he's also displaying the fatherly qualities with the little girl. And he's also talking about, when I was younger, I want to get with as much ass as I possibly could. But, dude, why? I know you're not Aaron Clary, because Aaron Clary doesn't fucking spam like that. But he shows off all these qualities of sort of the whole package, right? And at the end of this, you kind of you'll understand why. Let me throw this in here.
Do that?
Do you have cheat meal?
Oh yeah. I love pizza.
Oh, me too.
Yeah,
Do you eat often, like cheat meal?
80% will be like clean food, and then 20% will be whatever I want it to be.
Okay.
So majority of my meals would just be like your regular day, chicken, steak, rice, oats, those kind of things. And then after that, the next 20% is, if I want to have pizza, I can have pizza. If I want to have any kind of noodles or anything like that.
I thought bodybuilder have to eat chicken breast every day.
Oh no, you eat chicken breast every day, but that's not just, you eat other things as well, most people think that is just rice and chicken and nothing else, but you have to vary your food. So I eat different things, steak, fish, salmon, all those kind of things. They all come together for me. If you just eat chicken and breast every day, you'd be bored. So you get to enjoy a different style of food every time. So yeah.
And I wanted to ask you, what is your plan for surviving the zombie apocalypse?
Be the biggest guy around and no one can take down.
Okay, biggest guy. Can you take
How will you protect me?
me with you during the zombie apocalypse?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, all right. If I'm going to be on your team, I feel safe then.
Yeah.
Have you been bullied?
Catch that? What did she just say, children? What did she just say?
Hello there, children. How's it going?
I feel safe on your team. Security? Long-term security?
Not so much, no.
Not so much.
No.
How often do you work out?
6 days a week. I have normally 1 day off and just have rest in there, but we don't live in a gym as people think. People think like.
Okay, and what is your go-to song at karaoke?
I don't sing. I got this big, deep voice, man. If I sing, I'd say I'll break
Not even happy birthday to you.
Birthday to you. You see, that even sounds intimidating.
Yes. So how?
See? Beauty and the Beast. Tame the Savage Beast. He's actually not a beast. He's actually a cool bro, man. He's cool. Let's hang out. You can keep me safe during the zombie apocalypse.
Longest.
Hour and a half, max.
Oh.
That's it.
Maximum 1 hour.
Maximum 1.5 hours. 1.5 hours. So
okay.
yeah, when you're like this size, you're in the gym for hours and hours and hours. No,
at least 2 hours, I thought. All right, next question. If you were a bird, what kind of bird would you be? Hawk. Okay. You can see for miles.
I knew it. I would be a hawk too.
Miles away.
Exactly. You can fly above the sea and pick out fish, and as you dive down, grab them. Come on. This is the coolest thing ever. I think I want to be one now.
You are a hawk. That would work absolutely.
So I have some health questions for you that I'm concerned about as I'm getting older. How do you manage pain, like joint pain and inflammation?
What we tend to do is, I'm always on joint supplements, but the most thing is being able to recognize and be careful what you do.
Can you continue to bodybuild and work out until you're like 60, 70 or older? Or?
Yeah, because Arnold right now, he's 78. You probably won't be able to do it at the level of competitively.
Yeah.
But
I'll tell you what's interesting is because I'm glad the reason why I picked this really was because of the sort of the demographic shift here. Like you got the young girl, you got the girl in the red dress, you got the Asian girl, and then you got the older woman. Clearly, probably say her 50s, late 40s, 50s. Looks like I said, a clinician of some sorts, but like you're looking across a demographic spectrum and look at the responses and look at the reactions and how the blonde and the Asian girl, the older Asian girl, flirt with them. The younger girl kind of looks at him as sort of like, oh, he's a strong guy. Like he still has that sort of like childlike, it's innocent, don't get me wrong, but it's like looking for a protector, a father figure, right? Somebody who's going to like, oh, he's very strong, right? And then you've got the old, and I think probably the most interesting part of this is the response of the older women or older woman in this, in that there's still that attraction there. But I think it's more like she's more curious about him rather than like having some sort of like realistic presumption that she might actually get with this guy.
You can carry on doing it in the gym and just staying in that. You're trying to keep young by being very active. You know, I think the gym I go to, there's a guy that's been there. He goes, man, he was 98. And he comes to the gym still with his walking stick, and he goes on the treadmill and he walks for 20 minutes. So for me, I'm like, wow, I look at that and go, man, okay, yeah, I get it.
He's an inspiration.
Yeah, definitely.
And I wanted to ask you, like, if you could magically have like some kind of junk food that did not affect prep, what would you just eat forever?
Pizza.
If you could. Pizza? Okay. Have you had pizza here in Korea yet?
I have not. That one I haven't.
You're in for a surprise. There's like shrimp and sweet potatoes and corn on it.
That sounds like.
So future forecasting. Do you guys like that? You know, it's funny. And remember, this is unscripted, right? So I mean, she's going to ask questions and whatever, but the future forecasting that goes on here, is this not manipulative? Right? If a guy were doing the same thing and having this sort of like this ongoing conversation, like she's like laying game on him at this point. But we don't think of it. We definitely see the attraction between the two of them, or certainly for her, anyways. I don't know, cure for him, but not Natty, definitely not Natty. But she's already future forecast. She's already on a date with him.
What kind of pizza? What's your hobbies?
My hobbies are playing with friends and playing video games.
Oh, you play video games?
Yes.
What kind of video games do you like?
I play Roblox.
All right, so let me see. Next one. Would you rather swim in a pool of Nutella or a pool of maple syrup?
I can't swim at all, so I think if the Nutella is thick enough, I might be able to crawl through. Muscle.
When guys, like such as myself, when guys tell you, like, in some cases, like, presume the sale, right? Sometimes all you have to do is not fuck things up. This is an example of not fucking things up. Not that he did, but like, I'm just saying, like, when a girl's asking you if you'd rather swim in Nutella or maple syrup, like, where do we go from there? What do you get from that?
Don't float too well.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You would sink.
Like a rock.
How do you do workout when you're traveling? And diet would be like the managing things. It would be hard for you?
I mean, it's harder when you're traveling, I think. But what happens now, you know, with technology now, it makes the world an easier place. So you open Google Maps, you can find the closest gym.
Yeah. Okay.
Very quickly. You can find where you can get foods and what kind of food they serve very quickly. So with those kind of things, it helps you sort of plan. It's always, you always have to plan well ahead before you do it.
Let's see, my last question that I want to ask you, do you do any other sports besides
I used to play rugby. I used to play that a lot. But
let me ask you this. So I don't know what these women's like personal situations are, but do you get the idea that the older woman here is like married? Like she's in a relationship, like maybe marriage or like long-term relationship. Let's just say let's just say married for sake of argument. Do you think that she's maybe married, but listen to the question she said.
I was doing both at the same time, and I stuck with this, and Lord knows I ended up doing this as a living.
So this is an actual serious one. How would you like to be remembered when people look back and see your career and your life, just all of it?
I think, you know, I hope that.
Are you someone that I'm going to be able to admire when we get old and we have reached old age and you've done something significant in your life? Future forecasting.
I want to inspire people in my future, what I've done, and say, look, this is what happens if you've gone through trials and you just don't give up and you believe in your goal and you really do everything you can to achieve it.
That's lovely.
Thanks.
Oh my goodness.
I know you must be inspiring so many people. Thank you. You gave me energy too. So thank you.
Oh yeah. I'm sure she has lots of energy. I gotta go work some of this energy off now. But the whole, I'll finish it out. This is actually a pretty good show. I'll put, I know this is, I forget the name of this. There's actually a proper name for it. It's on, I pulled this off. Somebody linked this to me on Instagram a while back. I'll put the link in the description after the show's over. But yeah, I got to go get rid of some of this energy right now. Woo!
Samson, that was marvelous. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm like scared.
Can I shake your hand?
Of course.
Do I come too?
There you go. Nice speaking to you.
Yes, very nice speaking to you
No.
too.
So nice to meet you.
Oh, likewise. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So good. All right. That's enough. That was good. But notice the response between those two. So, is it? We'll talk about that here in a second. Actually, let me go back through these. In fact, I'll start with yours as a matter of fact. It's gross. Is it gross? Oh, it's gross. You have to roid up to get interest. This is the thing. You don't have to, maybe not that extreme. You certainly have, well, you have to get roided. You have to be in shape. You have to be impressive. You have to be in some way outstanding. You have to be out of the ordinary. That's why this is, why does this work? If they had just a regular old dude, like if they had a guy, it could be a black dude, it could be a Latino, whatever, it could be any guy, but he didn't look that physically impressive, would they be asking the same questions? Well, probably not, because he's a bodybuilder, got it. But would they have had the same reaction? They had a different conversation, obviously, but would they have the same reactions? And the answer is simply no, because you're looking at a guy who is physically impressive. And then, again, using the young girl, the blonde, the Asian girl, I would presume she's Korean, and then the older woman. That's why I love this whole thing, because you're looking at you're looking at a demographic, a lifespan, really, and what are the reactions? It's very similar to where to go? Very similar to this right here. So I don't know how old the younger girl was, but let's just say, for sake of argument, she's like 15, 13. 15. I don't even know how old she would be. 10, 12. I'm bad with ages. So alpha short-term physicality from the get-go, from the jump. And you'll also notice that, like, when a woman gets older, if you look at the peak SMV for men right there, 30s. I don't know how old this guy is, but he's probably like early 30s. Affluence provisioning becomes important. Status becomes really important, more or less after, like, say, a woman hits her peak sexual market value years, which right around 23, 24 years old. And physicality is something that goes from really beginning to end, but the prioritization in that sort of the priority order of prerequisites for a woman, you'll notice the questions that the older woman asked were more about, like, curiosity. You could tell she's still attracted to the guy. I mean, it's very, like, if this, again, I use this for a reason here. And, well, Rolo, those guys are roided up. You have to actually be roided up to actually create that effect. Not necessarily, but I'm using those as extreme examples. In this case, as extreme examples of the complete package here. You're looking at a guy who seems down to earth, seems like a really good dude. If he was not built like that and he still had the same attitudes, he'd still probably be an attractive guy. He'd still be somebody that, like, maybe Annie or all of these women, or even the little girl, right? Like, at some point they would, like, see as somebody that they would be attracted to. But is he as desirable from a short-term sexual perspective? Now, I'm specifically referring to the blonde and the Asian girl, and maybe even the older one, right? So the complete package is there. It's important to have that example, because when I get into the dual mating strategy versus the mate switching hypothesis, it's important to keep that in mind, because the mate switching hypothesis is almost entirely dependent on the beta buck side, the attraction side of the equation that we just saw right now. It practically ignores, like, wholesale ignores the alpha fuck side of alpha fucks, beta bucks, what we classically call hypergamy. It's there is an overemphasis, I think, really, and I would say in probably the last, like, 5-6 years, on the part of well-established psychologists, evolutionary psychologists or otherwise, to focus almost entirely on the beta buck side, and I mean beta bucks in this, and this is a reference point. I'm not saying it's bad or it's good. I'm just saying that in an abstract term, like the provisioning, protection, and parental investment. Okay. Does this guy have those qualities? Provisioning, protection, and parental investment. Well, he definitely has protection in spades. Is he a violent guy? Could he use that? It certainly looks like he has the capacity to. Guys won't fuck with this dude because he like built like a brick shit house. Okay. Provisioning. I don't know how much he makes as a bodybuilder, but he wouldn't be on that show if he wasn't like somebody that, you know, people would have some sort of like respect for, right? You always saw the product placement. I don't know how much money the guy makes, but he seems like he's on top of his game, or at least he talks like a guy who would be on top of his game. And that's really all that's going to be conveyed to the women and, you know, when they're meeting them. And then parental investment. Well, we already seen that. He's talking to the little girl who really kind of in a way kind of sees him as a father figure, just almost by default. And so when people say you know, women want a dominant guy, it's usually because they're looking for that father figure in some way. And I could probably do an entire episode on just the whole father figure thing. But, you know, I think one of the first go-to rationales that women have when we talk about like older men and younger women, they think, oh, it's so horrible. I can't believe. There's a lot that goes on in the idea of like, say, Mike Sartain getting with Kylie. Mike Sartain's 45, Kylie's 21. They, oh, he's robbing the cradle. Well, is he? Because he's a well-established, good-looking guy who's very well-liked, social proof, so you know, pre-selection of the yin yang, makes a good chunk of change. He has provisioning, protection, and parental investment probably later. Certainly has the potential for parental investment, and women want to get with him. So what's the problem with a 45-year-old, a guy who is like that well-established, getting with a younger woman, or Leonardo DiCaprio for that matter? Was he in his late 40s, something like that? And now he cycles his girls from like 21 to 26 or 25, something like that. So when we look at it in those terms, I think the idea that women who would be into that are damaged, or they have daddy issues or something, there might be a kernel of truth to that. Because the dynamic between a more dominant, powerful, amuse mastery, a masterful guy, between that guy who has absolute solid 100% frame control and unquestionable frame control. Like, this is my world. Hell, every woman, including the little girl, all those the girl and the women in the show, they're in his frame. They wouldn't. The questions they asked is, "What's your world like? What's it like to be you? Do I want to be part?" Even the girl in the red dress. Okay, so we're on a date together, and would you rather swim in a pool of Nutella or maple syrup? Because I got to know what to buy right after this interview. I got to fill the bathtub with it. You know, what animal would you like to be? And by the way, that question, like, if you could be any animal in the world, what would you be? That, by the way, is an old pickup artist line. What animal would you like to be if you could be any animal you'd like? Like Mystery on a top hat and a big furry boa, feather boa. That's exactly a routine for pickup artists, is to ask, like, what animal would you want to be? And then, of course, you go into, well, the reason you say that you want to be a hawk or an eagle is because you seek freedom. And you'll come up with some, like, you know, schmaltzy, you know, new age, you know, energy and vibes bullshit about why you want to be a hawk or a fish or whatever the fuck it is, right? Because it's a conversation starter. And here's the woman giving it to him because she wants to know what his world and his frame is like. And so she wants to enter. She, of all of them, wants to enter into it. The girl in the red has already experienced too much alphas in her youth. That's why she goes full on question mode. Maybe, or there ain't enough alphas in her world, and here's her chance. I would argue the opposite. I don't necessarily think she's had a lot of alpha. I think that the appearance is that if a woman looks like that and she's asking those questions, she's wearing the red dress, she's got blonde hair, she's the only, like, I mean, let's say Anglo-looking girl in there, that we make presumptions about it. She's of all of those girls, and I mean, I'll maybe exclude the little girl, she's probably the one we would say is a 304. Right? But can we say that? Maybe it's the fact, maybe she's so eager to get with the guy. Let's just, first, assuming she is, or preceding the obvious here. Is it because she doesn't have enough of that in her life, or is it because that's just what she goes through? I would argue the opposite, because that guy's definitely an outlier. I mean, look at the guy. I mean, maybe certainly in Korea, he's an outlier. Thanks, Glenn. Here you go. What should I give you?
Well, I'm a whore.
That's just for you. Love you. Bye. Biology trumps race, religion, culture, language, and cults. Yeah, in a way. If you like Sun Communications, you should do a show on old FNF, Fresh and Fit show with Troy Francis when he demonstrates pickup on a girl in the red dress. Yeah. By the way, so what's the significance of the red dress? So the red dress, if we go by, let's say, ovulatory shift and the dual mating hypothesis, the red dress but it indicates sexual ornamentation. Hoop earrings. Why does Rolo always draw attention to the hoop earrings? Well, that's why. They are sexual ornamentation. A red cocktail dress, high heels. It is the well-studied phenomenon that women in their proliferative phase of their ovulatory cycle will wear more sexy, suggestive stuff. Amongst those, the red dress, the infamous red dress, also featured in the Matrix movie, by the way. But there's lots and lots of research on this. Hoop earrings. Watch any porn movie. Look at if a woman is wearing any earrings in porn, they are hoops. I don't know why. I don't know what it's symbolic of. People can say it's some Masonic, sign or something. The reason why is because the moon and the crescent moon and whatever. I don't know what the reason is, but hoop earrings are, and the bigger the hoop, the bigger the hoe, right? Yeah. Seriously. If a woman is wearing earrings in porn, it's not dangly earrings. It's not even a stud. It's sexual ornamentation. That giddy laugh, Beauty and the Beast archetype. I'm glad you brought that up. I'll return to that. We'll come back to that. That's actually an important observation. Is genuine desire communication entirely subconscious, or is there some degree of conscious manipulation from a woman's end? You and the manipulation thing, both. It's both subconscious and conscious. That's the thing. It's kind of like breathing, right? It's like your autonomous nerve system. Go take a deep breath. Just by me saying this, people will do this anyways. Take a deep breath. What you've done right now by me suggesting that and you going, you've just taken over your autonomous nerve system, right? You're breathing. Now, I'm going to continue talking to you here, and I'm not going to think about breathing here in a second because I hand it back off to sort of my subconscious, my autonomously breathing. Same concept in a sense. It's a biological. I mean, you think about sex appeal or arousal. An arousal state is a biological state. You can emphasize that. You can be in the moment, or you can not realize that it's happening to you. You can get flushed. By the way, when you see stuff like this, that expression on her face, she's not thinking, I'm going to make this face now. No, that's autonomous right there. I'm going to make a face. I'm going to bite my lip. Or Gal Gadot, when she's checking out Henry Cavill, the camera comes to her and she's like, looks away kind of thing. It's autonomous in that sense. It can be both. Rolo, you got a sample of that chick's giddy laugh and I should. You want me to? I'll use it. Nerdrotic brought you up on Friday with Think Before You Sleep. He really liked getting the chance to bash you. For what? Never met the dude. I think somebody sent me a clip of that. Not that one, but there was one before. And I wasn't going down. So here's I don't know what the guy has said. So I take this with a grain of salt. I knew that the guys from Nerdrotic were going to be at Sticky Paws because they were doing their annual Vegas thing. And the reason I knew that is because Chrissy Mayer had told me that. And I was actually supposed to do a show with Chrissy, but she also had a stand-up comedy gig that she was going to do. Now Chrissy has done interviews with Ryan Stone. And I knew her, and I had some correspondence with her. I even took a picture with her down at Sticky Paws when she was in the middle of the show. And so I'm very familiar with everybody at Sticky Paws, obviously. I pay them a lot of money to do what I do down there. And so I know everybody there. They let me in. I'm hanging out, whatever. And I guess their stage manager or somebody was just like, sees me hanging out, and they close the door, and they're like, all right, well, whatever. I'll just wait around and see when Chrissy comes out, because she was actually the person I was there to see. And again, I took pictures with her. I thought she was cool and whatever. And I don't know where neurotic guy is getting any of this shit. I was there to see Chrissy, not them per se. I looked and checked out the show, but that's because I'm there all the time. I'm literally at Sticky Paws pretty much every week. So I don't know. Now, whatever. If he wants to bash me, what? I don't know for what. Because I'm a dungeon master for the Masculine Geeks, which I did just on Wednesday. I don't know. Who knows? Who cares? Everybody wants a piece, dude. Everybody does. What is the reason for some forms of fashion in certain countries? Okay. Like, by example, long necks, long rings in Thailand. Because those are social. That's or little feet in China, right? Those are fetishes, by the way. So why do those fetishes exist? Well, it's because men have fetishes. Women do not have fetishes, or certainly have less predisposition, less predilection for fetishes. Men have fetishes. Women accommodate those fetishes. That's basically how it works. So if a guy likes a woman with little feet, who knows? It could be he likes little girls. Who knows? It could be an outward physical cue. I'm trying to put this in like science speak, right? It could be an outward physical cue of a guy who is, or a woman who is, let's say, represents youth and fertility. There you go. That might be a reason. Long necks. I don't know why I got big butts. Right? I'll never understand this. I know it's a cultural variant. There are definitely universal conventional beauty standards across the board, as Mike Sartain will constantly talk about. And Dr. David Buss has done lots of studies on. Of course, they're done for a book that was printed and published in 1994, but the data still holds up. There are objective measures for beauty. From those measures, or from that baseline, then you can add like cultural variants, social variants, and things like that. So for instance, like the long neck, like they have the rings around the neck in Africa or something like that, or certain, little feet, like I know Chinese code. I don't know if it's still around, but they used to like wrap women's feet, like aristocratic women's feet, because that was something that they got off on. I don't know why. I don't understand like foot fetishes, quite honestly. Why would that be a thing? I've never seen. There's not a. I'm not. I like my wife's feet. Thank you very much, but it's like I'm not like getting a raging boner from women's feet. But I don't know. For some people, that does it. Remember, as I said before, anything can become normal, and you can eroticize pretty much anything, given enough time and enough conditioning. That's operant conditioning. So I don't know. That's what's the significance of it? Well, it improves that those behaviors do one of two things. They either are adaptive behaviors that improve your chances of reproduction or your survival. That's in a nutshell. That's really evolutionary psychology. Do I get more food? Do I get more well-being, or can I make more babies as a result of it? And nature, hypergamy, whatever, doesn't care how the babies are born. It only cares that the babies are born. It doesn't care how you get to your next breath, just that you get to your next breath. It doesn't care how you get your next meal. It just that you get your next meal. You see what I'm saying? So, what is this? Dude, you're on fire today, Chuck. You might as well just give me like a big giant super chat, and then I'll just get them all out in one go. Is bodybuilder genuine desire response the same as a rock star celebrity genuine desire response from women? There's still again, it still functions based on alpha fucks, beta bucks. Physical attraction, the proximate goal. Do I want to fuck this guy? Do I not want to fuck this guy? Oh, the ultimate goal. Do I want to have babies with this guy, meet his family, and settle down with this guy? Think about it. When you ask questions like that, Like, oh, why do the girls get with like those emo looking rock star guys? Why is it that she wants to get with an out of work snowboard bum? Why is it that she wants to, why are women attracted to artists who are these, like self-loathing, cutters, whatever artists? Why do she want to get with those? It seems completely illogical. They're not alpha like me. Yeah, well, ask yourself those questions and always frame the question or phrase a question in terms of alpha fucks, beta pucks, approximate sexual, short-term sexual benefits, long-term goal, long-term, do I want to have his babies kind of thing. And again, the bodybuilder thing, remember, it's getting back to that previous question. The idea that that Belle saves the beast or tames the savage beast. Hey, that guy is the beast, right? I mean, that dude is like 3 times, 4 times the size of any of the women that are on that show. So he's the beast, but the beast is smart. He's intelligent. He's personable. He'll make you laugh. He could kick ass and tear your throat out, but he looks like he might make a good dad too. He's a beast. But he's a beast that is like smart and eloquent and funny. And you want to get to know the guy. Literally, they want to get to know the guy. One girl wants to touch him all the time, right? It's an archetype, and I've heard it a million times. It's, Tarzan and Jane. The uncivilized savage gets tamed by the woman. I wrote a very long piece called The Script. It's actually on my blog, and I just did a sort of a revamp of it on my Substack recently. And it's called The Script. And the script is, I go into too much detail because I want you to read it. You can subscribe to my Substack, please. But in the script, it's the idea that there's this guy who's sort of like this incorrigible bachelor, and he's never going to be a confirmed bachelor. That used to be a thing. And he doesn't see any reason. He's MGTOW. He's MGTOW before we even knew what MGTOW was. I don't see any reason to get married. I don't need women. I have my books. I've got this nice library. I've got, intellectual pursuits. I'm a leader of industry, and I'm really I'm on my game, and I'm on my purpose, and da 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 da. I would never, I enjoy the attentions of all kinds of women right now. Why would I ruin a great, situation like that with marriage, right? And then the guy meets the one girl, the beast in the Belle, Belle to the beast, right? Or Tarzan meets Jane, and now everything changed. She's the one special woman on planet Earth who can save him from himself, and it's the triumph of love. No, what it is it's the conflict between empiricism and emotionalism is really what it boils down to. I described that I won't give it all away. I won't give you a spoiler, but in this sense, the Beauty and the Beast narrative that goes along with this is the guy he represents, so he definitely has a capacity for violence. It seems like he would be. He's physically impressive. He's definitely meets all criteria for short-term sexual arousal and reproduction, like the visceral nature of having someone want to fuck this guy. But also, he's smart and he's funny and he looks like a good guy to get to know. He's disciplined, right? I'll only drink alcohol on special occasions, holidays. I'm very disciplined. I'm very determined. What do you want to be remembered for? That question is a long-term. That's a beta bucks question. That's a long-term future forecasting question is what that is. And so we established that he's the best of both worlds. And women they want to enter his frame. When a man is in that much control of his frame, women will naturally want to at least ask questions and see if there's a possibility, or perhaps those women have already made their choice with another guy, but they're still curious about a guy who's not like their husband, who's not like their boyfriend, and they want to know what this guy's about. Like the older woman. The older woman would represent the interests of a woman who's already made her decisions. I presume, right? I don't know for sure. Well, already made her decisions and has been with the guy. And now it's like it's almost like a comparison. Is my man the best I can do? Or is this dude the best I could have done had things like my life that could have been, had things changed? And it's this determination. That's the hypergamous self-doubt or the hypergamous doubt. Is he the best I can do? And that's why the questions are different from the older woman versus the blonde and the other Asian girl. because they're looking like the blonde is already future forecasting. The Asian girl, kind of, but she's also a little bit more focused on the beta buck side of things. She's looking certainly for the long-term security side of things. And he represents the best of all of that. He has a frame into a world into which women want to enter. Even little girls want him to be daddy. So keep that in mind, because that's going to be the basis of how I'm going to tear up the mate switching hypothesis here in just a second. What else do we have here? Wanted to know, what are the degrees differences in desire subconsciously depending on the alpha archetype, skinny rock star versus a bodybuilder, nobody. Well, there's also the creative intelligence that goes along with that. There's also pre-selection. If the guy is a skinny rock star, he already has pre-selection. Bodybuilder has pre-selection, but he has pre-selection because of his physique. Remember, the guy that other men want to be and other women want to bang. Now, in both of those cases, they probably want to bang the skinny rock star and they want to bang the bodybuilder who's a nobody for different reasons, but they still, the attraction, the visceral attraction, arousal is still there. Guy cheats equals pig. Gal cheats, going through a lot. That and black men are still a fetish for some women. Yeah, they could be, and maybe particularly in Korea for that matter. So, all right. So that's that. Now, the other thing I wanted to throw out here is, I think a lot of people wonder why I have a problem with mate switching hypothesis. I have a problem with it simply because it relies almost solely on the beta buck side, the long-term security side, to the exception of the alpha fuck side, which we can see. It's right there in your face. This, where'd it go? This is alpha fucks. That is the face of alpha fucks right there. Lena the plug, when she's getting railed and she's getting dug out by Jason Love, that's the face of alpha fuck, literally the face of alpha fucks. And it's right there in front of your face. I mean, it's constant. It's unignorable. But we still want to cast women's mating strategy in the context that all that exists is women's long-term choices, because that appeals to the most guys, not the most women. It appeals to them because that's what monogamy is real. Monogamy is meant to solve the problem of men, not the problem of women. Because women, if they were provided for by a guy who looks like who's the complete package, women would rather share a successful alpha than be saddled with a faithful beta. And in the 21st century, in no other time in human history have we had at least the perception, or women have had the perception of like unlimited choice. Whether it's true or it's not is immaterial to the conversation here. Like, for instance, like when when Destiny asked Myron and Fresh whether or not they, what percentage of college co-eds believed or thought that or actually getting flown out to Miami to go to yacht parties with Drake. Or NBA players or whatever, because that's a premise that I've heard lots of times, and not just them, like other people have been using this premise. Is like women have like this, they're spoiled for choice, right? If they have a problem with their boyfriend, it doesn't matter because they already have like unlimited positive reinforcement from all the guys who follow them on Instagram. Remember, this is a very recent invention. Social media has only really been around, I mean, literally been around since 2006? Twitter was 2006. Facebook was 2006. Twitter was a little bit later. Instagram came after that. The problem that we have with respect to this understanding of like adaptive mating strategies is you're using the 21st century to explain 20th century dynamics, or even before the 19th, 18th, whatever, human dynamics. And when you are going to say, okay, well, women want this, or women are about this, or you're presuming to understand what women's mating strategies are, different from their innate proclivities. Strategy, okay, the proclivities, like, what do I need? I need alpha fucks and beta bucks. The strategies is, how am I going to get it? How am I going to get the best of both worlds? How am I going to get this bodybuilder guy who looks like he's a great dad, he's in shape, he's disciplined, and is the kind of guy I would very much like to have children with, what is it? Sexy sons. I want to have his kids. I want to have his sons because that means my DNA is going to go off into perpetuity. What do I have to do to get that? That's the strategy. The innate proclivity, being predisposed, right? Whatever. The natural proclivities are the problems to be solved. That's the ultimate goal, right? Those are the function, the latent purpose of the strategies. How do I get to that? So I think that needs to be clarified because too much of that gets confused. It gets lost in descriptions. We get lost in the weeds with that. So there's the innate proclivities. For instance, hypergamy is, in essence, is it a strategy or is it an innate proclivity? Women want the best of both worlds, right? They want the guy who is a good because they have a higher reproductive cost than anyone else. So they've got to have the hot guy in the foam cannon party, and it helps if he's also a multimillionaire Bruce Wayne, right? Or he has to be Superman, right? He still needs all to be the complete package. He can't just be alpha fucks. He also has to be the best of beta bucks as well, because that's the complete package. He can't just be the fat guy who makes a shit ton of money. No matter, like what I said, what is it? Your charming your bulletproof game, charming personality, and multi-million-dollar bank account doesn't make you look any better when your shirt comes off. Guys don't want to hear that because they focus primarily on a few of those, that like game or money, when you should be focusing on all three. But it's true. You're not going to if somebody doesn't know you from Adam, they don't know what your bank account's like, they don't know what your personality's like, but they do know what you look like when you're at the beach and you take your fucking shirt off. That right there says a lot about a guy. And it's usually that's all that it takes for women in the age of perception, which is the Instagram age, as I was saying before. So looks, very important. In some cases, it is the only thing stands between you and that woman getting to know you, so you can have game and you can say, hey, I've got a world you want to enter into. You don't even get past the base number one if your Instagram doesn't look good or your Tinder doesn't look good or how you're presenting yourself. It doesn't even have to be digital. It could just be the way that you hold yourself, how you look when you walk into a room. How do you look when you take your shirt off at the beach? That right there. People say, well, not everybody meets each other on Tinder and everything. Well, bullshit. Most people do, actually. Like, statistically speaking, most people meet off online in some fashion. Whether that's Tinder or a dating app is sort of, it depends on what you're talking. It depends on the context. But like Instagram, hey, you meet this girl at Zook, right? At the club or whatever. She's like, hey, it's not about phone numbers anymore. It's, hey, follow me on Instagram. Okay, you follow her on Instagram. She follows you back. From that point on, the attraction, the physicality of it all, it boils down to, if she's going to see you again, it boils down to how well curated your appearance is, how well of a magician you are with your public perception. Are you cool enough? Are you hot enough for her and her girlfriends to approve of you? Because they're going to be looking at it too. Trust me, they'll be looking at your profile. So it's not just about like dating apps, because I know people have saying, well, Rollo, it's not just about dating apps. People meet in real time. Yeah, they do. And you know what they do once they're done meeting? They go and say, follow me on fucking Instagram. That's what they do. And it's from that point on, it's still about perception. So you've got to be able to curate that. It's all brand management. Go read the player's handbook or buy it, or even better, take the class that I'm just about done with right now. But the summation of all of this is you don't get to that point unless you look good enough, or unless there's some sort of visceral arousal factor in all of that. You can be a really funny guy. Like I made this mistake. I'm sorry. I gotta clarify this. When I was on with Brad Lea and he was on Access Vegas, I did, my bad, mea culpa. I thought he was not. I didn't think he was Grant Cardone, but I thought that a video that I saw of Grant Cardone, because they look a lot alike, was him talking about how he met his wife, or the girl that would become his wife, and how he just like badgered her and persisted and he stuck it out. And guys who don't fuck think that that's in some way self-righteous. They think that that's a methodology. I stuck it out. I was persistent. She hated me in the beginning. I wasn't a rock star drummer. I wasn't a musician. She was used to dating rock star musicians. She didn't have anything to do with me. Yeah. Until she got to the point where she needed your resources more than she needed the hot monkey sex from the rock star drummer. But you will create for yourself and gaslight yourself all of these reasons as to why your persistence was self-righteous and virtuous, and you stuck it out. And now, boy, she really finally saw what a great guy you were after all. Yeah, I'm sure right around 29, 30, 31 years old when she has a use for you. And guys will make up all kinds of reasons as to why that, their situation was different. And, it's okay. I stuck it out. Now we're really good. We're really great together. Then why was she didn't see that greatness when she was in her 20s fucking the rock star? I'll wait. No, because she had no use for you, and then she found a use for you. That's why her priorities had changed. Oh, Grant Cardone, yeah, I guess he meets the minimum standard for good looks, and he has a lot of money. Oh, you were here all along. Yeah, that right there, that situation. And by the way, that's very common. That's because I can't even begin to tell you how many times guys have told me that persistence. Or I have this conversation with guys all the time is should you stick it out? Because a lot of guys are worried that they're going to come off as creepy or a stalker if they persist in it. If you're not Grant Cardone and you're making a 7-figure income, it might, even if you are, in some cases, it might seem a little creepy to be persistent with the single girl all the time. It's like, hey, look, I told you, jackass, get away from me, creep. I told you, stay away. Don't worry, I wore her down. No, you didn't. Your bank account wore her down because she needed that more than she needed. She was done with, she had her fun, right? She needed the bank account more than she needed the rock star drummer. And so the priorities shifted when a woman gets a little bit older. What is this? Glenn is sending me something here. What is this? Gender, men, women, 35%, 64%. Ages combined, 18. What am I looking at here? Courtship network dating. God for fucking bid. Courtship network dating demographics. I asked for them from a contact involved in it. Most women above 30, most men below 30. From Mike at Iron Disciples. I don't have no idea what I'm looking at here, Glenn. Is this guys having sex or guys wanting to get into a relationship? I don't know what this is for. Please explain. If you're going to send me stats, make sure you tell me what the fuck I'm looking at, please. But anyways, getting back to the point here, the difference between alpha fucks and the long-term provisioning side versus the, sexual arousal side is also the difference between validational sex and transactional sex, which is something I brought up last week. Validational sex is, I just want to tear this guy's. That's the fuck me now, Eddie. That's fuck the shit out of me, Eddie. Versus the transactional side, which is make love to me, Eddie. The validational side of sex is the I really am into rough sex. The transactional side of sex is we got to be friends first, and we got to check and see if we're compatible, and we got to make you wait for it's all you got to jump through these hoops. And what is it? Women make more rules for betas, and they break those same rules for alphas. Women would break rules for that bodybuilder guy. Women break rules for guys who look like this, or a close approximation. Initially, okay. They don't break. They make more rules for a guy who looks like Seth Rogen or fucking what's his face, Jonah Hill. They make rules for Jonah Hill. They break rules for this dude or the black dude in the video. There is a visceral sexual nature for women that has nothing to do with long-term security, protection, provisioning, and parental investment. I mean, in a way, it's peripheral. It's ancillary to that. Especially when a woman is in her peak, her peak marketability years. I'll throw this one up again. As you guys know, my infamous sexual market value graph from actually my 2 books, from the first book and the second book. So again, the things that make a woman maximally attractive, like long-term and short-term, are much different than they are from what makes a man long-term and short-term attractive, arousing. Until you have a comprehensive mate strategy, theory, hypothesis that accounts for both those things, you are playing with one arm tied behind your back. You are hobbling yourself. That's the biggest problem I have with the mate switching hypothesis, which I'm going to show you this video here. Just a moment. Which is a show clip. Where'd it go? Not that one. This one. Here we go.
Especially got upset if their backup mate fell in love with another woman or became seriously involved with
Dr.
another
Buss,
woman.
I can tell you empirically, anecdotally, that this is 100% the dual mating strategy versus the mate switching strategy. This is something, Dr. Buss, when I talk to some of my female friends, they have a hard time with, because I'm still back and trying to explain to them that monogamy might not be the natural state for Homo sapiens. And then when we start talking about a mate switching strategy, that is kind of mind blowing for them. So can you go over initially your hypothesis about?
Well, the issue of why men have affairs. So men in committed marriages or relationships, why do they have affairs is fairly straightforward from an evolutionary perspective. The dominant motivation is desire for sexual variety, sheer novelty. It's a woman you haven't slept with. The opportunity presented itself, and men are very attuned to sexual opportunities, especially when they're low risk and low cost and don't involve, encumbering, entangling alliances. Now, why women have affairs is a more interesting question. Because their desire for sexual variety, while it exists, is not as great as men's desire for sexual variety. And fewer women who say that when you ask, why did you have an affair? They don't say, oh, well, the opportunity presented itself, or there was a novel guy I wanted to sleep with, or just sheer sexual gratification. They rarely mention that. Why do women do it? This is a...
Okay, so right from the get-go, we're already pre-established women in a relationship. Women in a marriage. Why do they cheat? Why do they have sex outside of that commitment? In every single one of the hypotheses that I've seen thus far, in every the context, the pretext, I should say, of every research, every data that tries to sort of like throw rocks at the red pill, at the praxeology of the red pill, it all comes down to one commonality. Long-term relationships. It all comes down to one thing: marriage, babies, long-term relationship, socially enforced monogamy. That's why I am harping recently on what the fuck is marriage now. Is marriage is a committed relationship, having sex outside the marriage? Is that what Destiny and Melania, whatever, him and his wife have? Is it what like the guy who's married to the porn star girl? Is it the guy who's married to the woman who is an OnlyFans woman who quit her jobs because she makes money? She makes millions of dollars off of being a sex worker on OnlyFans. And he's really kind of has to sort of like grin and bear it, or he has to get out, and he's never going to do that because he's making more money than he's ever done before. But he still has to sort of tolerate the fact that his wife is advertising her sexuality to men who aren't him. Is that cheating? I can make it cheating if I make the context about the act itself, because women will say it's cheating if a man has an emotional affair with a girl online. Got this. Let me see if I can grab these real quick. This is I'm gonna have to. Sorry, these are kind of small, so I have to screen share them real quickly here. These are from the types of affairs. And I pulled these off of, okay, that's the risk factors, but this is what I want. The types of affairs. And this is, let me see, it's not a video file, share screen. Okay, here it is. So before we continue on, we got to define terms here, okay? These are the types of affairs according to, what is it? Bond biology. It's an aggregate site, but these are popular concepts when it comes to affairs or cheating. Now, how many of these meet the criteria for infidelity right now? Okay. A sexual affair, the classic case of cheating. Okay. You're fucking somebody else. She's fucking somebody else. That's cheating. You're having sex outside of the marriage, outside of the confines of whatever the agreement happens to be. And you're done. Now, when I've asked this question of the girls, of the ladies on Access Vegas, I said, what constitutes cheating? Because you're in an open relationship, you can fuck other people. Well, if he goes behind my back, if I don't know about it, why? The act is still the same. Well, it's because he betrayed my trust. A trust that is based on the presumption that it's okay if you have sex with another person outside of the relationship. Or it could be, well, that's the way we have an open marriage, so that's cool. Okay. Does that mean I have to clear it with you before I go fuck somebody else? And vice versa. Is that cheating? Because even in the classic sexual affair, I can still make a case that that's not quote unquote infidelity, depending on what the prearrangement is. So that's number one. The emotional affair. And you've probably heard this about a bajillion times. An emotional affair, being emotionally reliant on someone else, right? It's the emotional affair. It might be your work husband, right? Or you care more about the emotional investment of who you are working with, or some like a friend. Like, you want to know why in the long term, female and male friends don't work out, because you can constitute an emotional affair. Now, is that an affair? Is that infidelity? Is it because that woman is very interested in Brad at the office cooler, right? In the office, and not you? She's more concerned with his emotional state than she is with you. Is that an emotional affair? Or vice versa? Maybe the guy is like overly invested in somebody he knows online. They've never fucked. Might have ever even met the girl. Might be just be like an OnlyFans girl, but he's like, maybe he's sending her money to like say, oh, I got to get out of jail. Oh, I need to pay for my shoes. Oh, I need to pay off my student loans. Oh, poor girl. I just wanted to be a good person and help her out. Is that an emotional affair? Because in girl world, it is. And it's grounds for divorce, and it's grounds for separate, whatever. Yeah, it's a deal breaker. Is that cheating? We have to define these terms, and we have to define them in the 21st century context of what is a relationship and what is marriage. The next one, digital affair. Sexting, nudes, calls, basically cheating, but online. You didn't fuck them? You're fucking these. You're not fucking this person. You didn't have sex outside the marriage. Did you let the deal go down? Well, again, should that be something that is stated in the relationship boundaries memo, the bylaws, your relationship bylaws, your contract, or whatever it is, implicit, complicit, whatever. The relationship bylaws say that you are not supposed to send nudes, send dick pics, let's see, whatever. Basically cheating, but online. Is it cheating? You never fucked him. She never fucked him. Why do you have a problem with that? Because in this sense, the digital affair, it's okay for a woman to have a digital affair, especially if she has an OnlyFans page that's very popular and guys are sending her lots of money. All of her digital simps or pay pigs or whatever, tip her, right? If she's very popular online. Well, how, if you put this in terms of the guy who has a problem with a digital affair with somebody, and maybe he's simping for an OnlyFans girl, right? That's cheating on his part. But is it cheating if the woman's primary source of income is prompting guys to send her money and having a quote unquote digital affair online? Is that cheating? Does that constitute an investment, an emotional investment? Does that constitute a breach of contract? Because when we're talking about like Dr. David Buss and all the, well, women report this and report that. Women report that their husbands are having a digital affair. Women report that perhaps he's having an emotional affair, and that qualifies as infidelity. So where do you draw the line? Oh, having sex, is it the classic affair? Even that I can construe as not being infidelity, as long as the other person knew about it and they have an open marriage. Open on his end, open on her end. Or maybe it's just simply open on her end and closed on his end. Who knows? But that's technically qualifies as marriage today. So we have to take that into consideration before we can even like throw out any ideas about mate switching. Because is an emotional affair mate switching on the part of a woman? Is a digital affair mate switching on the part of a woman? Because that's what we're talking about. Infidelity. We're not talking about a mating strategy. We're talking about an infidelity strategy for sure. How does a woman like get from point A to point B when she wants to fuck another guy? Or maybe she just wants to enter into that guy's frame. because he's a better candidate when it comes to alpha fucks and beta bucks. I know plenty of, you probably do too, plenty of women who keep going back to the same alpha jerk because he fucks her the way she likes to be fucked. But she can't live with the guy. She can't like deal with the dude because he's a fuck up. He's a drug addict. He's something like he's antisocial. But she'll keep going back to that dick. But she can't sort of make him into the guy that she wants. And she can't, beauty can't tame the beast. Jane can't tame Tarzan, but boy, she really likes Tarzan's cock. So she keeps going back to that. Is that an affair? Is that guy a bad guy for following his biological imperative at the expense of hers? In any context, we always talk about it. If that was the case, when we're talking about even Dr. Jordan Peterson, who's recently been talking shit about Andrew Tate. You know when Andrew Tate is about to go down is when Dr. Jordan Peterson feels comfortable in bringing up Tate's name. Now we're okay with that. Now we're going to talk shit about Andrew Tate. Now you can even use his name. He specifically avoided it. And I know why. Because little Michaela had her time with the bad boy who now Jordan Peterson says, oh, he's a deviant and he's antisocial and he's a manipulator. And he has no idea what he's talking about. And this isn't shitting on Tate. This is me shitting on Jordan Peterson right now, because now suddenly he feels comfortable and popping off. Whereas before he didn't even want to bring up his name because pretty much everybody online knows the situation between Tate and Michaela back in the day. If they don't, they should go watch my video on it, which, by the way, I feel very vindicated for right now. So now a one-night stand, a one-night sexual affair, is that cheating? Maybe, because it qualifies as a sexual affair. Yeah, but it was only one time. I hit it and quit it and it was done. I think most guys, if their woman hit it and quit it, that would be grounds for divorce. That'd be it. I'll tell you, in my case, it sure as shit would be. Right? I would be like, nope. That, because to me, anyways, I've been on this train for a long time. That's not just a betrayal of trust. It's also a betrayal of desire. If you're going to go to the extent of having a one night stand and sort of, engineering that, it's not even the affair that would hurt me. It's the lack of desire. Like, oh, you want that guy more than me? Okay, fucking, I'm out. Bye. I'd be like, bye, Felicia. Yeah, there would be. And then distraction affair. What the fuck is a distraction affair? Being emotionally distant and unavailable. That qualifies as an affair? That qualifies as infidelity? Really? Did Dr. David Buss and the rest of these guys take into consideration the distraction affair in all of this? Is that in some way indicative of a woman's mating strategy, be it dual or mate switching? Maybe. I don't know. Double life affair, living a double life with another partner. Okay, those are kind of extreme situations. I understand, but it's, Netflix will make documentaries about the Tinder swindler, which is pretty much this. Then you got the serial affair, when sex addicts frequently cheat. Frequently cheat how? With porn? One thing that they don't, I guess maybe sexting and nudes and calls and all that stuff, basically, like the digital affair. I have, of course, heard there's the more Christian way of looking at this is that like guys who have pornography addictions, that is essentially an affair in that perspective as well. And where am I getting this? I'm getting this from the conversations I used to have with Pat Campbell, because we actually talked. I'm reheating this just real quickly for this. Okay, so let's also look at this before we go. There's one more thing I gotta show y'all before we move on, and that is this one. Here we go. Risk factors for marital infidelity. And where did I pull this from? Affairs and discrete marriage. I'll give you the it's very well, but I'll give you the link for it. Lack of communication. Okay. All right. Her needs, talking about it. Let's talk, blah, 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 blah. You'll notice in every one of these, it's the guy. It's the guy who's really basically the problem here. Financial pressures. Low compatibility. Financial pressures. The number one precipitator of divorce between married couples is the woman going from making less than the husband to making more than the husband. Low compatibility. Would you like the stats for that? I can go dig them up for you. low compatibility, whatever the fuck that means, emotional, physical disconnect. Yeah, I don't want to fuck you. I love you, but I'm not in love with you. And lack of respect, meaning you're a bum, you drink beer, you have bald head. I have no respect for you. You don't do anything. You're not measuring up to my standards. And that's really what respect comes down to. You know, what's funny is like when women talk, I've talked about the dual natures of respect, right? There's the female egalitarian definition of respect. And then there's the male hierarchical definition of respect, meaning that guy has to do something to make him respectable. You have to merit it. It's a burden of performance. You have to perform in order to earn respectability. For women all deserve, everyone is deserving of respect. Common courtesy, it's respect. Everyone is, it's the participation trophy award, and that participation trophy is respect. But when we talk about respect about men, he has to be respectable, meaning he's got to shape up, stop drinking beer, get off your ass. And not that that's not a good thing. Yes, do that. But remember how convenient it is when it comes to respect for men. Like women will apply respect, or the concept and the definition of respect in a hierarchical sense towards men. Whereas if men are to say, well, what do women do that would earn my respect in the first place? To say that makes you a misogynist. It's misogyny. Misogyny. What do you mean? All women are, you don't respect women. You know what that means? Misogyny. Yes. But if a woman says, you know, hey, this would be a great question, by the way. So Myron, Fresh, whoever was watching, Mike, we got to do this as well. We need to ask the ladies what it is that they respect in a guy, and can they? Or oh, here's a better one: are all men deserving of respect? All men should be respected. You don't respect men. You should respect men. You know, the first word out of their mouth. What do they do to earn it? You'd say the same thing about women, and you're a misogynist. All women deserve your respect. Oh, how dare you? I can't believe you would think of such a thing. Everyone deserves respect.
How dare you?
Yes. That's the egalitarian version of it. So when we're talking about respect, you know, again, it's always set in the female context. And then again, so why am I bringing this up? Because the entire fucking study, everything that's coming out right now with about mate switching this and everything else, or why women would want to get away from a guy. I've heard Destiny say this before. Like when Myron and Fresh say something like, what is it? 75% of divorces are initiated by women, or maybe it's 80, maybe it's 70. Who knows? Whoever numbers you're using, it's up there. More women, a vast majority of women initiate divorces. Now, of course, the first thing out of anyone's mouth as well, it's because men are measuring up. They're not respectable. Look at all these things that they do. Compatibility. Maybe he's abusive. Maybe he's an asshole. Yeah, an asshole you chose. An asshole you chose to have a relationship with. Yes. Oh, maybe you just turned into it. She didn't know. I've done shows with Myron before where we've talked about how that's bullshit. Okay. That's the number one go-to answer. And the reason why it's bullshit is because those divorces follow a pattern. They follow a very predictable pattern too. If you're going to get divorced, you're usually going to get divorced between 7 to 9 years. Somewhere, or excuse me, 5 to 9 years. So the 7 being like the end. That's why I say the 7-year itch, right? So it's in between those times. Now, I've done those shows, and I've done the longitudinal studies of women from the 60s all the way up to 2023. And they all follow a similar pattern. So we have to compare that. What is the average age of marriage in the United States today? How do we know this? Well, let's see. I brought it up last week, as a matter of fact. Do I still have that loaded? I wonder if I still have those stats loaded. I might. Well, I had this loaded. Average marriage rate in the United States from 1990 to 2020. I use this quite a bit, actually. But we'll come back to that. Where's this other one? Is it this one? Here it is. This is this is the Census Bureau one. So you know where it's coming from. I just had to point this out to you here. Let's see. There we go. There it is. Median age at first marriage from 1890, which is, well, I think they started keeping records in 1840, to the present. Wow. Those red pill guys never talk about this. Talked about it just last week. Why is Rolo so upset about this? Because I had some dumb bitch on Twitter saying these guys, they never say this. The average age of marriage was at 20 for girls. They never talk about that. No, we talk about it all the fucking time. You just don't know who those red pill guys are. Seriously, if you have a problem with the data, at least identify who you think is not covering it. Because trust me, there is a Rollo Tomasi rational male essay for goddamn anything. If any, I get run up the flagpole by Ryan Stone and the rest of these guys because that's my go-to end. There is a rational male essay for damn near anything. You didn't think of it first. Trust me. Hell, I didn't for half of it. But those red pill guys have been talking about this for over 2 decades. At least in my case, they have been. So before you start making like sweeping generalizations, like, oh, guys, they don't ever talk about this. It's because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's why. But again, a marriage rate. Why it is so? Getting back to the divorce thing, the average age of first marriage is what, about 29 or 30? You'll even hear Jordan Peterson and Chris Williamson finally recognize that point. Shit we've been talking about forever. But if you go and you look at that and say, okay, well, for women, it's like what, 28, 29, somewhere. That's the average age of first marriage in the United States. It might be older even now, but I don't know. But we'll go with it. We'll go with the conservative estimate there. Now, if the average age of divorce, if you're going to get divorced, if a woman is going to get divorced, odds are it's going to be right around year 7, between 5 to 9. That's the average span of a marriage that has a divorce. So when you look at that, and a woman gets married at say 29 years old, 7 years in, now she's 36. So maybe even 35, somewhere around there. Okay. 30, let's just say 36 years old, just in time to have a baby, maybe 2, and get established enough so that it's like, okay, well, I got this guy for beta bucks, and now it's time for me to find alpha fucks or find love or follow the eat, pray, love narrative, or to get in what we've called divorce porn for a long time. That's a Dalrock, Dalrock, D-A-L-R-O-C-K, old blogger came up with that term. Stick the landing, right? It's bow out at the end. Get it and go. It's a divorce porn, and there's a lot of variations of it, but essentially it boils down to this: leave your boring husband and find the love of your life, the one. Remember what that the Asian girl and the comedian? I'm 36 and I haven't met the one. The reason why you haven't met the one, dear, is because you believe in the one, because you believe in the soulmate. Because what did she say? She said, "Oh, I don't want to get with Greg." This is hairline. This is too good not to put this back in. Hang on. The fallacy of the one is not just a guy thing. It's also for women as well. Where'd you go? This one.
36 and I've never been married. So I've never met the one or whatever, but even though I've never met this guy, I think about him. I wonder about him, like, what is he like? Where does he live? What does he do? I'm thinking he's got to be pretty special, right? But I don't think we should hype up our soulmates this much, because I've been waiting my entire life to meet this one man. And I'm not trying to sound mean.
Yeah, you are kind of.
But I know he's not going to be worth the wait.
Now, get yucks out of that. Okay. The man she's about to describe, hey, I'll just let her. Greg.
I'm sure he's a nice guy, you know what I mean? But it's like, it's just going to be some guy named Greg in a graphic tee. If someone pointed at Greg and said, Leslie, you get to marry this man, but you have to wait 36 years. I wouldn't even get in line. Okay? Do you understand? I'd wait half an hour tops for someone like Greg.
Okay. The reason this is funny, she's not trying to be mean. And I don't think she is actually trying to be mean, but this is the logic. This is what we tell women. It's boring to be a wife. It's boring. It's boring as fuck. You don't want to get with Greg? Ha, ha, ha. We're going to make a fucking a comedy routine out of it. But it's funny because there's a kernel of truth to it. I don't want to get with that guy. I want something exciting. I want the brother who's the bodybuilder in that other video. That's definitely not Greg. Do you think that Leslie would wait for that guy? I think she probably, for sure, thinks she would. She would definitely say, if I said, hey, Leslie, your soulmate is this brother right here. He's like a bodybuilder. He's fucking built like fuck, man. He's like huge. And he's on top of his game. He's good with kids. He's he's sexy, funny. He wants to be remembered for, being determined and being a positive force in the universe. Do you think she would definitely wait 36? Do you think she would wait 36 years for that guy? I think she would. But that's not the impression. That's not the ideal that's sold right now. And the reason why women are laughing at this, and she's even making the joke, is because that's a popular conception. Right? That's a popular concept. I don't want to get with Greg. Who the fuck wants to get with Greg? I wouldn't even get in line. I wouldn't either. I understand. I think it's funny as fuck too. But that's, if you're going to come at guys and say, Rollo, you're teaching these guys to go and fuck anything on two legs, spin plates, all this other shit. Okay, fine. You can throw whatever you want to at me. That's just being pragmatic, quite honestly. And go read the 5 chapters in The Rational Male and you'll understand why. Available on Amazon. But if you're going to come at me, you got to be better. You better fucking split the bill, man. You better go after Leslie too. You better go after the girls who are yucking it up in the comedy factory. You better go and hit them too. Because so why am I getting into this? Because this is the premise of mate switching hypothesis. They don't want to get with Greg. They want to get with somebody like Greg who's a little bit better paid. Get the fuck out of here. That's the popular conception right now. That's the thing is like no woman wants to be a wife. She don't want to be a mother. That's boring. Boring. You'll have a boring life if you have kids. We hear this constantly from Jedediah Beeler, from certainly the TradCon element. Who wants to be a mom? Fuck that. I'm doing OnlyFans. I don't want to get with Greg. I wouldn't even get in line. Ha 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 ha. Cue laugh track. So you come at me all you want. I'll be happy to explain all day what the red pill's really about and the praxeology of the red pill. But don't come at me before you come at Leslie and that fucking mentality right there too. Because that's you want to know what the response is. You want to know why guys are like, you know what, this is that's not red pill. She's not. You go ask Leslie, whatever the fuck her name is. Ask her, hey, are you red pill? She'd be like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. She didn't care, but that's, you guys are going to make those comparisons. Then you better go talk to Leslie. You better go straighten her out. Greg's a great guy. Fuck, even Sheryl Sandberg would, from her infamous, where is it? In fact, I think I have it right here. Here's Sheryl Sandberg. When looking for a life partner, my advice to women is date all of them. The bad boys, the cool boys, the commitment phobic boys, the crazy boys, but do not marry them. There you go. The things that make the bad boys sexy do not make them good husbands. When it comes to time to settle down, find someone who wants an equal partner. Someone who thinks women should be smart, opinionated, and ambitious. You mean like a man? Someone who values fairness and expects, or even better, wants to do his share in the home. So a guy who would make a good wife. These men exist, and trust me, over time, nothing is sexier. You guys believe that? That, by the way, is from Sheryl Sandberg's book, Lean In, from 2014, I think. Former CEO of Facebook. I don't know if she still is. She might still be. I'm not sure. Anyway, she is Fortune 500. She was CEO of Facebook, if not presently employed. The people look up to her as an alpha female. She's teaching. That was a message to the youth of the nation back in 2014 and Lean In. Oh, it's those red pill guys. Fuck you. Go talk to Sheryl. You look up to this girl, not me. But again, this whole, by the way, I use this as the premise for open hypergamy, right? That's hypergamy in a nutshell. What is it? When looking for my advice is to women is date all of them. The bad boys, the cool boys, the commitment phobic boys, the crazy boys, but do not marry them. Well, that shouldn't be a problem because you can't lock those guys down anyways in the long term. The beast doesn't want to get locked down. Beast just wants to fuck. Well, that's fine. Date them all. Have fun. Enjoy your, sow your wild oats, ladies, such as it is. That's the advice from an alpha female, Fortune 500, one of the, if I don't know if she's in the top 10, but like certainly one of the more wealthy women in planet Earth. Influential in that sense. Alpha female, her. She even describes herself as being an alpha female. So that's hypergamy in a nutshell. But don't marry those guys. This is it. Like I said, I use this for open hypergamy. But don't marry them. The things that make them bad boys sexy do not make them good husbands. Yeah. Alpha fucks. Beta bucks. Got it? Even Sheryl Sandberg, the high priestess of fucking wokeism, Facebook wokes, whatever the fuck it is, agrees with the red pill. For fuck's sake, you damn near wrote the book on fucking hypergamy. You know, I just work here, man. That's all I do.
Man, well, sometimes you don't get no holes, man.
She's the one who brings this up. It's in her book. Well, let's see. It was after mine. It was published just after mine. I was 2013. I believe Lean In was 2014. It might have been later. I don't know. Anyways, long story short, she's essentially revealing the game. That's the game. Date all of them. The bad boys, the cool boys, the commitment phobic boys. Basically, fuck the bad boys, fuck the cool boys, fuck the commitment phobic boys, and the crazy boys. But do not marry them. The things that make the bad boys sexy, well, I guess we've admitted that they're sexy enough to want to date them, does not make them good husbands, meaning you're looking for a different guy to be your husband. Well, yeah, you can sort of convince, anything can become normal, right? You can convince yourself that nothing is sexier, especially if you don't have those options to fuck the commitment phobic boys, the sexy, the bad boys, the crazy boys anymore. You can lock them down. Right? Thank you for this. This just in. Billionaire Sheryl Sandberg has unloaded more than 90% of her Facebook stock. Okay. Thank you for that special report there, Sam Bono. This just in. So when I'm making my comparisons here I am presenting my difficulties with the mate switching hypothesis. It comes from 20 some odd years of listening to Sheryl Sandberg say exactly that. Okay.
One hypothesis is the dual mating strategy hypothesis. This is basically that women get investment from one guy and good genes from another guy. And what that implies, the clear prediction from that, is that when women are ovulating, that is women not on the pill, not on hormonal contraceptives, when women are ovulating, that's when they're going to have sex with the guy who has good genes. And then when they're not ovulating, they'll have sex with their regular partner who has good dad qualities, high investment proclivities.
Did you catch that? Their partner. Not she's single, their partner. And then the other part of this I love, I don't harp on this enough, is he mentioned hormonal birth control. The jury's still out on hormonal birth control as far as like what the effects on a woman's libido, well, not a libido, but like on the effects of what she is attracted to, because it's become so convoluted in the last like 6 or 7 years with the crisis of replicability. Nothing is really reliable. But that said, if, let's just say, for sake of argument, they are correct in that hormonal birth control affects women's mate choice, you've just taken that mating strategy out of the realm of social constructionism, which is what mate switching hypothesis is based on, and you've put it into the realm of the biological. So if, let's just say it's true that if a woman is on the pill and she goes off the pill, and now she doesn't want to fuck her husband anymore, and she wants to fuck Jason Momoa or the brother in the other video, right? If she suddenly finds that guy attractive, well, guess what we've just proved? Dual mating strategy. Because now she has a preference, a predilection for a type of guy in her proliferative phase of her menstrual cycle, her ovulatory cycle. Case closed. No switching happening here, period. Because if it were, That would have motivated something else. You would think that women on the pill would be, only looking for nice, sweet, feminine face, round face, pudgy guys with a good basic job who's, works in coding or something. Because that would predispose them to that. But yet we don't see that. Certainly don't see it online. I can tell you that right now. Now, again, this is just me like spitballing here. But we don't see that. Now, the sort of, let's say the anecdotal studies that I have done personally myself is you ask the women, like when you would go off of the pill, when you did, for the women who I've polled on Access Vegas, did you have a different kind of guy that suddenly became your type? The answer was no. And it didn't, but their libido came back. They wanted to fuck more. And the reason I think that's the case is because from what I've seen, the studies and the work of the research I've seen from Marty Hazelton, for example, is shows that the idea of like ovulatory shift doesn't get canceled by hormonal birth control. And you got to remember, there's more than one type of hormone that is used for hormonal birth control, but it compresses it. So it's less of what it could be were she not on hormonal birth control. And again, the studies he's referring to here are, again, self-reports. Did you want to fuck your husband or did you not? Well, what's the commonality? Once again, marriage. You're already in a relationship. There is no mate switching going on unless there's been a mating, unless there's already a pre-established relationship, which, by the way, we still have to define in the 21st century, as I was saying before. And then we have to define what the fuck infidelity is in the first place.
But not perhaps the best genes.
So the way I've explained this to my friends is she marries the accountant and sleeps with the bartender.
Yeah, or I would put it that she marries the guy who's going to be a good dad.
Yes.
And a Boy Scout, honest, reliable, dependable, or whatever. And she wants to have sex with the bad boy.
Yes.
The hot guy in the foam cannon party. Gee, here's how it was described by Sheryl Sandberg back in 2014. Exactly that definition. Exactly. That's her advice.
The exciting, good-looking, slightly arrogant, risk-taking guy, who has more masculine features, perhaps more symmetrical features.
Okay. Would that be the bad boys, the cool boys, the commitment-phobic boys, the crazy boys? I think so.
So anyway, that's the dual mating strategy. So in an ideal world, it's actually a good mating strategy if it could work. So that is, you get, because often the guys who are, sometimes it's referred to as the cads versus the dads.
Right.
And
that's straight out of Marty Hazelton's book. But again, Marty Hazelton was a student of David Buss.
Well, there's several problems. One is that the early studies showed these strong ovulation effects, such that when women are ovulating, they prefer more masculine, more symmetrical guys.
So let me stop right there, because he's about to say, well, no, those things don't repeat. They don't replicate anymore. Well, they don't replicate as of 2017. They don't replicate because of what's known as the crisis of replication. And by the way, it's not just in psychology, it's also in the hard sciences too. So experiments that reliably replicated over the years do not suddenly replicate anymore as more and more women move into those fields. So it is not surprising when you find evidence of quote unquote p-hacking, which I can get to today too, if you'd like. When you find evidence of sort of like implicit bias in disproving those things by hacking the experiments. And I will show you the evidence for that here in just a second, but he's about to, get his 2 cents here.
Subsequent, in recent years, in the last few years even, larger scale studies done in Europe, UK, and Germany have found either no effects, so it's failure to replicate, or weaker effects.
Okay, the Europe, the UK, and Germany. Okay, so you're looking at different populations. You're also looking at different. Again, we're going back to the social constructionism here. We're going back. So what are the societies? What are the sexual society? I would almost have a better, I would almost like this would have more validity in my book, anyways, if it were done like in a Scandinavian country, like Denmark or Norway, right, with the quote unquote gender egalitarian countries. I might raise an eyebrow in that case, but we're not being specific about where in Europe. We're not being specific. If you go and you look at the demographic breakdown of the countries that he's saying, well, according to these, it doesn't replicate.
And that's one of the key sources of evidence for the dual mating strategy.
Kim, before you go on, let's go back to the beginning where I said a testable framework for human psychology, and that now here was a situation to falsify something that you believed previously, and you've taken in new information, and now the hypothesis has changed. And this is what I want to talk about before. And so now we move forward with the testable framework has now switched because new information has come in. For those of you who think that this is some dogma, it is not. It is a testable framework, and as new information comes in, then the hypothesis change. This is a great example of it. Anyway, go.
Yeah, that testable framework is still subject to the people who are doing the research. It is still subject to the implicit biases of the people doing that research. And again, it's also, do we know anything? We're taking this on face value from a guy who was, very respectable. Don't get me wrong, David Buss, yes, but again, we don't know anything about the studies. We don't know anything about the people who are doing them. We don't know anything about the implicit bias that went into these studies as well. And the reason why people say, well, Rollo, this is just conflicting with what you always say. I'm like, well, yeah, it is. No lie there. But we're also looking at a testable, replicable research by one of his students, actually several of his students, I should say, but like Marty Hazelton, more or less for 25, 30 fucking years. A hypothesis he was on board with right up until 2020-ish, 2021, when he decided that he was going to do his own like mating podcast, and he wanted to become an influencer. When he was, I don't know if it was during this interview, but I know he did like interviews with like Lex Friedman. He did it with Chris Williamson and a few other people at the time, but he was doing a book tour for men behaving badly. And again, that's where most of the shit comes from. And again, I would raise an eyebrow in light of the replication crisis that's been going on really since 2016-ish, but not just in psychology, like I said, in the hard sciences as well. So take it with a grain of salt. But again, I've got some other problems with that have nothing to do with the research.
Yes, you're absolutely right. It's a perfect example. What I argue in my new book, the mate switching hypothesis is a more tenable hypothesis for why women have affairs. So what's the...
For why women have affairs. Mate switching hypothesis depends on one thing. There is already a mating. There's already a pairing. There's already a marriage. There's already a long-term committed relationship. He had said nothing about inherent, innate mating predilections or mating strategies. He's only said this is mate switching hypothesis is premised on one thing. How do we arrange a long-term relationship? And again, going back to how we're going to define that in the 21st century is ambiguous as fuck right now. So if it's closed on his end and closed on her end, or if it's open marriage or whatever, what constitutes infidelity? And that context, does mate switching hypothesis hold up? When Melina, or whatever the fuck her name is, wants to go fuck another guy and Destiny's like hanging out, why is she doing that? Because she wants to go and have sex. Just I want to enjoy myself with this guy who seems like he's got a big dick, right? Or is it because she's looking for something outside of it? Or is she just damaged, right? Well, how do you apply mate switching hypothesis to an open relationship? How do you apply mate switching hypothesis to open on to an arrangement, say like Justin Waller? Open on his end, closed on their end. If she goes outside of that arrangement, then she's cheated. But if Justin does, it's not cheating because that's their arrangement. So how do you fit that in there? And if, let's say, your main girl goes and cheats, is she doing it because she wants to go fuck another guy, or is she doing that simply because she's like looking for somebody who's a better deal, more stable deal than the guy that she's with? Again, there's so many variables, and this has nothing to do with the research. It's just like, how are we defining what is a mating and what is not in the 21st century?
The evidence for this. Well, for one thing, women who have affairs tend to be dissatisfied with their primary relationship. Both
also mentioned in Marty Hazelton's book, Hormonal.
Sexually dissatisfied and emotionally dissatisfied. Now, this may seem like the most obvious thing in the world. Well, of course, people who have affairs are unhappy with their relationship. But the interesting thing is it's true for women, but not true for men. So if you compare men who have affairs versus men who don't have affairs, there's no difference in their marital or relationship happiness. But there is for women. Women who have affairs are much more unhappy, and women who don't have affairs are much happier in their relationship. Okay, second.
Okay, so how does that, and I 100% understand exactly what he's talking about, because men can separate the sex act from an emotional investment. What we just say, what constitutes, let's see if I can open this up again. What constitutes a digital affair? So is it because, and of course, in every one of these illustrations, it's the guy who's like jerking off, right? Sexting, nudes, calls, basically cheating, but online. So does that meet the criteria for mate switching hypothesis? And if so, why? Well, I'll give you my, $2 answer, which is that, guys can separate the sex act from an emotional investment. So guys can rub one out and then go back and give their wife a kiss on the cheek and go off to work. Simple as that. Women, on the other hand, I would definitely agree. If she's going to have infidelity, probably there's an emotional, like he's just not who I want to get with. Honestly, I think that where that emotional disconnect comes from is the hypergamous doubt. Is he the best I can do? If the answer is no, then there's probably going to be some dissatisfaction in that relationship. Sure. But there still has to be a fucking relationship to begin with. There still has to be a marriage. There still has to be a long-term relationship, and it has to be defined in a certain arrangement or context. So what is it? So yeah, this is where I part ways with Dr. David Buss, who I think probably knows better. But the innate predilections, the innate predispositions, let's just say, for women is alpha fucks and beta bucks. Women have a tougher time separating the emotional investment from the physical act. It's not that women can't. I even had that conversation on Access Vegas. You're talking to porn stars who make their OnlyFans girls, porn stars, strippers, hell, even girls who have FHM models on Instagram. They get to the point where they can separate advertising their sexual availability, or in some cases actually having sex on camera. They can do that and separate that, or they try to anyways, from the emotional investment. That's the number one complaint I'll hear from women anyways, who are in porn. There's too many guys they're insecure. That's the whole reason why everybody had a problem with Adam 22. I would never let my wife do that. Well, that's not cheating according to Adam. Go fuck, Jason Love, man. Have at it, man. Get railed. Make that face. Is that cheating? Or is that not cheating? Is it cheating because he had a problem with it later on? Although it's bullshit, right? I mean, it's all part of the narrative. But let's just say let's just say it's all legit. If he actually genuinely did have a problem with that, now is she cheating or not? Is he just regretting it? Well, you said I could go. I got a hall pass. I'm going to go fuck this guy on camera. How's that? And granted, they go and fuck other girls too. I got it. I know. Stop. Save it. Don't comment. Don't spam me. Anyways, moving
on. Is that women who have affairs, in sharp contrast to men, a majority of them fall in love with or become emotionally attached to their affair partner. Now, if all you're wanting, if all a woman is wanting from a guy is good genes, she wants to ovulate, get the good genes, and then get out of Dodge, then falling in love with her, becoming attached to this affair partner is a terrible solution.
Okay. Yes. From the perspective of a Western, conventional, closed on his end, closed on her end, problem. Now that becomes very problematic in a conventional, traditional 20th century way of arranging a long-term relationship. Yes, you are 100% correct. That doesn't mean jack shit in 2023. What does it mean now? Nothing. They're still like, and I should also point this out, and people give me grief about this all the time, but I'm going to reiterate it again. It also comes back to proactive cuckoldry and retroactive cuckoldry. Proactive cuckoldry is what everybody wants to say doesn't exist, right? Well, it's very rare occasion, or statistically speaking, there's no like real hard, fast data on this because you're never going to get hard, fast data on this. But women who cheat, who do exactly what he says, go out, have sex with a guy, get impregnated by a dude who's not their husband, and convince their husband that the baby is his. That's proactive cuckoldry. And that's essentially what he's saying is confounded by mate switching hypothesis, because the woman falls in love with the guy that she has the baby with, and maybe in some cases does. I'm going to present something here. It's going to be really hard to hear in just a second, but that's proactive cuckoldry. That's what we think of as sort of deceptive. We were just talking about deception and manipulation, right? That's proactive cuckoldry. Absolutely. It's your baby. Okay, that's proactive. Retroactive is I had sex with the sexy cad, the hot guy in the foam cannon party. I had sex with a guy who couldn't lock down the beast, Tarzan. It was fun. It was great. You know, the proximate goal was met. Like, it was fun, hot sex. But the ultimate goal was I reproduced with this guy. And I think he was hot enough that I really wanted to get with. He's now my baby daddy. And maybe he's paying child support. Maybe he's not. Whatever. But the fact remains is now she's looking for a guy to sort of take over the beta bucks, provisioning, protection, and parental investment that the guy that she had sex with and had a baby with was unable or unwilling to take responsibility for. And now we have just completed the circle. Exactly what he says doesn't happen, happens. Because now she's found a guy that's going to, like, a man with benefits. Take care of me. Got to take care of my kids, man. Is that not in a more protracted scheme? The same thing. The same fucking dynamic. The end result's the same. You might not have, you didn't say I do. You didn't have a fucking marriage that goes in between that. But that's, you know, is that cheating? And then the great thing about all of this is that the cheating aspect, especially when it comes to like mate switching, it's always your fault. It's always a man's fault. If you have the baby and if you don't take care of it, it's your fault. If you don't man up and marry those sluts, according to Dollar, man up and marry those sluts. If you don't, it's your fault. Cheating, it's your fault. You weren't man enough. You didn't perform enough. You weren't respectable enough. You didn't have enough, whatever it is. The lack of responsibility. Oh, where'd it go? I got to find it. There it is. Finance, like, these are the risk factors for marital infidelity, right? Lack of communication. Remember, these are like characterized in terms of women being infidelity. Factors for marital infidelity for guys. She was hot and available. For women, a lack of communication, financial pressures, low compatibility, emotional, physical disconnect. She don't want to, I love you, but I'm not in love with you. Lack of respect. Okay, well, if all of those are the 5 horsemen of the divorce apocalypse, who do those mostly apply to? Who has to measure up? Who has to work on the relationship in those situations? Oh, you better work on your relationship and get all these criteria, these 5 criteria up to speed, because if you don't, it might be time for her to go and step out on you. And God knows she might fall in love with her affair partner. Right?
What you want is you want to maintain your secure attachment to the high investing good dad, have sex with the good genes guy, and that's it. You combine these two,
That's exactly what women do. That's exactly the case. 42% of children, at least now, last I checked, 42% of children are born out of wedlock in the United States. It's affecting the same plan. It's just, we just do it different. We do it without a marriage contract. It's done. It's just, like I said before, the commonality is the marriage contract. The commonality is the arrangement. The commonality is the long-term commitment, the socially enforced monogamy. That is a social construct. That social constructionism. What's the goal? What's the ultimate goal? Well, to have healthy, strong relationships with mom and dad and babies and da. Okay, if that's the goal, if that's the context, then what is cheating in those terms? What is cheating? Let me explore it by that definition. Maybe this is a good question. By that definition, if a woman goes and has a baby with another guy and then gets tricks, his words, not mine, tricks a beta male into marrying her and wifing her up and, man up and marry those sluts, right? Takes responsibility for another man's child, basically signs up for his own cuckolding. Does that qualify as cheating? Because it affects the same thing. Parental investment is on that guy. That's a function of, like, he's just talking about the proactive situation. Well, why would they do this?
Women are falling in love with their affair partners, and they're unhappy with their primary partners. This suggests to me one of a couple of variants of the mate switching. Okay, one is women have affairs to cultivate mate insurance. So something like we have car insurance, we have house insurance. If something bad might happen to our car or house, we have mate insurance because something bad might happen to our regular mateship. And we know over evolutionary time, a primary mate could get injured, could get killed, could get suffer a blow to his status, etc.
Or the tribe was conquered by another tribe. When you think about when I bring this up to women sometimes or to men, and it's a very dark way to look at Homo sapien evolution. But when you think about even Genghis Khan, and at one point I believe it killed 10% of the human population. If you think about women in those periods, what was more adaptive? The woman who would take on a new partner, or the woman who wouldn't? The woman who wouldn't was not one of our ancestors, and that was one of the problems. Is like the adaptive nature of losing your male partner to.
Okay, this is War Brides. In a nutshell, the chapter in my first book, 2013, War Brides, same thing. Women develop a Stockholm syndrome for the captors because they had to. The women who could do that survived. The women who couldn't died. Simple as that. So the women who, if you're wondering why your girlfriend can get on past a breakup quicker than you, that's why. It's an innate selected form. You could say it's artificially selected because it's really due to tribal warfare or something similar to that. But it's the idea. Well, of course, women were the vulnerable sex, so you either found some sort of affinity for your captor and looked to create alliances amongst other women in the new tribe that you have just been integrated into, or you died. That's it. And you had babies with your captor, your new conquerors. So what does that do over the course of millennia? What does that do over the course of human evolution? Not just like, in the most immediate evolution. Intertribal warfare. What does that do to a woman? What does that do to the psyche of the let's say evolutionary firmware of women? Oh, they're not robots, Rollo. Yeah, but we can see the consistencies. We see the predictive framework.
To war, to violence, or to a hunting accident throughout the ancestral period, that would be something that would be adaptive. So the idea of a woman being able to switch mates, or even men for that matter too, would be something that would be adaptive.
And we know that over human evolutionary history, intergroup warfare has been very common, as well as even within group violence. So mate insurance, trading up, women can use affairs to trade up to a better partner.
Okay, so let's stop right there. Trading up to a better partner. Okay, let's look at a little bit of file studies here. Where do we go? Plan B. There we are. I wrote this in 2016. Yeah, March 14th, 2016. Plan B. And no, it's not the birth control Plan B. Okay. I just want to show you the infographic here. Female respondents are 2,000. Okay, this is from onepoll.com. 43% of the respondents, okay, had female respondents have a backup man if current relationship ends. That's the insurance. 8 out of 10 are in contact with the backup man. Probably more. Remember, this is back in 2016, so probably more so now. simply because we have we've broadened the scope, let's say, of social media. 15% said their feelings were stronger for the backup man. 50% said that their partner was aware of the backup man. So even the dude knows. Adam 22. 1 out of 5 admitted the backup man was a friend of their partner. Your best friend fucking your wife. And 1 out of 10 said the backup man had already confessed their undying love. Now, you can go ahead and read it. It's called Plan B. You can go find this on the Rational Mail. That's where I wrote it, so you guys can have a look at that. That's Plan B. That's the backup dude. So again, it's not some random hookup. It's not some random I was feeling unsatisfied and I had this affair. Odds are there's a backup dude. Statistically, at least in 2016, I just work here. I'm just quoting the numbers here. But as far back as 2016, Plan B has been a thing. It's been an insurance policy, which is exactly what Dr. David Buss is talking about right here. So if that's the case, we're not talking about a guy who some chick just met at work. We're not talking about, she just found some partner and just decided to initiate an affair. There was already something that was pre-established. So how does that play in to the mate shifting hypothesis?
Her current mate might have lost mate value, loses his job. He's no longer a good provider, or he becomes an alcoholic or addicted to drugs, or he becomes abusive. And so mate switch.
So less ideal than the guy that she ended up pairing off with. And I presume in this case, we're talking about within the confines of a committed relationship.
Trading up to a higher mate value partner, or even using the affair as a way to transition back into the mating pool to see if there's a better mate out there for her.
Okay, once again, from the top, what has Rollo said, children? What have I gotten into in the past? Okay.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Mate switching requires a mate to begin with. But if we're talking about the hypergamous doubt, which is really, women would like to call this like their feminine intuition, right? Or a woman just knows, feminine mystique, right? No, it's based on one question. Is he the best I can do? When guys, and God bless them, I've said this a million times before, so I have to sort of put a caveat on this. But in several of my other posts, when I say that hypergamy is not a straitjacket, the reason I say that is so you won't take what I'm about to say to illogical extremes. So you want to know how incels grind their teeth and how those red pill guys take this to illogical, crazy extremes? It's because of exactly this. Women have a backup plan. If you fuck up, if you don't measure up, if you don't meet all the criteria for the 5 risk factors for marital infidelity, lack of communication, financial pressures, low compatibility, emotional disconnect, and lack of respect, right? Those are supposed to be what we're looking at from pop psychology right now. If you don't measure up, there's always a dude who's waiting in the wings. There's always the backup plan. There's always your best friend, man. He's been in your house, he's fucked your wife, drank your wine, and he will betray you. So saith the Lord. So what guys do is they go, well, why would this juice is simply not worth the squeeze? I'm never going to fucking do that. Why would I want to get involved with that? What's the point? I don't want to get married. And of course we see this by the rapidly declining marriage rate. Since when? Since the advent of hormonal birth control, 65, 70. That's when it started. That's when we started seeing that decline, that steady drop off, and that rise in divorce, and then the steady drop in divorce as well. You know why? Because now we'll listen to Sheryl Sandberg talking about go fuck the bad boys, but don't marry them. Marry the good. Well, who she said to marry? Let's see. When it comes time to settle down, whenever that happens to be, well, on average, it's 29 years old, right? Find someone who wants an equal partner, someone who thinks women should be smart, opinionated, and ambitious. So does that guy that she just described, does that sound like Greg from Leslie's comedy bit? That sounds like what she's expecting, right? That's Greg to a T, right? When it comes time to settle down, find someone who wants an equal partner, someone who thinks women should be smart and opinionated and ambitious, someone who values fairness and expects, or even better, wants to share in the home, wants to do his share in the home. These men do exist, and trust me, over time, nothing is sexier. So here's Sheryl Sandberg trying to tell Leslie that Greg is good. There's going to be nothing sexier to her at 36 years old. And then Leslie says, fuck that. I won't even get in line for it. So we look at emotional investments and we look at the measuring up and this endless tail chasing for qualifying both before and after you get into a relationship. Is it any wonder guys are like opting out?
And so I think that if you look at the weight of the evidence, in my mind, I used to believe that the dual mating strategy was the best hypothesis to explain why women have affairs. I no longer believe that. I think the mate switching accounts for much more, a much larger percentage of why women have affairs. Now, it's possible, of course, that both could have some merits to them.
What kind of affairs? What kind of affairs? Digital affairs? Emotional affairs? Fucking affairs? Proactive cuckoldry, retroactive cuckoldry affairs? What kind of affairs? Got to put it in context because all bets are off after the sexual revolution.
But I think at this point in the science, the dual mating strategy hypothesis is at a minimum no longer as credible as it was before, given these failures to replicate.
Okay, so we're depending on the replication of 25 to 30 some odd years of dual mating strategy. Okay, we got to remember there's a difference between the preferencing and the strategy, right? Alpha fucks, beta bucks. Well, we have to go again. That's a whole nother episode that I've already done, by the way, with Ryan Stone. But again, so we're going to throw away 25 to 30 years of what right until recently was suddenly not replicating. And now we're going to replace it. Like literally, they're talking. I don't see why you couldn't have them both together. To be honest, I mean, even as sort of a, okay, well, if you're married, maybe this is the reason. And if you're not, maybe this is the reason, right? No, that goes out the window. We don't even want to talk about that. Oh, it doesn't replicate. Fine. Bye. Like I said, a theory he was on board with for a very long time. And now suddenly there's no merit to it. Okay. Well, clearly we see there is the evidence of that, of the dual mating strategy throughout social media, throughout Twitter, throughout Instagram, and every freaking hell, it's in popular culture with our storytelling, for fuck's sake. Sheryl Sandberg writes about it and fucking lean in. So would this be any kind of confirmation? Would this quote be her advice to young women? Is it just her mouthing off? She's alpha female. So we're going to throw all that away and we're going to replace it with a theory that depends on the fact that there has to be a pre-established the strategy, the evolutionary strategy that the latent purpose of is reproduction, right? To have babies, how the babies get done, right? Is replaced by a theory that is rooted primarily in social constructionism and not evolutionary psychology. That seems very out of character for a guy who's basically 70 some odd. I don't know how old he is now, but his illustrious career has been based on nothing but hard science that's primarily empirical. But now we're going to replace it with something that is socially dependent.
And to quote your book, 79% of women said that they were falling in the surveys that you did of women who cheated. 79% of women reported that they fell in love with the person, their affair partner, and only 30% of men did. So that would lay credence to your belief that when women cheat, their intention is to end the relationship. When men cheat, that's not necessarily the case.
Okay. Before they get into a position to cheat, before they say, hey, you want to be my boyfriend? You want to be my girlfriend? What is the criteria? Is it dual mating? Is it, hey, well, we're looking at mate switching. Is that what it's about? Why is it that the rich married woman, I mean, this is an archetype. I understand, but why is the trope or the archetype of the rich, bored, married housewife who fucks the pool boy? Well, hubby is, hell, that's the beginning of half of these freaking cuck porn videos, right? What is the basis of that? What is the basis of the pool boy, archetype? Because she wants to get with, because she's emotionally invested in the pool boy because he's such a much better prospect for her in the long term. There's still no answer to that. This is still all about a post-mating situation.
Right. Yeah. And they might not even be aware of their intention at the time. That is, they may just meet someone and find them attractive and have sex with them. But, once they start the affair, you ask them, well, why did you do this? And then they reveal what you just described.
Okay. So there it is. Well, women will go and have sex with the guy who's, she was drunk, he was cute, and one thing led to another. Was ovulatory shift involved in that? Well, we don't know because we just threw that all out the fucking window. But he just said, hey, look, women, maybe they start out by going and fucking the hot guy in the foam cannon party in Cancun on spring break. But then they fall in love with him. Yeah, of course. I'm sure they do because there's an emotional, because women have a different approach to sex. Women have a higher emotional investment than men do. Men can separate themselves from their emotions from the sex act. Women have a much more difficult, they have to be conditioned not to do that, especially if they're working OnlyFans or they're porn stars or whatever. Maybe they just like to fuck. That could be it too. I think the hardest consideration that you will never hear come out of the mouths of, the influencer set for pop evolutionary psychology is maybe chicks just like to fuck. Maybe it's just like, it's 2023 and we have hormonal birth control. We have on-demand abortion. And I feel like I deserve the best of the best. And I didn't get that with the guy that I'm paired up with, or maybe that I'm not even paired off with at all. I just want to fuck this guy. That could be the actual reason. And for me, I would say that's probably the more simplest, why women have sex. Let's go and contemplate why this is. Because the guy's hot. He has a 10-inch dick. And it's hypergamy can't fucking afford to miss that opportunity. That could be it. We could just throw that one out there and maybe see if that balloon floats. But no, we got to sit there and navel gaze about this whole thing because we don't want to hurt the little lady's feelings. Fuck that. Tell them the whole truth or don't tell them the truth at all. So again, who are you, Rollo, to question this guy? He's an illustrious doctor. He got DR in front of his name. Okay, good. He should fucking know better. He should be asking the questions that I'm asking, or at least addressing them, or at least making people aware that he's even contemplated them. Well, it doesn't look like it's replicating. So we're going to move on to this better, more feminine friendly, more flattering to female nature hypothesis that requires women to already be in a paired relationship. What? Yeah. So essentially what he's saying is also like just right here just a second ago is like, it's like, well, maybe they just had sex because they really wanted to. And then there was an emotional attachment that got developed. I'm sure there was. I've said this before, and okay. So I told you there's going to be something I'm going to tell you that's going to be really hard for a lot of guys to hear. This is it. So when a woman is having an affair, when she's in a situation where she's fucking a guy and it's not just a one night stand and it's like a regular occurrence, odds are he's correct. Like she's probably fucking that guy because she now has, not only does she like fucking him, she also has an emotional investment. She has invested herself emotionally in this guy. But she still is paired, once again, because that's the context, she's paired with her husband or she's paired with a long-term boyfriend, and now she's got to figure out how to break it off. Usually there are telltale signs for that. Like I've talked about this a million times. Like if she suddenly starts to take an interest in like Swedish death metal and lifting heavy weights, or, does something sort of out of, has these new hobbies and interests that are really out of character for her, odds are she's doing that because she's now got a guy that is into Swedish death metal and likes to, lift heavy things, right? His hobbies become her hobbies. She will find ways to be compatible with that guy. That's a sign. It's a good sign if you're involved with that chick and she has you want to know a genuine desire, or you were asking me earlier, that's definitely a sign. She starts taking on your interests and your hobbies, and she starts watching your sports. She's suddenly a Golden Knights fan overnight. Like Raiders, I'm a Raiders fan. Fuck those Niners. I'm now a Raiders fan, right? Because Rolo's into Raiders, so I'm about it. That's a good sign if you're the dude. It's a bad sign if you're not the dude. It's a red flag if you're not the dude. Suddenly she's in the gym quite a bit and she's really looking good these days, and it ain't for you. You didn't inspire that. The guy that she's with inspired that. Now, the hard thing to hear is once she is involved in that situation, having sex with you and keeping up appearances with you becomes cheating on him. See what I'm saying? So she knows she has an infidelity, right? She knows she has a committed relationship with you that has boundaries. There's a contract, there's an agreement, whatever it is, close on his end, close on your end, whatever. She knows that. But yet she's fucked this guy. She develops an emotional investment in this guy. So when your wife or your girlfriend suddenly doesn't want to have sex with you anymore, what's the first thing guys say? Well, she's probably fucking somebody else. Even women, even with a third party, outside of it, they'll say the same thing. She's probably fucking somebody else. She's not getting from you. She has no interest in fucking you, but yet she's like keeping up appearances, or she's pretending to still be this devoted wife. Odds are she's probably getting fucked from somebody else, or wants to get fucked from somebody else. But in this case, what he was just describing a moment ago is, if that's the case, if she has sex with the guy, maybe once or twice, gets emotionally invested in him, and then continues the relationship, the affair, the thought of sleeping with you and fucking you, being the wife or the husband in this case, seems like cheating on the new guy, on the guy that she's having the affair with. And that's when I think guys on an instinctive level realize when that woman is sort of lackluster in bed, or she's just not interested in it, or she's like really kind of, there'll be telltale signs, right? Your subconscious will pick up on it. Your instincts will pick up on it first. That's when guys go, I suspect she's cheating. Well, why? Because she's not fucking me anymore. And she's not having sex with me the way we used to. Yeah, because she feels like having sex with you is cheating on him. So now the commitment has shifted. The switching has shifted from him, or from you, to him. And that's why she feels guilty about having sex with you, because she's cheating on him by fucking you, and still like giving you the appearance that she's emotionally vested and still wants to fuck you, if she's fucking you at all. That's why. That's hard to hear. A lot of guys have a problem with that. Understanding that like the guy that she's having the affair with is actually now the husband, and you're not. And she doesn't want to have anything to do with you, but she has to keep up appearances as long as it takes for her to sort of get out of that relationship. And that's really what he goes into. So let me get to the super chats here. And I got one last thing. Let's go backwards. Sorry, guys. Have her name 3 songs from that indie band she's into lately. That will be a good test. How do you know that she's cheating on you? Name 3 Slayer songs, bitch. Ha. That's how I started to figure out my ex-wife. Music tells no lies. Believe Rolo, especially the team sports thing. Yeah, suddenly she's her family is like they're from like Detroit, and they're all Detroit Lions, and then suddenly she starts liking their Las Vegas Raiders. Why mate switching on VS off the pill? Thoughts on VS off the pill? I'm not sure what VS stands for. Somebody tell me what VS means. Even their feminist queen says you can't change a bad boy. Queen. She is kind of the queen, isn't she? But modern women still think they can. The arrogance. Yeah, that's what it's about. By the way, that's the Beauty and the Beast thing I was talking about before. There's your late fee. You know what? You get one of these for your late fee. Thank you for your $1.99 contribution. Rolo, why do some women hide their age? because they understand. You want to know why? Here's why. Here, I'll show it to you in black and white. This is why. Because women know that after a certain age, their sexual market value and their agency decays. By and large, that's why. Don't ask my age. And I think what's funny is like they get. It's funny how you're not supposed to ask a woman her age, but women can ask you like, how much do you make? What kind of car do you drive? Blah 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 blah. The reason why it's rude, I mean, historically, anyways, it's been considered rude to ask a woman her age is because she's trying to deceive you. She's trying to say, I am actually younger than I actually am. You should guess. Guess how old I am. 21? No. 41. Yes. That's why it's rude. Because on some level of consciousness, women realize that their sexual agency declines. What would be the percentage of women who commits adultery in marriage during the epiphany phase? It depends on when because remember the way I call it the epiphany phase is or between 29 and 31, right? In that 3-year range from 29 to 31. For some women, it could come earlier. Like Tommy Lahren, her epiphany phase really started at 28, but give or take a year. Okay. So commits adultery during the epiphany phase. Usually it's because she married early and she thinks that by committing adultery in the epiphany phase, she's now making up for missing out. I have by the way, I probably should do a full episode on this. I have an essay called Making Up for Missing Out, because people like, I have women will say, I never had a hope phase. No, you did. You just didn't enjoy it. You just didn't capitalize on it. You just didn't engage in it. You had the phase. You just didn't do anything about it. Or like I have women who are like, oh, I got married at 19 and I met my husband in church camp and I didn't have a whole phase. No, you did. You probably did it, but without realizing it. You probably did it by living vicariously through your girlfriends. You probably did it while you were playing house. You had 3 kids with your husband but the whole time you're like, oh, I missed out. Making up for missing out. So when women get to, whether they have kids or not, when they get to a point where they married early and they regret marrying early because they missed out on all the opportunities that their sexual agency would have given them otherwise, and they regret it because they picked a losing horse, or they saw their girlfriends, or they see women on Instagram all the time and they want a piece of that. They want a piece of that action. That's what I call making up for missing out. So women will say, I didn't have a hoe phase. Well, you did, but you didn't capitalize on it. Your hoe phase is 18 to 28, period. End of story. And now, what's the hoe phase? I call it the party years hoe phase. It's the decade that women go through where they're at the peak, they're top of their game when it comes to sexual agency and sexual marketability. Whether you capitalize on that or not is irrelevant. The phase still happens. So. What do you say? Jaff Memo. They nailed it, didn't they? Jaffe Memo. I don't know who that is. Sorry. I'll go look them up now. Is mate switching hypothesis just a cope diet justification for her bad behavior? Yes, it is. It's cope in the sense that it is a sort of backwards engineering for infidelity, first of all. But how we go from mate switching hypothesis to this is women's innate mating strategy that's the cope. That's bullshit, because for as long as, dual mating strategy has been a thing, or ovulatory shift has been a thing up until recently, it's been very unflattering to women's nature. They don't, hell, if you go and you read, like I've got Hormonal up in my bookcase right here. You have to sort of like wade through even Marty Hazelton trying to get her feminist street creds in the beginning of every fucking chapter. And the reason she does that is because she knows because she has historically got pushback from feminists at every college she's ever gone and given a dissertation or a TED talk, wherever the fuck she does, right? She knows she's going to get pushback from feminists because they didn't want her revealing the game. They didn't want her to reveal a very unflattering, in some cases, ugly aspect of female nature. So if we can debunk that, if we can p-hack that, if you'd like to see the p-hacking video with her, and it's kind of dry shit, but it's a video, an interview between Marty Hazelton and Gad Saad where she explains what happened. I think that anybody, especially people who come at me and think that I'm like sort of like, trying to find some way, some end around this. Before you do that, before you come at me, go watch that video, because that's what I'm talking about. There is a distinct, provable link between people who the people who are doing the p hacking of her 25, 30 years of work in a meta study analysis, trying to say, oh, it doesn't work, it's not for real. And then it comes to find out that they fudged the numbers. And she describes it like I said, it's dry stuff. I can go and describe it for you too, but at least she's pretty, and you can see a pretty girl explain it to you. But she did it pretty well with Gad Saad on that interview. So 25, 30 years of work of research. And again, what are they debunking? Because we're talking about like dozens and dozens of experiments. Which one replicated? Which one didn't? Who was doing the comparison? Who was trying to replicate it? We don't know. Even Dr. Orion Taraban explained that about the sort of the limitations of all this shit because of the crisis of replication. Oh, Rollo's coping. He's grasping for straws. No, I'm just pointing out what fucking Marty Hazelton herself has said. You'd go take it from me, or you could take it from her. You better go, and if you want to seem like you're in any way like well versed in any of this, at least do yourself the solid and go and watch that video. That's why women are so successful on social media and in business. It allows them to mix their innate mating strategy with financial gain. Yes. And which is why you will never get them out of it. It's like strippers who get addicted to stripping, because it's lifestyle creep too. Funny, in their examples, the victim of the sexual affair is a woman, and in the emotional one, it's the dude. It's the dude, a little bit backwards on purpose. Yeah, that right there, that implicit bias right there is exactly what I'm talking about. Who was doing the studies? Was it the same people who made those illustrations? It was the same people who would make those comparisons. Rollo, I just got it. So you're saying that if she's a cheating psychopath who has a history, and can't pair bond, it's my fault if she cheats. Yeah, sure. In this situation, it's Guy's fault. I disagree with the title. Yeah, well, don't take that literally. Okay. I say that because that's the expectation. The whole thing about, where was it? The 7 types of affairs. Every single one of these 7 types of affairs. Here, let's put it back up again. Every one of these affair types is your fault. Distraction, digital affair, emotional affair. Look, you notice it's the guy jerking off the point talking to somebody else, right? Oh, I can't believe it. Look, sexual affair. Who's in bed with who? The woman finds the man in bed with another chick. Emotional affair. Oh, look, well, yeah, maybe the emotional affair happens to be the woman and the man, but usually when people will say women have concocted the emotional affair. One night stands, of course, there you go. Oh, you've been fucking this other guy. So you look at, what's funny is like, if you go by Dr. David Buss's like definitions of like why women cheat and why they don't, and then you compare it to these like affair types, and then you look how they're portrayed. Like sexual affair right here. It's the man who's cheating on the woman. But the one night stand, which would otherwise be a guy, now it's the woman who's having the one night stand, right? Distraction affair, the serial affair, the double life affair. Those are all your fault, just so you know. That's just how it works. They're all your fault. At least that's what the presumption is. Man ain't no good. Nobody got time for that. You suck. You need to do better. That's why she cheated on you. That's why she left you, because you didn't measure up. It's mate switching. You weren't the mate. You're the mate, and then she wanted to switch. So found somebody better. She had an emotional investment in some guy, not because she wanted to fuck him, but because you didn't measure up. And that's what this all boils down to. Thank you for reminding me of this. The women cheating is always your fault, and that's the essence of mate switching hypothesis. She wouldn't cheat on you if you measured up, if you were just good enough. Because if you weren't, if she cheats, it's your fault. If you cheat, it's your fault. That's how it works. I don't make the rules. Is it really your fault? No, it's not, of course. But that's how we want to phrase or define infidelity, as I've been doing this entire episode, right? All those infidelity types, your fault, not her fault. She wouldn't have gone and had that one night stand if it weren't for you, if you'd been a better man, if you'd been more emotionally available. If you hadn't had one of the five cardinal sins of infidelity, right? You weren't emotionally available. You need to be a better man. Financial, we're just not connecting. Compatibility, we're incompatible. I had to fuck somebody else. Yes, it's always your fault. Always. You didn't measure up. You didn't do enough. Now, by my masculine self-improvement, be the best version of yourself so your wife won't cheat on you anymore. In that case, I can definitely see why guys would say the juice isn't worth the squeeze. I think it is, but not in the context that mate switching hypothesis would like to give it to you. I think what's interesting is I get accused of trying to, those red pill guys, excuse me, they never use my name, right? But red pill guys get accused of like doom and gloom. Well, if she finds a guy who's better than you, she's always going to cheat. No one in the red pill is saying that ever. Seriously. I have actually had entire episodes where I fight against that. Like hypergamy is not a straitjacket, right? There's too many variables. In fact, I've said that before, like men are too happy about like the wall, right? Men are too happy about the wall, or they're too pissed off about the wall. And the same thing goes for like hypergamy. The guys are either too happy or too pissed off about it. When you're on the receiving end, when it's good for you, hypergamy is great. When you're on the sharp end of that fucking stick, then it sucks. It is what it is. I hate to use that phrase, but it is what it is. So when people want to throw this shit at me and say, well, it's the red pill and the hypergamy, and guys are like, they're despondent, and men are having more sex than they say they are, and blah, blah, blah. And they want to try to find some like end around all that. Like, you're not confronting me with anything I haven't already addressed. You just don't have you're intellectually lethargic. You don't have the discipline to actually go and read my books or listen to, almost 4-hour podcast now. Yeah, you don't have that interest. I get it. It's a long fucking podcast, but you don't even watch the clips. Nobody wants to know again, like the red pill is a college class. It's not an elevator pitch. But if you're going to say that the red pill guy is Roll Tomasi and is teaching hypergamy, and it's giving guys like hopelessness, it's nihilistic, blah, blah, blah. Well, then you better go and point a finger at Dr. David Buss and mate switching hypothesis, because he's pretty much saying the same thing. In fact, I would be afraid that guys would be even more despondent, because at least when I talk about hypergamy, I say, look, there's a lot of variables in all of this. Hell, even Marty Hazelton says that if a woman is in a satisfying relationship and she's in her proliferative phase of her ovulatory cycle, she is more likely to fuck her boyfriend or her husband than go out and look for strange, unless it's not satisfying. And then she might want to go outside. She might want to have a weekend in Vegas with the girls during her ovulation, wear the red dress and the hoop earrings. Okay. I wonder if that experiment's been like replicated or not. That's just one more. God, I hate that shit, man. That's been debunked. It's been doesn't replicate. Which one of the 4 or 5 dozen of these experiments that have been done since 1998? Which one? Do you know? I do, because I read Hormonal. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. You don't. Which one? Tell me. Why do you suddenly why is David Buss suddenly turning on a dime right when he has his new dating classes based on all this bullshit that never took off, by the way? I showed you guys that on one of those before. Yeah, the influencer. David Buss, the influencer. But again, if you are going to say that hypergamy and the red pill concept of hypergamy is in error and it's making guys despondent because they take it to an illogical extreme, they could just as easily take the mate switching hypothesis to the same extreme, and in fact be even more hopeless, because at least in the red pill sense, it's like, okay, this is what you have to deal with it, figure it out. In the mate switching hypothesis, you're fucking doomed, because if she finds a guy who's better than you, she's going to get emotionally invested in that guy, and this is why they cheat. And this is why she's going to leave you. And this is why she's going to switch from one mate to another. And you better measure up, because what did we just say? Well, why did they do that? Financial, emotional stuff, all this. You think of all the criteria that you got to work on and stay on top of your game all the time. That applies in mate switching hypothesis all over the place. So I would say that is just as nihilistic, if not more nihilistic, than the red pill approach, which is dual mating strategy, which covers not only being in a monogamous relationship, but getting into it in the first fucking place. What are they looking for? What is a single woman who has no attachment whatsoever, not in a monogamous relationship, freewheeling, very fucking single? What is she? How does she select? Through mate switching or through the dualistic mating strategy, or her preferences, dualistic mating preferences? Is that because fucking Sheryl Sandberg sure as fuck thinks so? She thinks all women ought to do this. That's her advice to the youth of the nation. She's on board. It's Sandbergian hypergamy. What do you got to say about that? Guys dating Alex from Date Psych, fucking Dr. David Buss. Anybody else who wants to come at me? Don't talk to me. Go talk to fucking Sheryl Sandberg. God damn it. More than a man can take. Beware of validational sex. Once you experience that, you'll never be able to go back to transactional. Yes, you will know the difference. It will trigger your mental point of view as being off. Yeah, it will. Yeah, nothing will educate a man faster than a woman who really wants to fuck the shit out of me rather than make love to me. Yeah. You want to know why I had to vet myself before I got married to my wife? I didn't vet her. I vetted me. Is this the kind of woman that I can be faithful to? Because I have seen me do it before. I know me. I'm happy to say that it's worked out for 27 years. I haven't cheated on her once, but it's like, that was the first question I asked myself. I'm like, do I really want to get into something long-term with this person? Yeah, I do. And I'm glad I did. Viral shorts. It's funny when you think before you sleep, AKA Sean takes shots at you on Nerdrotic when his girlfriend, Brittany Venti. Is that his girlfriend? No, I don't. That's not his girlfriend, because his girlfriend, her boyfriend is another guy, not Nerdrotic. Do a hit piece on you the next day, of course. Yeah, well, I know that they're all part of that same fucking inbred gamer girl bullshit. Would you like me to go cover that? I'll go. Would you like to see the cow-eyed Brittany Venti? I'll show you if you want me to subject you to that. Last question I have for tonight. Good show. Thank you very much. Wanted to know, what are the degrees of differences between... Okay, I already got to. Anybody else before I go and subject you to the horror that is Brittany Venti? How does one get rid of their ego investment? Well, you identify it first. Figure out what it is. It's very difficult. Because getting rid of an ego investment requires you to sort of get rid of part of your personality or rethink. Most people, I'm sorry for using a $10 word, but most people don't question their own epistemology. What does that mean? How they came to believe what they believe, like the steps they came, the epistemology, how they came to believe what they believe. Because if they did, they would realize it's probably, they learned it in school. They learned it from pop culture. They learned it from religion. They learned it from their family. In some cases, it might be good. An ego investment in good pro-social virtues and values is not a bad thing, but nobody questions it. How did I come to believe in God? How did I come to believe in this particular, outlook on worldview? Nobody asks those questions. They just go with it. Right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the first step to getting rid of an ego investment, one that is sort of diminishing to you. Also, unfortunately, the other part is going through trauma, going through crisis that challenges that ego investment. And then you will go, maybe I was wrong about that. If you can say I was wrong about something and have the introspect to sort of consider why you were wrong, that's the first step to getting rid of an ego investment. And again, some ego investments are not bad. It's just depends on what you're talking about. It's the basis for risk management. Not every woman will buy, but any woman can. Yeah. Obviously, risk adverse beings, women, will never understand this. It's because women are primarily interested in long-term security. They are the vulnerable sex. They want assurances that they and their offspring are going to endure. How much of an impact would mandatory paternity tests make on a woman's dual mating strategy? Probably, it will be interesting to see that happen. It's not mandatory, but I think what was funny is we weren't even having this conversation until you had like the 23andMe, like sort of ancestry tests. Because it was fun, and people say, "Oh, it's the government taking blood samples." Dude, if the government knows so much about you that you'd make your head spin. But one of the downsides of like plotting the human genome is that you have fun little toys like 23andMe, and then suddenly you find out through that test that you are in no way related to your children, and now we're going to have a conversation. There's a reason why the Duluth model of feminism took off in the mid-'80s. There was this presumption that men were always going to be the aggressor and always going to be the one who initiates domestic violence. That's where it began. And then it sort of snowballed from there. One of the outcomes, legalistic outcomes of the Duluth model of feminism is that, doctors in general are not allowed to tell a biological father that the child is not actually his, unless there's a life-threatening situation, right? They are required by, and granted, this is medical records, so there's the confidentiality part of this too. But when there is I think the people to ask in all this is like the doctors who do these DNA tests, but like, if it comes out, like say there's a child or whatever has a genetic disease or needs to have a blood test, and it has to be like maybe find out what the blood type of the father is versus what the blood type of the child is, because he needs to have a blood transfusion or something like that, and come to find out that they're not actually biologically related to each other. In that case, for whatever reason, it could be like a genetic disease. In that case, the doctor is not allowed to inform the biological father that he is actually not the biological father of that child, because of the Duluth model of feminism. The presumption is that if the father finds out that the kid's not his, he will go berserk. He'll lose his shit. He'll file like a lot. It's not in the best interest of the child, adult or otherwise, to inform the father that he was essentially cuckolded. Somebody sent this to me. It was on Instagram not too long ago. There was a story of a guy who was a father of like 3 or 4 kids, and the mother died. His wife died. And through whatever, process, they found out that the kids were not actually his. The mother's dead, and the kids, who are not his biological children, are still his responsibility. In fact, if a woman puts your name on the birth certificate and you don't challenge it, they're your kids. The state thinks that they're your kids, and you will be paying child support and whatever else based on the presumption that those children are yours, even after it's been shown that you are not actually the father. And I'm sure you've seen the videos going around right now where I forget what court show it was, but the guy who went to jail for not being able to pay child support, or not, for missing for being a deadbeat dad. And then come to find out that the children he had been missing his child support payments for were not his kids. And he spent jail time, like years in jail, because he couldn't pay child support for children that he did not biologically sire. That's gynocentrism. You want to talk about responsibility with no authority? That's a very good example of it right there. Now, is it happening in record numbers? Probably not. But again, it's not that every woman will, it's that any woman can. So when your kids aren't yours, and the doctor cannot by law tell you she's fucking around on you and you've been paying for these kids for the last, God knows how long, right? He can't say that because they're afraid that, you're going to go berserk. Maybe rightly so. He probably would go berserk. Let's see. What else we got here? Is that it? How much impact? Okay. I would say that a mandatory paternity test, there was a law. I don't know if it went through. I know it was in Utah and maybe another couple of states about 2 or 3 years back. And they were proposing a law that said if a woman was pregnant by a guy, that the guy was responsible for all the OBGYN and all of the pre-medical stuff before that woman has the baby. And feminists and every, women loved it. Even tricons loved that. But they threw in a clause that killed that. And it was, the only thing is if we want men to pay at least half of the OBGYN and all the doctor's fees and everything that goes into like the pre-birth prenatal care, right? But you have to take a blood test to determine that the child is actually his before he is on the hook for 50% of the prenatal care. That kills the bill. Why? Because they don't want to lose the pretense of fatherhood. They don't want to lose the ability to say, hey, look, whoever we put on the birth certificate, and if he doesn't, challenge it, then you're the kid, or you're the kid's father. That's what would happen. Let's see. Rolo, The Rational Male, Book 6, Jaffe Memo. Just trust me on a Jaffe Memo. What the fuck is Jaffe Memo? Is that like one of them boys things? Who knows? What percentage of marriages that go the distance do you think are actually good marriages? Well, what's a good marriage? What's the distance? That's the key. It's funny you should ask this. I've put this in these terms. If you are in a marriage for 4 years and your wife dies and it was great for those 4 years, did you go the distance? Was it a good marriage? If you are married for 60 years and you're miserable every single day of your life, you went the distance, technically it's not a failed marriage. So is it a good marriage? See, it's all contextual. It's about the people. It's about the people and the persons that are involved in all of this. I used to use this illustration with Pat Campbell. If you go and you look at the marriage, I should say, of Pat Tillman and his wife. If you don't know who Pat Tillman is, go look him up. He was a guy who was always a Arizona Cardinal. He was an NFL player, and he right around 9/11, he said, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to quit the NFL and I'm going to go over and fight for my country. He ended up dying from friendly fire. We come to find out later. But very noble, I'm going to go sign up and die for my country. And went over to Afghanistan or Iraq or wherever he went to during that time. And he was by all means a good father and I don't know if he's a father, a good husband and everything. Did he have a successful marriage with his wife before he was killed? Probably. Is that did that go to the distance? What's the distance? So I hate the idea of a failed / successful marriage, because there's a lot of people like, if it's based on time on the clock, then what's success, right? I'm in an LTR with an OnlyFans and Pornhub. With OnlyFans and Pornhub, do you think the future is marriage and birth rate decline? Yes, it's already here. Birth rate has been declining since way before there was OnlyFans, and there will be a rise in virtual online relationships. Well, probably, maybe. Would that be an affair? I ask age and weight because I do what I want. I do what I want. Yeah. Okay. So we got there. Let me go back. I got to your ego investment questions. I think I covered everything. Would you like me to opine on Brittany Venti before I go? I have it queued up. She did, of course, dox my kid and my wife once again, which is what I would expect from an Anthony Johnson or certainly Alex from Playing with Fire. Certainly John Anthony Lifestyle has doxed my kid before. And by the way, doxed Justin Waller's mom before. I would reserve that usually for scumbags like that. But apparently Brittany decided that she was comfortable in doing so. So Brittany, just before I get started here, I have a lot of people who have come to me and have dished out a lot of dirt on you. And I could make it public, but I'm not going to. I have I've got photos. I think I put one up on Twitter not too long ago. I know about Mason. I know about the nudes. I know about a lot of stuff. Trust me, you have a lot of enemies. And when they see you coming at me, they see that as an opportunity. Now, I don't know what prompted you to give me shit all of a sudden out of the blue. Maybe it was me talking about people, me being asked about people on No Jumper. Perhaps that was it. Who knows? But you are gravely mistaken about pretty much everything in your video. So I could, maybe I'll throw a little bit on here real quick. Like I said, I could get petty, but I really kind of don't want to do that because I don't like it when people dox my kid, right? And if that's the case, it's funny. I'll tell you what's almost like ironic about the whole thing is, where did I put that? Did I have it on here? Oh man, I thought I had it queued up. Where did it go? Sorry, I don't know if I have it now. Where did I put it? It's on the desktop. Hang on. Is that it? No. I'm sorry. I don't know if I have it right now. Is it in my... I have to find this wonderful thing. No, that wasn't it. Well, I could go dig it up off of YouTube if you want to. We're sort of at the end of this show anyways. But what the hell did I do with it? I know I downloaded it. Let me go see if I can dig it up. Hang on. No, what the hell did I do with it? It's my Sunday show, right? Damn it. Is it in my intros? Maybe it's in my intros. Well, that's not it either. Anyways, if you want to go see Brittany Venti, you can go pick it up. I don't know if I should even give her the time of day, quite honestly, but oh, all right. Hang on. See if I can find it for you. Against my better judgment. It's funny. I'm looking at like my YouTube stuff here now, and suddenly people are finding out that I actually did something with Dr. Phil not too long ago. I hate to stream through this. Let me see if I can get Brittany here. Brittany Venti. Oh yeah, the Red Pill cult leader. There we go. That was the one. Got that. And that I could have sworn I already copied this though. All right. Give me a second. It shouldn't take too long. It's actually a pretty short video. What's funny is like, I love it how like, what's funny is like I should show you the thumbnail for this. She essentially had this thumbnail and it was like right reading. Like it wasn't like, it was like mirror image. Now it's mirror imaged because she knows that I can get her on a copyright strike if I wanted to, but now she's got to change it 50%. So, all right. Here we go. This is it. Where'd it go? Got that. All right, here we go. Is on the desktop, isn't it? There you go. Okay. Here you go. Guys, well, you asked for it. Here you go. Southern Lila Rose, Erudite. Yeah, Erudite's another one. Brittany Venti. Oh man, I got some things to say about Brittany. They are all gynocentrists who only care for what's best for women. Of course they are. They are all feminists. Every one of those girls that you mentioned are feminists.
Being called a feminist by the red pill manosphere sect of the internet, like Rollo Tomasi, is like being called a racist on Twitter. The word has really lost its power. But according to Rollo Tomasi, or...
See, this is the doe-eyed, like, cow-eyed, like, vapid, empty stare of autism, just so you know. The funniest thing about this is like it's supposed to be a burn of some kind. And if I can, how old do you think this chick is? What is she, like 26? I think 25, 26. And first of all, darling, I call everybody a feminist. Me too, myself included. Anyone born after 1965 is a feminist. So yes, I agree. It is meaningless. That's the point I was making.
Should I say George? Not only am I a feminist.
Yeah, it's funny is like she drops my real name in there. And what was ironic is literally like last Sunday, I mentioned exactly the same thing. So you know my name. Oh my God. I quit. You're right. I'm out. Sorry guys. I'll see you later. I quit. I'm taking all of my books off. Yeah, you found my real name. Which is funny. Which was exactly what I said on last week's show.
But also a Christian.
They are conservatives and we're good Orthodox Catholics and we're good Bible worship, Bible reading Christians, and we go to Bible study.
I'm not a Christian, but it goes to show how much.
Oh, really? Okay, let's see. Where do we go? Before we continue on, let's see. Where did it go? I'm not a Christian. Oh, well, yeah, that must have been a recent change. Because where did it go? This dude, no. So I'm trying to find this email that I had for her. Where did that go? There we go. Okay, so I believe this is a friend of yours. I'm not gonna name his name, but let's scroll down here. Let's see. By the way, you're right about Brittany's Christian trad grift, because I know this is one of my informants, because I know for a fact that Brittany has full-on nude pics that directly played into her breaking up because Mason sent me proof when it happened. He was pretty upset, but I am happy that for the guy, because he saw her for who she really is and got away from her. Apparently she's like a real piece of work. Like, why is it that I attract like BPD girls? Why is it that I attract like narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder? I'll dig a little. I have more that this is like the most tame shit that I can get on, but I'll let her continue.
Research he does on the people he so confidently speaks on. Rolo or George confidently accusing people of labels really confirms that everyone I don't like is a feminist is the new everyone I don't like is a racist. No, pumpkin. Because if you knew anything about what I talk about, by the way, if you had even just taken half a second to watch the interview of myself with Jedi Bila, I say exactly this: that everyone born after 1965 is a feminist in some way, shape, or form. The feminist ideology has in some way influenced the way that you think about the world. That's where that comes from. That's what the whole thing was about. But you're going to say, oh, you're calling me names. How Zoomer of you. Oh, Rolo must be a boomer. It's not meant to be taken seriously, and especially not from a discount Tom Likas.
Do you think that marriage is any good for women either? Statistics show that when the divorce happens, it's not particularly.
Hold on, wait.
Stump that bitch.
It's almost like that's in my sound drops. It's almost like I've talked about Tom before and what a fucking whack job he is right now. Yeah, it sounds like that's something I've said before.
Really good for them.
Women have a lot more to gain from divorce. 90% of the custody goes to women, child custody. If you want to be with your kids, guess who's getting the kid? Not the guys, not you. Bottom line. And then guys going to be paying that child support. And what is alimony? And why? Or now they.
I love how she uses like this ancient picture of me like at a poker tournament. You got to remember that shot for me was when was that? God, I would be at was it the Atlantis? I think. It was like 2015, 2016, I think. Actually, probably even earlier than that. I might have been like 2013 or 2014. He's trying to be like Tom Likas. Really? That's the best you got? Keep going.
The name of it, spousal support. Why are we paying that? What for what?
There's no real accountability, particularly when it's like no fault divorce. And of course, it's always in the woman's favor, especially if she has kids, a child support. There's almost as if, let's see, I've said this, Pearl has said this, Patrice O'Neill has said this, Tom Likas has said this. You could go, who else? What's his name? Paul Elam has said this. Dean Esme has said this. Let's see who else. Just because I'm mouthing it means that I'm the one who's trying to like pretend that I'm somebody else. Do you think I like memorize that? Is that what you're proposing? Alimony.
But you don't have to take my word for it, because George himself lists Tom Likas as his inspiration for his ideology on women and dating.
All right. So next thing is, it's not an ideology, you dumb bitch. I've said this how many times? I love it when I get this shit, because it's like, this shows, like, remember when how I get all kind of bent out of shape because I'm like, who are you talking about? What are you talking about? Even when people want to actually use my real name, or they want to excluding Hafiz, of course, but anytime somebody wants to use my name about something, it's like, okay, fine. At least know what the fuck you're talking about. You can go and had you read my first book, you would know that I list Tom Likas as an inspiration on that. It's in the introduction of the very first fucking book. Do you think I'm trying to hide this? Do you think I'm trying to like say, oh, I love it when people like say, Patrice O'Neill thought of all this stuff before you, or Tom Likas was ahead of his time, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, I know. I used to listen to him when he was on KLOS and terrestrial radio back in the day. It's not like some new revelation. I don't want to do this whole fucking thing. So what is this? Tom Likas. I like, where the fuck? Okay, so this was her bullshit about Brittany Venti, Lauren Southern. Happen, and we see guys are like, yeah, oh man, women are really fucked up. And when we look at that, that's sensational. But what we don't look at is the success stories where guys go, you know what? I was going to kill myself, and now I decided not to, because now I have accurate information because I'm red pill aware right now. Okay, you notice that there's all these jump cuts in this, as I would expect.
The Red Pill Manosphere is infamous for their bad takes on women and dating, such as Modern Life Dating or MLD's take on how you should endure physical harm from.
Okay, how does that have anything to do with me? How does like MLD's take on, I shouldn't say that. How does MLD's take and his walk off of Saucecast, how does that like, do you even know what I talk about? I don't know. I should point out here that I understand that she's like tight with, yeah, she is a chameleon. She's tight with the nerdrotic people. Why the fuck are you guys coming at me? I didn't even know that there's even a thing, right? But I know she's tight with Lauren Southern. And where this is really coming from is a fact that I have been, just recently, hell, I was here. I think I know where this comes from. When I was on No Jumper with Flacco, I mentioned this. And I said this, by the way, during that interview, as well as after that interview, because Destiny came at me saying, well, Rolo's accusing me of knocking up Lauren Southern. Well, let's just say the correlation is there. And I made that, by the way, I made that point on Flacco's show. I said, I do not know that Lauren Southern was pregnant by Destiny. I do know that she was pregnant August 8th of 2022, because I have the documents to prove that she was. Oh, well, show them, Rolo. Give me show me the receipts. I could, if I wanted to lose this channel. I could, if I wanted to lose my my Twitter feed. But once again, I'll make this public for you, Brittany, and anybody else who wants to come and see them live in person. I will print them out and I will put them right in front of you on the table. If you want to come to Vegas, I'll book the studio time and I will show you live in person that they're right there. I know what Lauren's, let's see, Lauren Southern's ex is about. I have had correspondence with him since December of last year. And I also know through our exchange, where our back and forth, we've been talking really since December. And I also know the fact that she has been denying him visitation of their kid. He is in Australia. She is in Canada. And he approached me initially because he wanted me to help him with sort of this international law. He didn't know where else to turn, right? And so I tried to put him in touch with Andrew Esquire, but I realized that probably wasn't the best thing because he's in Korea. I don't know. But I was trying to help him out with this. And so we had this back and forth, and he was telling me all this stuff. I've got emails after email after email with her ex. And then she came out with an admission that she hadn't been married just recently. And I made a video on that. I commented on that. And the reason for that is because I held her feet to the fire during a recent episode of Tim Pool, where she was wearing her wedding ring. And that was one of the things that was bothering her ex, was the fact that she still tries to keep up this appearance of being this good conservative Christian woman who's baking fucking cookies and pies and shit like that. And she's trying to hold up the appearance that she is in fact married. She has this big come to Jesus. I've been crying in the woods out here in British Columbia somewhere because I was trying to get this right. This is my second or fifth or 10th take on this. So the reason why she got caught is because I put a picture out there on Twitter and I said, hey, why is Lauren Southern wearing her wedding ring still? That's all I did. One quick, simple question about that. She knows that I know. You notice that Lauren doesn't come forward and say, hey, I was never pregnant. Why are you not asking her? Lauren, were you pregnant August 8th, 2022? Ask that question. Just ask that question flat out. Did you not go for a fetal monitoring ultrasound on that date? Ask that question. See what she says, because I know what the answer is. Do I know that it was Destiny's kid? No, I don't. I do know that she was pregnant. I do know that there was, through Chud Logic and a few other sources, that there was a very, let's just say, there was definitely a relationship there of some kind, to the point where it was like almost to the point where like Melania was, or Melania, or whatever her name was like really kind of bent, like it was either her or him, or her or Lauren. And if you don't believe me on that one, all you really have to kind of do is just go look at the archives of Destiny's videos around that time when he's like palling around and having a good time with Lauren. I mean, that's his MO, right? I mean, there's Farrah, there's, I don't know about Angela, but I certainly, there's at least a half a dozen other girls like that have been one of Destiny's angels. Farrah's one of them. I can tell you that. What's the other girl? Amy Dangerfield spends a lot of time. I don't know if they're fucking, but they spend a lot of time together. I should have asked her that. I should have point blank asked Amy that when she was on Access Vegas. If I had to do it again, I probably would. But I mean, I don't know how his hustle works with the chicks, but apparently he got really close to Lauren for a long time. Did they have a kid? I don't know. He was saying, do they have, I'll here's a bet for $10,000. It wasn't my kid. Well, I can bet you $10,000 that she was pregnant. I'll take that bet. Do I know that's your kid? I don't know. I'd like to know what happened to it. I'd like to know what the whole situation was about. I'd also like to know what her involvement with Andrew Tate was about. Tommy Robbins will confirm that. I'm surprised. I was kind of hoping that like, Myron and Fresh were going to ask Tommy Robbins about Lauren Southern and Andrew Tate. I wish that would have come out a little bit more, but like Tommy Robbins is very vocal about that. He used to get with Lauren. He was with her too. And now she's with Tim Pool. So Tim, if you're watching, there's a few red flags here. Tim, if you'd like me to help you out, I'd be happy to share some notes with you. She was pregnant. That's why she's doing this. So really, that's what this whole freaking clusterfuck boils down to. Do you want me to show you the part where she like doxes my daughter and me? No, I'm not going to go there. And could I dox her with some real? I've got the photos to really rough her up, but I'm not going to do that either. Instead, I'm just going to say this is that you probably don't want to fuck with me because I know people and I know things. And by the way, it's not because I'm like obsessed with this. I'm trying to like figure this shit out. It's because too many other people are, and they know I'm a public figure. And so they come and bring me shit. So If you want more, I'll be happy to give you more. But I will say this. So I'll just leave it at this. If you want Brittany or Lauren or anybody else, if you want to come to Vegas, you would like me to show you these documents, I will. I can't put them on publicly because that is most definitely doxing, and that is most definitely revealing. Well, in this case, it would be medical records, and I'm not going to do that on YouTube. Do I have them? Yes, I do. Ask Glenn Lawrence. He saw them. Who else I've shown proofs or prints. There's a few people that I've shown them to. So I have third-party verification if you want me to use third-party, but you're not going to believe that until I publish them live on the air somewhere. And they would love for me to do that, because what would happen is, like, the minute I do, they would just throw copyright, or they would throw privacy strikes on me. But if you want to see them, I'll be happy to show them to you in person. If you want to come out to Vegas and call me on it. Apparently, I'm a really good poker player. That was a good tournament, too. I think about it. People don't know that. I played poker tournaments. I play craps quite a bit, too. Those are the only two games I really play. Craps and poker. Miguel Munoz from Dollar Cost Crypto. That dude's a fucking shark when it comes to craps table, man. That dude knows what he's doing. Yeah, she's an alien. She's an alien. Yeah, well, I mean, should I keep going with that? I don't want to keep going. Like, people want the red meat on Brittany, and it's like, what am I going to say that's going to, like, own her? Come to Vegas, sit down in front of me, and I will put them in front of you. People like I've only had so many people take me up on that. Gary the Numbers Guy. That guy has more balls than Brittany Venti up to this point. More balls than anybody else, for sure. And then, I got to hand it to him. Sergio Solis came on the show. He took his licks. Actually, kind of like Sergio, I kind of have a better understanding what he's about right now, but it is what it is. So, yeah, you want more? Everybody wants red meat. Look, now suddenly everybody comes, hey, he's going to talk about it. You really want me to? I will. What you got here? How much do women game themselves when cheating? Depends on how good the fantasy is. That's a good question, actually. They game themselves at, like, when I talk about, like, alpha widows, it's usually in reference to a guy that woman knew at an earlier stage in her life. Usually it's the hot guy in the foam cannon party. It's the guy who she knew from college. It's the one that got away. It's the alpha guy, the hot guy that got away. But there are also alpha widows who sort of widow themselves based on the fantasy of that guy. So they might become like fan fiction writers because they want that fantasy so bad that it becomes sort of this fantasy alpha male that she becomes widowed by, and no guy ever measures up to it. So in that sense, yeah, they can actually game themselves for sure. All right. Let me look at the chat here. What does people want? She's not. Yeah, there you go. Wait here.
She's not a Christian.
Right. Oh, we know. I'm well aware of that. Well aware of that. Would you like me to read the rest here? You know what? I've got some stuff I can read on Brittany, just so you guys have I got to give you at least some kind of a sizzle with the steak here. I'm not going to name names, but in fact, he even used a pseudonym here, so I couldn't do it if I wanted to. I saw your video on Lauren Southern's husband, and you mentioned Brittany Venti being a feminist. So I thought I would email you my experience with her and her ex-boyfriend in person. This is a guy named Mason. I've known Brittany for many years now. We met when I'm reading from his email. We met when she first started dating her now ex, Mason. He exposed her for the first time a few years back about her being a feminist who let her cat pee in their bed. That sounds very Amber Heard-ish, but maybe not quite all the way. 50%. We hung out a lot back then, sometimes in groups during the He Will Not Divide Us, Shia LaBeouf. Is that how you pronounce his name? I remember that shit. Shia LaBeouf era. LaBeouf. Sorry. We used to hang out in groups, but sometimes Mason would have long conversations with me about their relationship. I got to see a lot of their interactions in person for about a year and a half. She drove him insane and made it look like he was the bad one. Meanwhile, she would provoke him and say things like he was too weak or how he wasn't fit enough. She would she wouldn't even fight. There's your mate. That doesn't sound like mate switching hypothesis. That sounds like she wanted a hotter guy. She would even fight him in group hangouts in front of everyone and humiliate him. I got the impression that the reason she stayed with him despite starting all these fights with him was because his mom was the CFO of a really big company and she wanted his inheritance. Really? He showed me a text from his mother with a picture of a bank statement showing that Brittany spent over $9,000 on his credit card that his mom gave him for his college expenses. They lived together at that time, and she wasn't pulling her own weight. He told me she threw her stuff all over the floor and wasn't nice to come home to. Wow, it sounds like one of the criteria for like infidelity, right? I've slept over with another friend before at their place, so I saw a lot of this happening for myself, along with how she would try to manipulate him and guilt trip him. Sounds very NPD or BPD. I did eventually tell him that it would be best to separate from her because she was just sucking the life out of him and more every time I saw them. Funny enough, I recall Lauren Southern and her ex going on a double dates with Brittany and Mason during a couple times in New York. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree because Mason left her just like Lauren's husband did with her. Sorry, Brittany. The last straw for him was when he caught Brittany talking to other dudes. Also doesn't sound like mate shifting. Sorry, Dr. David Buss. I feel bad for both of the guys, though, but especially Brittany's ex because he never got his vindication because he had to move and he's not an online personality. After they broke up, he had to fly back home where his mom lives and start over again because she basically ruined his life. She lied about him a lot when she was the one calling him too skinny, degrading him, manipulating him. There's that word again. Getting him to drop out and pay for her. And she wasn't even held accountable for any of this because he had to go back home after she made him drop out of university for her. That's classic BPD, by the way. Men really need to protect themselves from chicks like this. So thank you so much for speaking up. I feel bad for the guy because he doesn't have an online presence to defend himself. So that's why I'm emailing you about it. So I told you, I don't go looking for shit. Shit finds me. If you're looking for hot water, I can find you some. Brittany Venti, not her real name, by the way. Oh, would you like me to tell you what her real name is? No, I won't do that. I'm too nice. You can go find out. Just go look at her Wikipedia page and you can find it. It's an open secret. I don't know why. Where did Venti come from? Did Venti come from? Like, is it like a Starbucks thing? Like a Venti? You're tall. You're a Venti. And other women like her need to be held responsible for what they do to these men who actually have potential futures, especially like her ex, who was in college and had a lot going for it. I know I'm probably just a guy on the internet to you, but I've attached some photos. Oh boy, has he ever attached some photos. Nah, I'm not going to show. I saved them. I saved from the hangouts we had. I took the photos, so I don't have an issue if you need to share them. I'm the guy in. I can't. One of these I certainly can't. I'm the guy in the reflection taking the pic in the hotel room. I could show you that one. We were there for a documentary for the Shia LaBeouf He Will Not Divide Us thing, which is how we all met. She managed to break up the entire friend group, so Mason lost a lot of his support. I still talk to him here and there. Mason, if you would like to come on the show, you have a personal invitation. I will stop the show right now and have you on. I still talk to him here and there on Snapchat. Zoomer, and see his stories on there, and he seems to be doing better and happier with his new girlfriend. Hopefully he didn't take his problems over that way. Brittany is now with her boyfriend, a YouTuber named Think Before You Sleep. I think I saw him on, they were just on whatever podcast not too long ago, so I think they're still together for the past year. He used to be MGTOW. Think Before You Sleep used to be MGTOW. Oh, really? Now we know where the red pill hate comes from, right? But since they started dating not too long ago, he doesn't talk about it much anymore. It's not shocking she would go with him because he has a lot of subs on YouTube. Okay. I haven't even looked at it. I should have done that before I came on. I have seen them and interacted with them in person on a couple of occasions and doubt it's going to work because she hasn't changed. Oh, you don't say. I can tell that he is stressed like Mason was. Even though I'm not really friends with the guy, I just hate to see it happen all over again to another dude who had something good going on in his life. So I'm emailing you hoping that some light will be shed on this. What's his name? Think Before You Sleep. Hey, Think Before You Sleep, dude. You're invited too. Come to Vegas, please. Thanks again for speaking up. You inspired me to do the same and send this email. You're speaking the truth. And I know women like Lauren and Brittany hate to see it, but it's really important for men out there who don't have much guidance. By the way, you're right about Brittany's Christian trad grift.
She's not a Christian!
Because I know for a fact that Brittany has full-on nudes. So do I now, unfortunately. That directly played into them breaking up because Mason sent me proof when it happened. He was pretty upset, but I'm happy for the guy because he saw her for who she really is and got away from her. That's enough of that. Okay, there you go, Brittany. You got it, man.
Say my name.
Yeah. You know, and the funny thing is this shit comes to me. By the way, all this stuff, like whenever I put on intro videos and stuff like that, that's stuff people like throw at me from Instagram, or sometimes it's on YouTube. That's what they throw me. So like people go, oh man, you're obsessed with Michaela Peterson. No, but the people who follow me sure the fuck are. Same thing. Let's see. Oh, Think Before You Sleep is at 717,000 subs. Thank you, Sammy. Let's see. Sergio, what are you doing in my chat there? Sergio. Shout out to my buddy Steve. He introduced me to the Rational Male, and now we both watch TV shows through the red pill lens. Pisses us off. Yeah, you're welcome. That wasn't the Sergio. I thought it was. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, so there you go. Rational Male, send those nudes to Undead Chronic. Should I? She's gonna say that there are no nudes. Then why did she do a video when she was what was it 2015? I think, when she was talking about the fact that she had done nudes. So I don't know. I'm completely I'm a noob to all this. I'm a boomer. I don't know anything. Please educate me. Are they really there? Are they not there? Do I know? Do I not know?
Flawless victory.
Yeah, I could. You want me to send them? Undead Chronic doesn't like me very much, but you know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? So it's a possibility. I'll think about it. I gotta be careful, man, because then that becomes like revenge porn, and I don't want to get involved in that either. That's another reason why I'm very like cautious about shit, because I walk a very maybe you don't know this. I walk a very fine line. Very fine line. Okay, that's it. I'm done. Rolo is just a confused grandpa. Or am I? Yep. Yeah, I am. That's all I am. I'm just oblivious. I don't know. Should I pull a pearl? I don't know. Yes, I did see that shit with what is his name? Piers Morgan. I don't know. You do now. You're in the real school now, ain't you, bitch? Yeah, gotcha. I don't have that loaded. Gotcha, bitch. How do you like it? You like apples? How you like them apples? Yeah. God makes a joke and I'm the only one that gets it. That's how it works, man. That's how it works. Chronic will love it. Will I actually make him happy? Oh, my dogs are barking right now. You know what that means. They're hungry. What is this? Has Rollo addressed the latest spat he had on Twitter with Destiny and Lauren? Spat? What spat did I have? Did Destiny have a spat? Who spat? Please clarify.
Would you like to know more?
I would like to know more. Yes. Wait, here we go.
Kowalski, analysis.
I don't know. What are you talking about? Address the latest spat he had on Twitter with Destiny. I didn't have a spat. I don't think. Did I? Checkmate. Thank you. Are you former CIA?
FBI, open up!
No, I'm not. Are you former CIA? That's a good one. Keep it coming. Let's go. Off topic. Here we go. Off topic time. Throw it out.
Finish her.
There you go. Yes, come on. Yeah, Undead Chronic is tiny, but here's the thing: is if I give Chronic the even if I just gave him one, I guess it would. I don't know. That would probably be constituted as it could be anyways, constituted as revenge porn. So I got to be careful of shit like that. I'm not going to put my almost 22 years credibility on the line just for some dumb little bitch like this. She's really, that's like the blank stare of like kids with learning disabilities. That is. And that monotone, yeah, the thing that's funny about this shit is you think you got me this hasn't been out for the last decade. Oh, by the way, was it wait, where'd it go? This is too good.
Guilty.
Just go ask Anthony the Dream Johnson. 90% of this shit, whenever anybody comes at Donovan or myself or anybody who's old school. But by old school, I mean who has been in the red pill space for I'm not Donovan. How long has Donovan been in? At least since 2018. I think that's when I met Donovan. Around 5 years, 6 years, something like that. I've been in it for a lot longer than that. But do you not think that I've dealt with way better haters and trolls than you? What? You mean this is her real name? I can't believe it. It's not a secret. I know she says that. Venti. What if I started calling myself Rollo Grande? Rollo, what was it? Tall, Grande, Venti. Venti's the tallest one, right? I think. I just say fucking large. What if I call myself Rollo, the master of humanity, the God Emperor of humanity? I want you to start calling me that, please. Yeah, and everybody knows it now. Bye 21 convention. So long, sayonara. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Rollo Nacho, that should be my name. Thank you very much. You guys can give me more. Here you go.
Tell that bitch to be cool.
Let's see. You should see the cringeworthy interactions of her and her current boyfriend on the Chrissy Mayer wedding videos. Really? Can somebody give me those? I really would like to see those because I have heard things. Rollo Gigante. For the rest of the show, you will call me Rollo Gigante. Thank you very much. Santa Maria. Antonio Banderas. There you go. Okay. What's your take on tradcons in the right wing? They're not all in the right wing. Trying to sell family values to males while politicians like Maj Green, Lauren Boebert. Is it? Let's see. When two Vals go walking, the first one does the talking. Boebert. Laura Loomer. just about as good as Lauren Southern. Seem to live very sus private lives. They all do. Everybody suddenly everyone's a trad con, right? Funny how that happened right before the election cycle. And Candace Owens interviewing Andrew Tate. I will not say anything about that, but I will say it seems very hypocritical. A lot of the stuff that she was saying seems very hypocritical in light of the shit she gave Steven Crowder. I don't think I'm selling anybody out by saying that. I think Candace Owens is a rat. She is a rat. Seriously. And Crowder, if you want to talk to me, I'll be happy to talk to you about that rat. But the shit that she's talking, like, you know, it's one thing when Andrew talks to Tucker Carlson. Got it. Good. All right. Whatever. Candace Owens, you would think she would be far away from that association, but she's known Andrew for quite some time. Right? And by the way, so have I. Just throwing that out there. Because I know people are going to go, well, people are using some of my old videos to kind of like sell Tate up the river, which, by the way, I tried to like make private, but there's copies of them out. It's been what, it was like 2017 for fuck's sake. So, you know, nothing I can really do about it, but whatever. Let's see. What is this? No wife, no kids, no mother, no friends, short, fat, skin disease, micropenis, drug addicted, alcoholic, convicted sex offender, winning. That's great, man. God, I love that. I love that icon. I love that AV too. Actually, I didn't make any outlandish speculations. I reported the news, my friends. And by the way, anybody, sartorial shooter, Sneeko, you know what I've said, and you guys can kindly shut the fuck up. So, like, you don't know me and you don't know what I'm about, and you're just basically parroting back and regurgitating all this bullshit. And by the way, Myra knows it too. I could tell that interview in Colombia. Isn't it interesting that every time they leave the country, the same characters show up? Coincidence? Probably a coincidence, right? Yeah. Where are your receipts? I got 20 years of fucking receipts. I knew I got let's see, I've known Andrew Tate since 2016, really. 2017. There's a receipt for you. Apparently that's the only thing that really like registers. I have 5 books that are receipts, and you would know that if you had read even a single one of them. He's been married for 27 years. Yeah, that's a receipt, apparently. I have a daughter who's getting married on Thursday. She's graduated with a master's degree, magna cum laude. Is that a receipt? I don't know. It should be now, right? Because I never hid my kid. Hell, how could I? Everybody wants to fucking dox my kid. Yeah, there's a receipt for you right there. Rollo, he's an old guy with a wife and kid. Yeah. And that apparently that's a fucking that's a receipt now. It wasn't before, but now it is. And you know, if it builds your reputation up, now it's like, oh well, Rollo just wants you to fuck random girls, and it's what's this plate theory stuff? Blah 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 blah. Yeah, and I'm saying you should. And if you had read the book, you would know that you're full of shit, but you haven't. You're ignorant. I don't mean stupid. You're just ignorant of what you're talking about, but you're still confident in your ignorance. I have, let's see, I've got a notch count about 42, 41, 42, if you don't count blowjobs. Right? Got a kid. I'm a family man, more or less. I also enjoy the company of beautiful women and going and doing Myron and Frank. If you're gonna come at me for that kind of shit, you better go at Myron too, because Myron quotes directly from my book. Myron's show, nothing but women everywhere. Yeah, but that's a different. He's Myron. Feel like Jackie Chan, right? Like what? Yeah, just don't know. You don't know any better. You don't know any better. And if you're gonna, I would tell you this is also, I'm not Muslim, but I have a lot of Muslim friends, and I have would you like to see my Quran? I have it up I have a gift, a personal Quran from a dear friend when I was doing the background, the studies for my book on religion. Oh, Rollo, those Red Pill guys never talk about religion. There's literally a 400-page book that it took me 3 years to do. There's a fucking receipt for you. Is that not a receipt? Tell me how that's not a receipt. I got all kinds of fucking receipts, man. What do you consider a receipt? Fucking hot bitches? Apparently not, because if that were to be me, you would just say, well, he's a hedonist and he's living a degenerate lifestyle. No, I'm not. I'm going to my daughter's fucking wedding on Thursday. I'm pretty pleased about it too. God damn, I got paid enough for the fucking thing. But yeah, I'm happy about it. I'm glad. That's a receipt. I should say so. And when I get grandkids, those are going to be receipts too. Although I won't make them fuck trophies, Ryan Stone. Thank you very much. Yeah, because apparently that's being called out by Brett Cooper now. Don't use your kids as your influencer brand. What's that? Wait. Have you talked about Passport Bros? Yeah, I've talked about Passport. I have a whole episode on Passport Bros, man. Look it up. You should look up like my archive of videos before you ask me questions like that. Or else I'll just tell it to you. What's this? Rollo cannot refuse a request on his daughter's wedding. I can't. You can come. Would you want to come? Come on, everybody's invited. I'll tell you this though, I won't be doing live streams for my daughter's wedding. I won't be doing any like content for my daughter's wedding because that's family. I don't mix that. What's he trying to hide? Nothing. I just don't use my family as a flex on people like Matt Walsh and fucking Ben Shapiro and everybody. All the people that Brett Cooper was complaining about in her most recent video. You shouldn't use your kids as like accessories to your personal online brand. Go talk to Matt Walsh about that before you start coming at these other people. Jesus Christ. It's to the point where it's like the hypocrisy is so like thick that people don't even see it. They don't even realize that they're being hypocritical. That's when you know you've like sort of reached the Zen state of like brand management and like hypocrisy. You don't even, so it's hypocrisy that seems like it ought to be just like self-evident. Yep. All right. That sounds good. All right, guys, I'm going to be in Lake Tahoe starting August 1st. So the next time you see me, it won't be in this studio. It will be in the studio that I have set up in Lake Tahoe. Yes. See, when you stay, TRT is going great, man. Thank you. Yes. I'm not even at that high of fucking concentration. What am I doing? 155? I think 155 is my dose. I don't even do that much. I know guys that do like 300. I was like, I don't know. Should I try more? I think I'm doing pretty good. I hope I'm doing pretty good. People are noticed. If you saw my most recent Instagram picture, that's me in the rehearsal studio, Trial of Ascension. We're working on a new album right now. So if I seem like I'm in there a lot, that's why. But oh man, he's yoked. You swallow Tomasi. Thanks. Yeah, but you remember that just because you get on TRT doesn't necessarily try 200. Doesn't necessarily mean that you just magically grow muscle. They sprout off your arms or something. You actually have to go and work out, which I do quite a bit. In fact, I injured myself recently. I have the gym that is right close to the Red One, my Red One studios here. Like I said, I can walk or skateboard there if I want to. I have a longboard. Thank you very much. So I'm there. I go quite often. But you know what's funny is like when you start to be able to lift more, when you can like increase your lift load, it doesn't mean that you know how to lift that off of the rack. So apparently the majority of injuries in the gym don't come from actually the exercise itself. It comes from like loading the weight and unloading the weight, or pulling it off and not do like, cause you think I don't lift anything. Yeah. Until you're like, oh fuck. Yeah. You have to be careful. And I wasn't, I got an injury right up in here. It's like, fuck too. But that's done. It's all right. I'll be fine. Yeah, I will probably be doing some Instagram stuff from Tahoe, but I see it as an opportunity to really kind of like change up my environment a little bit, but I'm the same stuff. But we'll make it happen. So there you go. Yeah, the key is to keep working out. Yeah, it is. I know if my arms look bigger, it's because that's all I've been able to do. Yep. So, let's see. What's this? I don't know who she is. Who's Sarah Dawn Moore? And she's awesome and said good things about you and considers you a friend. Sarah Dawn Moore. Okay. Well, I'll go look her up. Sarah Dawn Moore. Let's see what else. Yeah, thanks. I've been trying. I've been doing my best. Yeah, shoulder injuries suck. They do. I also blew out my calf running with the dogs too. That kind of sucked on the same day that I pulled my shoulder too. Kind of hurts. She was on FNF last week. Sarah Dawn. What the fuck her name? Sarah Dawn Moore. Okay, I'll look her up. I think who else? I actually enjoyed talking to Amy Dangerfield. I kind of wish I could have done a little bit more with her when she was in Vegas. If she comes back, I'll do a little bit more. Sarah Dawn Moore hates you, Rolo. Really? Okay. Marriage causes divorce. Now I'm going to have to go look this person up. Sarah was on a few weeks ago. Does she hate me or does she love me? Come on. Somebody give me the straight answer here so I can go in prepared. Anyways, all right. I don't want to get too deep in the weeds with Brittany Venti. Just suffice to say that I know more than I'm smarter than I look. I'm going to pull a Fresh. Like Fresh, everybody thinks Fresh is dumb. Fresh is like very, very intelligent. He's tricking you. Fresh is like the coconuts in Barbados thing, the stutter that hides it's a law of power, like play a sucker to catch a sucker. Yeah, I know more than I know. I know more than I know. I know more than you think I know. And I know that you think that I know more than I think I know. And I know that. Sarah who? I don't know. All right, guys. Really. Yeah, I was going to say. It's going to be interesting. The next, I'll just leave you with this. The next few months are going to be very, very interesting. Starting in August, as I said last year on the end of the year show on Rule Zero, I said by August you will not recognize the Manosphere. We are here, ladies and gentlemen. You will not recognize the Manosphere. Hell, I don't recognize it right now. A lot of the same players who were like very important and people who I thought were going to be who are up and comers. Yeah, the landscape is changing. And the environment and the whole culture war shit. And we're going to get political. And we're going to talk about the Matrix. And we're going to talk about this and that and everything else. The one thing I can promise you and I can reassure you of is that if you want good red pill content, if you want good praxeological nuts and bolts stuff, you know where to come. Because I ain't changed. I ain't going to change. I've outlasted everyone who came before me. I've outlasted haters that you probably don't even remember the names to. Sunshine Mary. What's that? Kitten Holiday. Nobody remembers Kitten Holiday. Who's that? What's Rollo talking about? Before your time, Sonny. Yeah. I could name names, but it would be stupid to do so. Sarah is working the man up grift. Really? Will the aliens join the red pill? They already have, my friend. Look. I hope so. Aliens are real, man. The U.S. government said so. I believe it. I believe it. Yes. And we landed on the moon, and the world is round. Well, how clearly it is. We got aliens here. Fucking A. How else would they get here? Oh, man. Anyways, so I will see you guys. There will be no midweek this week because I am too busy with wedding preparations and everything else. I was actually I was not in Vegas last week because I have too much to do. So as soon as I'm done, though, by August 4th, which will be the day after, then we'll get back into Eldar. Thank you very much. Both. But I will be getting back into the swing of things again in probably August 4th, which will be Friday. And I'll be doing, what should I do? I think I might get the GoPro out. I might do some video from the lake on my jet ski, my wave runner. That'd be kind of fun. I don't know if you could do it live. I wouldn't want to do it with my phone, but look for some more fun-loving content from Lake Tahoe coming the whole month of August, quite honestly. Do I have? No, I don't. Maybe I do. Who knows? Possibly. Maybe. Possibly. Maybe. This is too good. Yes. All right, guys. Thank you for watching. I will see you guys soon. Peace be with you, and I will talk to you guys later. Where'd it go? There it is. Bye, guys. You know, I got to stop this real quick because I got to let you know that Jevani Sanders has a new single out. Go to his Spotify page if you like this song or you like any of his other stuff. He's got some really good new shit, so go check him out.
On top of me, it was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went into bed. It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by and went over like a matchbox stereo. Time to get my thoughts now, let it go. Bound to keep me up all night. Say my name. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Maybe you could have the best of my life. If there's any girls there, I wanna do them. Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up everywhere while I got your hair. Why you screaming my name?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Ugh.
She was swinging in the bedroom, whole time stopping and stuffing with her head like she's Claudia Kelly. So baby, run me, ride me up and down like a pony, turning up my song, getting messy, working up and down on your body. Run me, ride me up and down like a pony, turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again.
This podcast has been a production of The Rational Male. Registered trademark 2023. Do not use my stuff in part or whole without written permission, Brittany Venti, and don't steal my stuff.
Misogyny. Every time a man's being nice to you, all maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Won't you put it on me one more again? I need to know if maybe we can fuck again, then maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. Could have the best of my life.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
Guilty, 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 guilty.